Yeah! Well, to know the gavel's calling. Let's get this session started. Hey, folks, grab a seat. It's time to get the scoop. Baker's in session, serving justice with a whoop. From sunny Cali courts to the heartland's dusty halls, we'll spin the yarns of trials big and small. Oh, Baker in session, tales old and brand new. Some make you laugh, some will leave you in a stew. Gavels dropping beats, witnesses take the stand. Join the fun, y'all, across this great land. Hey. Classic papers like OJ or that moonshine bust. Fresh headlines steaming hot. In Baker we trust. Murder in the Midwest, scams down south so sly. We'll break it down with grins, don't need to cry. East Coast embezzlers, West Coast wild rides. Supreme Court showdowns where the big shots collide. From petty thefts to plots that twist and turn, Baker's got the stories that'll make you learn and burn. Oh, Baker in session, tales old and brand new. Some make you laugh, some will leave you in a stew. Gavels dropping beats, witnesses take the stand. Join the fun, y'all, across this great land. Famous folks in hot seats, underdogs who win. We'll cheer the verdicts, dive right in. Coast to coast adventures in the name of the law. Baker's here to share it without a single flaw. Hit subscribe, don't miss the legal ride. Baker in session where the laughs collide.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are, whoever you are, what if any you might be, and welcome to day 4 in the Uriah something stream. And apparently something got messed up while I set up the stream this morning. So even though I set it to start at 2:45 as I always do, it just uploaded the wrong way and Rumble didn't work again today. I am still trying to figure out this program. And thank you, JB Guthrie, for becoming a member. So yes, we are trying. So I have to figure all of it out. But so far, it's been 3 days, and there's a lot of things going on. But I'm hoping everything will work. At some point, I'll figure out to touch all the right places. But good morning to you all. If you weren't here in my morning when I was talking about my good old friend, the former stripper turned lawyer. Well, she could have been a lawyer if she finished school. Twisted tragedies because she's back to her old tricks, getting angry that people make fun of her shitty product, and complaining that other people use her content because they should just make their own. A woman who has no other content than Aiden is an asshole. Aiden's gonna go to prison and give me money. Oh my God, you're such a great YouTuber. I am doing fine. I hope all of you are the same. I have to clarify, she's an inner city Monday morning stripper formerly. No, she is. Oh shit, I forgot to share the stream. Everything's going fine today. Good thing it's Friday because half of the places aren't working and the other half is forgetting to give it to them. But I think she worked up and down the highway, but I'm not 100% sure. But I know she probably didn't work the busy hours at night because she might have looked okay back in the day, but now she seemed to consist on a diet of high sugar coffee and being angry, and none of that will make you look better. Thank you, Rianne. Have a great day. But no, so that's the start of the day, and that's fine. I'm just gonna put in. So, no, but yesterday we went through more of the stuff with the granny case. Them, oh, it's a spot on my screen. I thought, what the hell do I have on my nose? I just need to clean my screen. Yesterday we went through the granny case, tried to figure out what they had. We had the guy who picked them up and gave them meth. He wasn't a meth dealer. He was more like a meth giver outer. Well, he was found with 12 grams of meth later, but hey, who doesn't share if they are holding? And they gave him a lot of weapons for it. Then we got into text messages, and I have to warn you, the audio is substantially worse, especially in the beginning. They will fix it later, but it has a weird kind of a metallic sound to it. So I hope maybe I can boost it a little bit or something, but the audio isn't great from the beginning, is what I am saying. Hey, Skybell. And happy Friday, Cindy Lou Boo Hoot. And yeah, there's nothing else than get to it, because I need to get done, get some sleep tonight, because tomorrow is the big first birthday of baby Baker, where I have to drive up there and be with him. So I have to leave my house at 8:30. So I need some sleep. Oh, Sue could finally show up. I've been waiting for you, Sue, but okay. Are you okay? Can we start the show now, Sue? Every single day. Every single day. Why isn't there it is. Side Eyes has been a member for 3 months. Best 3 months ever on YouTube. I like it when you lie, but we know that's not right. He had his birthday the 29th, but we are celebrating it tomorrow. He is just about walking. He really tries to. He's been trying for a long time, but he can't really keep his balance. But last time I saw him, well, not the last time, because she did FaceTime me when he was having his birthday, but he was standing up trying to grab stuff on a table, and then accidentally turned on the washing machine, and then he got mad at the washing machine and started crying. So he's doing better. Hey, Mom. And Snake Lady. Let's get to it. Let's figure out what, if any, goes on, and this is the one I normally use. And let's see how horrible the audio is.
The early morning hours and before is that correct? Now, throughout that night, Detective, we talked about they seem to be in the same room communicating, correct? So do the messages go on?
Oh yeah, remember they were talking about
Hours.
The grandma had someone in her room and they wanted to go in and unalive her or something like that. It was something weird going on. Hey, Zach. And they were just texting because they couldn't be talking because he wasn't allowed to be in her room. Yeah.
And I want to highlight a few of the messages, but to save the jury from through all of them right now, what is the gist of these messages? What are they talking about?
The gist of it is they're talking about violence.
We just decided not to have audio on that one.
So get us back into this UPC time. What was the time of day to be right here with her service? So almost 11 p.m. on the floor? Did you night?
Yes.
Okay. And this is the night before Tammy and Parker, correct? We start right here with what Mara is saying, right 11 p.m. on the floor.
No, I don't think Granny was getting. Well, she had her boyfriend, but they claimed that she had I think that they are crazy. They're out of their mind on drugs, but it seemed like they were trying to say that she had a female partner over as well. It's just, but sadly we can't hear shit. So I'll just read this part because we can't hear what he's saying anyway. I can't see who the first one is from. Didn't assume it's at me. And then she says, "Do you want to go blackmail her? I'll go with you. I want to leave."
You want to go back and I'll go with you. I want to leave.
Right now, I'm sick of this. Let's just go. You want a pack ride?
He says, right now. She said, I'm sick of this, let's just go. He says, you want to pack right?
I don't know if I
Just
should.
take your school tomorrow.
We stay from school tomorrow, then do it then. More time. More time, more plan, more pack, if you really wanna. What if we did it really early in the morning? Before day. I just want my makeup stuff, stuffed animals, clothes, and blankets. If you stay awake and make an effort too. That's him saying that. She says, okay, stop OT. He says, yeah, that's fine. South Park emo, we're smoking. South Park says, he says, bro, I'm saying to fucking do something. We did last night. She says, I'm gonna be able to stay up. He says, you slept. Oh, that's not what I wanted. He says, LGHT, I don't know what that is. Then he says, need a driver, by the way. She says, I didn't smoke enough and I was exhausted. I'm sorry. He says, bro, keep yelling at me and talking like that when I'm the only one with a reason to be angry. He says, like, damn. She says, tell me where we are going first, shit, dude. He says, to Illinois. He says, Caroline and Damien. Then a little bit to like 3 days later, we go to Scoop in Wyoming. She says, I was trying to get help earlier and you said that you would just do it. And I was asking what effing state. You didn't know I couldn't do anything, damn. She says, okay. He says, you could ask if someone's down to drive across some states for cash or a gun, but no, you can think. He says, Caitlin's at door. He says, Nanny left her room. He says, they're right there visible. He says, watching Nanny do Smith. He says, STG. She's back. I feel her walking in kitchen. Never mind. She's back. Me too. The exact same feelings, but mine's real. He says, I'm not deserving of the same amount anymore. What are we talking about? I hate myself because one day I noticed who I was and it broke me, and you saw me say who I really saw me say who I really am. He says, I'm hallucinating, sand over everything. He says, listen to WWL, listen to WWII. He says, I love you too, baby. She says, she just emoji. You turned on vanish mode. Oh. Yeah, that part.
So Peter, what time do you think it would be? Almost an hour before. And this is, looks like police recount, correct? And what's being discussed? I mean, you know,
It says something about easier for you to get a bus and train ticket and cheaper. I still can't hear him. She says, oh, never mind. We are traveling with pew-pews and she. He says, yeah, and they check luggage, so only concealed pew-pews, sadly. Damn it. He says, but good idea, to be honest. If we didn't have as many pew-pews, like only 2 ARs and the pistols, we could disassemble ARs and hit them on us, and the pew-pews concealed. Emoji. He says, but I'm respecting the crap out of your grandma and but I'm respecting the shit out of your grandpa and taking them all. No, you didn't, you drug. HY, fuck your grandma. She ain't disrespecting us or him. Fuck that. Wait, what if we find someone who is trustworthy enough to hold on to the pew-pew, someone we trust enough until we can come back down here? President, but his dad's an asshole. Cole might commit. Michael would sell him. Come back, baby, let's smoke. Also, weed helps anxiety and I'm not tired. Also, the vibration differences could be a blender for the cat. No joke. Okay, going Arinka. Got it. Do I lock up you? Oh, I think they fixed audio now. It does.
I did fit again.
Yeah.
From your training experience, what is fentanyl?
Fentanyl.
And these deck images are coming from him.
They're coming from Uriah, South Park Emo.
And so all of these are coming in right about the 12:30 hour, correct?
Yes.
Is this also a video sent by Uriah?
Yes.
Hello, Monica. I think Harry started covering this last night. Crazy case. Aber hab einen schönen Tag und eine schöne Weekend. Well, she's like Texas have dropped a few, well, a lot, and someone dropped 50 memberships. I think that was she's like Texas. You probably got it there. Thank you all so much. You're so generous.
What does it appear is in that video? I can play it again.
Yeah. It's like a firearm. And looks like a firearm and there's some drugs inside that.
Okay.
Container.
And can we tell what drugs they are, or just through your training experience, they appear to be narcotics?
It looks like it could be meth. What is it?
But just to be clear, was that tested, or just from your training experience, that's what it appears to be?
It wasn't a test, that's just from my training experience.
Okay.
After I swore to myself never again, look at the baggie.
It wasn't a test, that's just from my training experience.
Bottom right. Then the SS. F, I'm so sorry. Oh no, it's okay, I promise. It's not bad. Fentanyl is pretty bad. But they're out. I heard 2 thoughts and like 1 minute apart. That sounded just like it. Constant orgasm. That's why I went back. Constant orgasm. I don't know why I saw that part.
Alright, so starting here, is this at about 1 a.m. on Wednesday the 5th, correct?
Yes.
What does Uriah say?
You know what? I'm beating the shit out of her when we're done interrogating. Bucket, prison with bruises. She sends, she reacts to the message with an emoji. And then he says, bones will be broken in prison. Promise. I'll carve a Nazi sign in her forehead and a hole on her face. Don't care. Don't care if I carve a whore across.
Sorry, go ahead.
She says his blood pressure would rise so bad he would shake and have his head in his hands when it was a fuck ton stress, which was a lot for her. He says forehead. She says neither of you can beat the absolute shit out of her, though.
And what does Uriah say?
He says bad. Pistol whipping her too. You said it's cool. And she reacts with an emoji 2 times. And then he responds, well, the smell, and now we know. What the fuck is, she says sigh. He responds, the spoon in her room was black, right? Yes. Any blue burns? Metal, FS, and she responds to her video.
I'm going to press play on the video here. What room does this appear to be?
It's going to be Tammy King's.
And what is that?
Plate of, looks to me like marijuana.
And is that the same container we just saw with Uriah the night before the murder?
Yes.
Yeah, do you know what this was again? Oh, this is like, this is right there, right? Yeah, that's that. Okay. No, I just like it. Yeah, I was having to do some, no, actually, cash in here. Trying to, and yeah, let's see if I can, actually, and you get further. Yeah, I've been hearing this shit for a day. Oh yeah, because it was kicked. to watch.
Do they continue talking for a little while?
Yes.
Yeah, it's absolutely horrible. I don't know how much Smeg's granny is having, but he hears a lot of stuff moaning and stuff in from her room. I think he's hallucinating like shit.
All right. What timestamp would this be? Right here where the cursor is.
7:54, so it'd be the night before again, on February 4th, the night before. Or, I'm sorry. Yes, February 4th.
So if UTC is -6, what timestamp would that be?
5.
So right here.
It would be 1:54
Oh, sorry,
at night.
So it's almost 2 a.m. on Wednesday the 5th.
Yes.
And I apologize, I keep making you do math. What does Uriah say at this point?
You want to go find out with guns and me? She responds, no, not right now. I want to do what we're doing till at least 4 if you want to. And she says, if that's okay. Or okay. All right, I got you, gang. He says, listen to the wall. Someone's walking to me.
Let me keep talking for a little bit, correct?
Correct.
What does Uriah say here right about 2 a.m.?
If someone peeks, everyone dies.
At about 2:05, what does Tara say?
Are you going to do now?
Deirdre, congratulations. 23 has never looked this good. And thank you for spending parts of your birthday with us. We will try and keep Zach away from you because he has a weird obsession with birthday people. Something about he only got the hose when he had his birthday when he was a kid. So now he is trying to take over and steal all the birthday cake. So we will try and keep him away. We'll put Sue on him.
And just following the time.
I'm tripping. Yeah, you are. I feel like I need to save someone. What the F? This is at 3 a.m. They are still in. He's under the table and she's in the bed and they are texting. Oh, I'm going to do this. Look at all this light. Granny is getting banged. Oh, look. Can you go to the toilet? No, don't go to the toilet. Do you want to go kill her? I want to go kill her. I don't believe that they just started doing drugs. They seem really, really effed up.
Timestamps. Are we still communicating moving into the 3 o'clock hour, correct?
Yes.
All right, let's start here at 3:23 a.m. from Uriah.
He says, can I tell Nanny she knows? She knows, in quotes. I have an AR pre-aimed at the door. She says, no, they might run. She says, I want to stick to the plan as much as possible. He says, yes, ma'am. Double click, not us. Or song. 2, then 1.
You're an idiot. You did it once. Stare at the door. Listen to the wall. Jesus Christ. I don't know what drugs they're doing, but stop doing them.
Stare at door. Listen to wall.
And And then do we keep talking about these people that they believe are in the house?
Yes.
Excuse me. Sounded like cries. Wow. Where did I see it? Listen until moaned. Moans, then I go. Don't move a muscle. Listen. Promise. Just did mine. Never mind. Not no. Just now. Heard that. Because I heard nothing from a room. Be super quiet. Rush out. Flash on. There was something about a vibrator I saw, but it disappeared.
So at 4:25 a.m., what does Uriah tell Tara?
She's texting me.
And then he says at 4:25?
You want to blackmail her and fix the relationship? What do I say? She says, we both talk. We're both trying to our hardest. I will understand you better. I will listen. I will stop letting my emotions affect. He says, what do I do? What do you... Mr. Brown. Not ours, y'all's. What do you mean fix it? She says, I will fix the way I speak to you and I will fix how I react.
The weird thing is they are laying in the room next to each other texting because he can't be in her room. So he sleeps under her table in a pile of shit with piss bottles all over the place. And she's in her bed and they are just texting all night long because they are high on crack or meth or whatever they are on. About grandma having sex and using a vibrator in the next room and how they want to kill her. It's and then they it's like teen angst. Oh, you don't talk to me the right way. Oh, but I love you. I'm gonna unalive someone for her, for you. Oh. It's like listening to Zach.
Says, we will fix ours. I know that. What about hers? What do you mean let me fix it? She says, what have you told her? No, I didn't say that. He said, he responds with the screenshot.
So who is it that the screenshot shows Uriah is texting?
The grandmother, the Tammy King.
Okay. And what is that conversation?
I'm gonna read it out.
Yeah.
How many adults are in that house with Aaron? Why are you asking? Because she hears two women and a man. That's the...
Bullshit.
Is that a freaking TV on? How would I know? What is she saying in person? That there's multiple voices and people in the house. She's saying she's not saying nothing to you. I'll talk to her. Has she even been to bed, Percy? Yes, she woke up and texted me.
And this is at 4:26 a.m. that Uriah is texting Tammy King, correct?
Correct.
And we know from his messages with Tara, he's actually in the house, correct?
Correct.
And then we see him and Tara go back to talking, correct?
Yes.
What does Uriah say at 4:29 a.m.?
I'm gonna kill all of us. I swear to God. She says, baby, stop. And he says, I listen to you. She says, baby. And he responds, and now I'm in the wrong. What the fuck? Fo. She says, no, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. He says, check your door. She says, I didn't know I said that. I'm sorry. She says, it's done. Fine. Not done. But.
And then do we keep talking again?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And we see a couple messages about when I tweak. From your training experience, what does tweak mean?
When someone's high.
I want to move forward to 4:33 a.m. What does Uriah say?
I'm killing her at 5. No problems. Easy house to ride. Easy house till ride, right? She says, baby, no killing her, please. He says, okay. Blackmail. You don't say shit when we go in. Listen to the wall. Now. She says, I won't say anything. He says, doing? She says, I looked because I heard something. He says, so she's out and in her room? Those taps? Not me, not you. She says, she's in the room. Okay. Sweet. Come here. How do I blackmail? Take her phone so she doesn't call the cops, and when we're done, what? She says, wait till she's done freaking out, threaten her. Wait till she's done freaking out, threaten her to show us where everything is. And he responds, blackmail? Where do we keep our shit? Not here. No one we know or trust. He says, no ride, turn her AC on. Fan 2-3, fan 2-3. Bro, what? She says, it's on 3. Then AC up, we're on. He says, damn. It's hot. Well, I'm pissed. I can't hear you. Why look in my direction this early in the morning? What you want me to do for 20 minutes? She says, can you come up so you can cool off? The AC will be facing you. He says, sure, 1 second, sweetheart, come here.
And we go back to talking.
Yes.
Oh. I don't do drugs. I used to drink. But is this your mind on drugs? Just laying in the same room texting for 4 hours about how to unalive Granny. Talking about Granny. Hey, Shax.
All right, so we're moving into the 6 o'clock hour on the 5th, correct?
Correct.
And what does Tara say?
She says, I mean, all times I'm going to pretend to sleep. Like she comes in here, wakes me up, and I just sleep in. If that sounds good. He says, yeah. 6 chargers, sorry. She says, it's okay, baby. Hide phone light, dim screen, dim stick. She says, dim stick goes. She says, I love you. He says, I love you too. And he says, turning phone off. She says, okay. She says, I'm sorry, last thing do. I respond with, she wails. She says, I'm sorry, last thing I do. I respond when she wakes. She has to do with it.
And now we go back to random texting again, correct?
Correct.
And we're still talking about what Mamie is doing.
Correct.
Because it established motive that they intended to unalive her. That's why we have to go through all of them. But we don't need all of these stupid texts.
At 6:21 a.m., what does Uriah say?
I'm keeping her kidnapped. Till we got a ride. She says, what if Terry comes over? Like to check. I'm sorry, we would have her phone and can text. She responds with emoji. She says, I want to do that.
Didn't Terry say something about he got some text messages that seemed weird? So that's also covered in these texts.
He says, Yetter. Door. She says, it's good, the door. She says, it's safe still.
And we go back to kind of these same sort of text messages you've been sending all night, correct?
Correct.
All right, at 6:39 a.m., what does Uriah say to Hera?
we will handle it. If she comes in, I kill her. She says, she's about to be back. He says, okay, be ready. She says, can I blackmail her on drugs? He says, not yet. She says, what do I do about her coming back and forth? He says, say you're addicted to painkillers. I'm sorry. He says, say you're addicted to painkillers and jerking off all night. How the fuck I do sleep with a psycho like you?
Okay. And then we go back to kind of the same sort of messages.
Hey, if that's your hobby, don't be too hard on this kid. Some of us might do some parts of that, not the painkiller part.
Correct.
Correct.
What does Tara say at 6:43 a.m.?
Don't shoot at all unless she lays hands or something. She says, please. He says, I won't shoot unless she gets close. He says, block that shit back up. The fuck she on him? Put more there. And she says, okay, good. Can I turn big light off and turn lamp over here on?
Does it sound like they're talking about things inside wherever they are?
Yes.
They look like they are twins.
All right. At almost 7 a.m., what is Uriah sending?
Manny thinks I'm on her side. LMAO. Manipulate the manipulator. She says, seriously, LMAO. I can't get words out. What the fuck? I'm sorry. He says, don't open it. She says, I'm not. I'm scared. He says, just throw Salem through whatever gap there is. She says, so I am very good. Now, he says, now if you can. She says, she's just flipping over. She doesn't go out at all. She says, serious. It sounds like she's just giving up. He says, good. Pile more shit. She says, okay.
And then we kind of go back to more messaging, correct?
Correct.
So at almost 7 a.m., we have another screenshot from Uriah, correct?
Correct.
And what is him and Tammy's conversation?
If you're texting her, leave her alone so she can get ready for school, because if she misses that bus, Percy, all hell's going to break loose around here. I haven't texted her once. What'd she do? Not wanting to get up. The cops won't really do anything to you for it, will they? I thought that was bullshit, the school says. Yes, I can get in trouble for her not going to school. Actually, what the fuck? That's not your fault, though. No, it's my responsibility. She's under 18 to get her ass up to go to school. She just don't want to effing go. I'll let her know how to behave. She needs those credits.
And then what does he say at 7 a.m.?
She's about to die. Don't worry. Blood pressure being threatened. She can't take it.
And then what does Tara say?
If she genuinely is about to go psycho, then do it all now. But if she doesn't act as crazy as her craziest, then don't do anything. He says, yes, ma'am. I mean, she told me it's about to happen. He says, what else do I do, LMAO? Kidding. She says, I know, LMAO, but maybe.
Of course not.
She won't be too crazy by you. He says, I'm going to see what she does. She says, ask her what she's going to do. He says, then we confront her immediately after.
And just tracking the time, this is 6 a.m. on Wednesday the 5th, correct?
Correct. She says, if you want and can. He says, what time do I say the bus leaves? She says, I'm not sure. Did you hear her go back to her room? She says, if so, they say 6:05. He says, I did. He says, what'd she say? And she said, I should call the cops on your ass. He says, don't do anything.
You're in the same room. Why are you asking what she's saying? You're laying 2 feet away from her.
He says, okay, bitch, what they have to say about your meth pills. She says, I'm that. She says, I promise. He says, you're just missing the bus. He says, that's all. Yell at her, they won't do anything, idiot. She says, can I said they won't do anything, you're addicted to painkillers. He says, open the door. Yes, say that. This is why. He says, she's addicted and jerks off all night. She's.
I know it's hard for young people to have any understanding of biology, but women don't jerk off all night. I know that much. Hey, cowbell. You came right in the time when I was talking about jerking off.
Says, please no. He says, never mind, to the door. She says, okay. She says, I will say this. And he says, and that's why you can't sleep, and she's insane. Don't open the door anymore. Put in pants, bro. Put on pants, please. He says, if the cops get here, just go to the living room so I don't get seen. I'll do something. Promise. But no cops are here. You're sober. She's insane, addicted to pills, and fucks all night.
You were up smoking crack
She
all
says,
night.
can I mention the foursome I keep hearing that day? She says, because that was fucking awful. Do I sit on the edge of the bed? He says, she's trying to get you out of your room. He says, don't go. She says, I'm not going. He says, do not go. He says, file more when you hear the door or something. She says, okay. He says, bus is down there right now. You'll be safe or figure this out soon.
Let me go back to messaging a little bit more, correct?
Yes.
All right. At 6:12 a.m., what is...
Again, I think that's how it works for women as well. But again, as a virgin, I'm not sure. I've seen some weird movies online.
Uriah say?
Want me to go now with the AR? No, she's probably on the phone later. She says, I don't know what to do. What the fuck? I can't go to my dad's. She says, they don't even have the money, bro, and I'm supposed to live with him till like 18.
Grandma was a weed head. She had a little bit of oxy in her system, but most likely from just normal medication. That's all she had. And hey, Luton McLuton.
Do you know how old Tara was at this time?
Don't recall, right?
The 17 sound about right?
Yes.
What does Uriah say after that?
Yeah, I know. When do you want to go interrogate? She says, when I know she's not going to be okay, I promise.
Is that middle typically a phrase for on the phone?
Yes.
What does Uriah there?
He says, she's calling the school and telling them you don't want to go. Okay. IFY. I got you. She says, are you sure that's okay? He says, she's finna yell about the room and shit too. Watch out. What's okay? Question mark. She says, fuck. Like when I want to go, like when I want to interrogate. I mean, interrogate, take phone and pills, whatever we can.
And just to be clear, Tammy's phone was not located inside the house, correct?
Correct.
Where was Tammy's phone located?
That was located at the 310 Houston Avenue, Lead City, Galveston County.
Which we know is right by the apartment complex Tara and Uriah were at.
Correct.
We continue talking for a little while, correct?
Correct.
At 6:18 a.m., what does Tara say?
She says, when we get her phone, we will text everyone and say something like, I've dealt with her already. You don't need to come down here and pick her up. He says, I got you. Don't worry. Easy wins.
Hey, Von Holland.
Let's move on down to 6:22. What does Tara say?
He says, should I text Mal and tell her to please not come get me? And I'm super fucking depressed and my mental state is awful right now. She's been genuinely having people over at night. I literally hear them and me talking to my wall. And when I confront her, she ignores it and acts like she has no idea what I'm talking about. When I have seen them and that I block my door in because I'm scared of her, I do not want to leave. I need a break. And tired. I'm exhausted. She won't help with my mental health or anything.
Now, from your training and experience, is narcotics use something that can make somebody feel paranoid?
Yes.
All right, at 6:30 a.m., what does Uriah say?
6:30, he says, your grandma's going to be held kidnapped first. She says, I don't know, just need to get out of here. Get out of here. He says, door soon, maybe front or she's pacing. He says, yeah, LMAO. Throw that away. That's her flowers. Wait, sit there. What does it sound like? I know you're overwhelmed. I'm sorry, but please be quicker. She says, okay, what if Terry banned them come or my dad come anyway? Do I just explain what's going on?
And are we back to just kind of messaging again?
Yes.
I don't have this many text messages in my entire life, and they are at 6:30 in the morning. They're constantly texting each other. They are up all night on high on crack and making up all of these paranoid schemes. I'm getting stressed just listening to them. I can't understand why this case went to trial. It's just so icky. I'm sorry if I missed out, but do we know if the state tried to make a deal with either defendant? We don't know. We know that they have a 10-year deal with the guy who helped them transport some pew-pews later. As crackheads do. I don't do drugs, so I don't understand this world because when I was around people who did devil's letters, they just fell asleep. And when I was drinking, I would be drinking to 6 in the morning, then I'll go home and sleep again. I didn't stay up all night in a piss-stinking room texting people. We don't know. We don't know, but again, maybe they are hoping that getting in front of a jury will give them a chance at saying, well, we're young, give us a chance, let us not go to prison for life or something like that. I don't know what the mentality is. Or maybe he's just trying to pin it all on her, but all the text messages point to him really want to kill someone. Yeah, because day upon day of all of this will F you up. No, I know pot is not in the same ballpark, but I'm saying that's what I experienced when I was around people who did drugs. I never really been around people who did uppers because uppers were a loser drug when I was a kid. Amphetamines had just come in and the coke craze from the 80s had just died down, so we didn't really see a lot of that.
Okay, and then we're at 6:43 a.m. Tell me what Tara says.
Because what if family starts looking for her or some over, even though we text everything's fine? He says, she's only getting kidnapped, not killed. We good. She says, I know. Yes, message. He says, I hear her, I think. I want to end her. She says, me too. He says, I'm so fucking gone. I'm not here. It's insane. She says, Remy, I asked Remy and Killen and everyone. She says, Ryan, what the fucking...
Some typos.
Some, yeah.
Then we kind of go back to more messaging.
Yes.
At almost 7 a.m., what is Tara saying?
She says, I really need help bad. Do you have a car? We need to be driven to Illinois and then Wyoming. We will give you anything you want, please. We have money we can give you. We need to get away from my house. My grandma's insane. She does meth and heroin and brings creeps that peep into my room and meth dealers to my house to have sex with them. Please, if you can, we need a ride. We have gas money too.
Did y'all, from your knowledge, did you locate any heroin in the home?
Not to my knowledge.
And to your knowledge, did you find any other items that looked like narcotics besides that bowl we talked about earlier?
To my knowledge, no.
What does Tara say after she sends that message?
This is she texts him these things to try and get him to okay that she sends them. She wrote the same earlier where she was asking, hey, do you can you whatever it was, Dahlia, not Dahlia, that's Daria, that's you, someone else. She sends them to her boyfriend who is 2 feet away from her to try and say if it's okay she sends this to people because they're really smart. They're cracked out of their mind, and now they're trying to make up a story so people will drive them after. They'll steal tons of guns and money and unalive Granny.
What I want to say is that good. I have not said. He says maybe.
Coherent? I'm getting ADHD from just listening to this.
What do I do? She says, baby, you're okay. 7, right?
And this is about 7 minutes before 7, correct?
Yes. He says, I know, but why shelter? She says, I'm not going anywhere. I'm staying. They can't force me to just, go. We will be okay, I promise. She says, are you okay? Can I grab trash bags? Baby, should I go confront her? Baby, please, can we do this together? I can't do this alone. And he says, I'm here. She says, should I go? Look, I promise you're okay. I need you, please don't leave me alone. You can just sit there awake, I don't mind, please. I need you though, please. He says, what's up? She says, I need you here with me, please don't pass out. I'm begging. And he's gibberish and says, my mistake. She says, you can smoke. I can help you, please just wake up, I need you. I promise I won't fall asleep anymore when you need me. I'm not meaning to cry or freak out. And he's some
gibberish.
Gibberish he's texting.
That's
He says, I
coherency.
promise I won't pat out. I'm sorry. Okay, it looks like T.I. He says, I'm just stressed, I don't know. She says, it's so scary and stressful. He says, in sorry.
And do we kind of continue going back and forth with this?
Yes.
Oh, this is what she said to me last night. It's okay, please stay up the hardest you can. We're getting older. No, audio is horrible today. So yeah, that's the little. I don't know why it has to be like this sometimes, but sadly that is how it is. Oh, by the way, no, forget about it.
Okay. At 7:20 a.m. What does Tara say?
If she's not on the phone, what do you want to do? I'm getting trash bags. Here. He says, okay, put all back, please.
No, but yesterday there was a lot of talk in chat about a Danish whisk, so and that I should make a new merch line. So I'm thinking maybe I should make this merch line. Just for the lady in your life, if she needs a little paddle on the bum, you can get a Baker's Patty bum paddle. Again, full service channel. Stop it.
He says, thank you. She says, okay, it's Deuce. He says, thank you. She says, you're welcome, honey. He says, can you hear her out there? She says, sounded like maybe on the phone. He says, bro, I'm awake. Just damn. She says, I can't hear words, just mumbles. He says, this is insane. She says, mumbles. He says, ew. She says, she's definitely on the phone, though, or using TTS. I'm committing. He says, dude. He says, ISTG.
Is that typically, I swear to God?
Yes. She says, if she randomly comes in here, I can ask her who she called about me and who's coming over, if anyone is. You're going to be okay, honey. He says, no. She said, or he says, the fuck you sound dead. Sus.
What does sus mean?
Suspect.
What does Tara say at 7:26?
I know I was going to ask if after I ask that and she gives answers, we could interrogate. It's fine if no, just suggestion. I don't know what to do since she called my dad or whatever. We can get an enter with her Vard. Uber with her Vard. Maybe. Oh, forgot. He says, calm down. I know. Not far though. Not enough.
What does Tara say?
She says she has a lot of money on her bank card. Last I saw was $44K. He says, how much right now? She says, she def got more though. He replies, that's not now. And she says, we still have a lot. I know we do because she hasn't started being weird about money. And he says, you can go look if she's on the phone and she isn't, then I rob and interrogate. She says, I love you. He says,
I love you. I need a big shit. And they say romance is dead. I thought the best was when Han Solo answered, I know, to Princess Leia, but I love you. I need a big shit. If I ever get in a relationship, hey, there's a chance I can buy someone. That will be my next thing on my wish list, is a Ukrainian wife. And she says, I love you, Mr. Baker. I don't know why she has an Asian accent. And I'll say, I need a big shit. Stop ruining the joke, Marissa. I can see what it says below, but normally you have to have been dating for at least a couple of years before that's the answer.
a big bag. Oh, I'm sorry. I need a big shit. Shirt. I love you too, darling.
I gotta keep talking again, correct?
Yes.
What does she say at 7:34 a.m.?
I'm gonna go check.
Uriah
He
says,
says, don't open it too much. She says, no, not on the phone. And he says, you're sure? She says, yes, it's TikTok. He says, checking living room windows. in a lot. She says, okay. So I leave the door cracked. Dude, leave. And he says, leave open.
Deirdre, try saying that to your significant other. Happy birthday, honey. I need a big shit.
She says, check. He says, tell me when it's fine, then come back. She says, it's safe. He says, when I stand, open the door, make sure it's TikTok. She says, okay. He says, you hear? She says, yes. He says, okay, one sec. She says, right outdoor because I can't hear well from inside my door. I go check now. He says, go. She says, yup. He says, is it phone? She says, Hot Rock, TikTok. He says, let's move to back. She says, yeah, wait till they leave. He says, who?
And what does this mean right here? What's happening?
A call was made
Between them still?
between the two of them.
And what does Uriah say at, oh, now I can't think.
3.
So we see a jump in time, right? So here we're at 7:39 a.m., correct?
Correct.
Now, when we get here and he says, let's move to the back, what time is this?
That's at,
It's 11:45 Sunday.
yes,
So we've jumped from 7 a.m. to 11:45 a.m., correct?
correct.
Okay. And Uriah states, let's move to the back.
Yes.
And what does Tara say?
Yeah, wait till they leave. He says, who? And this is the phone call.
And then at 1:20 p.m., what does Uriah say?
Murder charges, murder charges go through every state without whipping warrant.
And then?
Give no one our location ever. She says, I'm not, don't worry. He says, thank you. Your phone isn't tracker. She says, no, it's not. Isn't. He says, I know. He says, your GED, your prom, our marriage, our kids, my family, your family.
And this is about 4 p.m., is that correct, on Wednesday?
Correct.
What does Tara say in response to all those messages from Uriah?
Baby, everything is okay. We will have a normal life someday, honey. My family was never really amazing. I only knew the people I talked to you about. We will make it together. He says, yes, ma'am, I hope so.
From y'all's investigation, during that 7 to 11 a.m. hour, is that when Tammy King was murdered?
Yes.
I'll pass this witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer, my name is Bill Agnew, and I represent Uriah Urick, sitting here to my right. And going through those messages, I mean, it's obvious that both of those kids had a lot of animosity towards Greenwood, right?
Yes.
And that they didn't like the way, they didn't like living there, and they wanted to get out of there, correct?
Correct.
I mean, it's just obvious, you know, reading there, that there's a lot of animosity. You're dealing with someone who's 17 and someone who's 18. One of those stories that we've had, you know, people talk about for a long time, we've got two young kids who think they're in love, and they want to get out of the environment that they're currently in, right?
Yes.
I mean, that's something that's been going on for a long time, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so, when you look over those messages, one of the things that struck me is I know y'all say you didn't find meth or you didn't find heroin, but why would they make that up? I mean, that's something that they put up there, not knowing that this was going to be something anyone was ever going to see. Why would they just make that up?
Calls for speculation, Your Honor.
It appears that there was some, at least, validity to an allegation that they used meth or heroin. Would you agree with that?
Calls for speculation, Your Honor.
Okay. What they complained about was she was using meth and heroin, correct?
Say that again?
They complained about her using meth and heroin, correct?
Correct.
Okay. They also complained about her having meth dealers over, correct?
Correct.
They also complained about her having sex with multiple partners, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So those are all three things that they were saying that they were angry about having to live there. That would not be a healthy environment.
Thank you, Ian Dub, for the super chat. Clip that shit line. It's up there with Swayze. It is. Oh, when did, I don't know how. I'll have to go in and try and do that. How far are we in? About an hour and 10. Where's Jamie when funny stuff comes up? Oh. Oh. Oh.
Environment for a 17 or an 18-year-old would if those things were going on.
Yeah. I mean, correct.
Good. And I don't know if you know, but I mean, was there any other environment that they could have actually gone to at that point? Could they have gone and lived with another parent, or could they have gone and lived with somebody else?
As for her, my understanding, she has a father, so I would say that.
But I mean, presumably, Tammy had custody because she wasn't living with her dad; she was living with Tammy, and Tammy was the one who was responsible for putting her in school, right?
Correct.
Okay, so that means that she's got custody. If she's got custody, Tammy can't just go live with her mother. She's got to stay where she has custody, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and that appears to be a very, very unhealthy environment. Reading those messages, would you agree with me there?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Now, I'm not saying only things are handled right, but you've got situations where you've got two very, very, very young, what I consider kids, in a very, very unhealthy environment who just desperately want to get out. I mean, isn't that how everything reads?
It reads to me that those situations that you just said, in their opinion, was going on,
Okay.
and that they wanted to get out.
And one of the other things that I thought was interesting is one of the things that Tara said was she hasn't started being weird about the money. So apparently they had a fair amount of access to money already, right?
Calls for speculation, Your Honor.
Sheriff doesn't know. So.
Okay. But I mean, that's how that appears, correct?
Calls for speculation.
Overruled.
I mean, isn't that how it appears? I mean, for her to say that, it appears that they already had access to money.
It appears that she saw what she had as far as how much money she had.
But she said she hadn't gotten weird about the money. You know? You saw that, right?
I did.
Okay. And we also saw that apparently they also had access to guns before this ever happened. He has a picture with the gun on one of their videos that they did on that chat, correct?
Correct.
And they talked about some of the guns that they already had, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I'll pass the witness, Judge.
Anything further?
Yes, Your Honor, just briefly.
Okay.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
May I publish Case 426 to the jury, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, Detective Espinoza, earlier I asked you if any heroin was located in the home and you said not to your knowledge, correct?
Correct.
And you testified that that blue bowl, to your training experience, looked like meth or another narcotic, but we don't know because it wasn't tested, correct?
Correct.
Now, I'm showing you a page from 426, which is Ms. King's toxicology from her autopsy report. Now, in the positive findings, do you see heroin on there?
I do not.
Do you see methamphetamine on there?
I do not.
Is it fair to say that what's in there is some ethanol, hydrocodone, and weed?
Correct.
Now, Mr. Agnew also asked you about with that living situation that
They are trying to get with the story that this kid was being tortured by her granny. But so far, all we have is her saying that, she's really mean to me. We have the bum paddle and a new t-shirt we need to make. Soon to be available in every major Baker outlet. But their entire story is that, oh, she's so mean.
Tara and Uriah are describing to be healthy for children to live in, correct?
Correct.
And I think we can all agree that no, what they described wouldn't be healthy, right?
Correct.
Now, as previously, were there any signs that there was anyone else in the home?
He says,
I love you. I need a big shit. And they say romance is dead.
she says, I love you.
Thank you, Marissa.
That night.
No.
And in fact, we saw the messages between Tammy and Uriah, and her response to him saying there's 2 women and a man was, that's bullshit, it's the TV.
Correct.
And I want to ask a hypothetical. Even if what Tara and Uriah's paranoid beliefs had occurred, were happening, is that an excuse for them to rob and murder Tammy King?
Absolutely not.
I'll pass this witness.
No further questions.
Thank you, sir. You may step down. Call your next witness.
The state would call Agent John Miller.
Okay.
Thank you.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, ma'am.
Will you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, ma'am. My name is John Anthony Miller, JohnAnthonyMiller.
And how are you currently employed?
Yes, ma'am. I'm currently employed as a special agent with the Texas Department of Public Safety.
And is a special agent a licensed peace officer?
Yes, ma'am.
How long is it that you've been inside law enforcement?
I've been with DPS 22 years, ma'am.
And in order to become a
No, but they have made up this idea that they need to interrogate her to find out where all the good stuff is and most likely get access to her safe and all the pews and stuff like that. So they're just cracked out. Well, they have to do that. Is that a double super poop? No, it was a single super, a non-super poop. It was a friendly. It's a lovely poop.
peace officer, did you go through the standard academy and TCOL licensure that we've heard about previously in this trial?
Yes, ma'am. It's a 6-month academy that starts every law enforcement officer for Texas DPS. It's a 6-month long academy, and then you have continuous training throughout your career.
And within your, you said 22 years, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Within your 22 years with Texas DPS, what roles have you had?
I've had multiple roles. I've been a state highway patrolman. I started off my career as a patrolman. I did approximately 8 years, and then I promoted into the criminal investigations division. In my criminal investigations division, I worked narcotics. I worked the cartels along the border. I did a multitude of criminal investigations such as auto theft, narcotics, sex crimes. I'm currently billeted. My new task my task that I've been on is I'm on the Gulf Coast Violent Offenders Marshals Task Force. I've been with them approximately 12 years, and we go out and look for the violent offenders.
And so is the Gulf Coast Violent Offenders Task Force, is it all people from DPS or all people from Laredo? How does that task force get created?
Yes, ma'am. So that task force it's a multitude of agencies. We have Webb County District Attorney's Office officers from there, the Laredo Police Department, Webb County Sheriff's Office, and of course the Marshals and DPS as well. We've also had Border Patrol and Customs as well.
And how, as a member of the task force, how do you get assigned cases? How do you get involved with something?
On the federal, the way it works, the federal cases are assigned to the federal agents, which is the marshals. We assist them with any cases that are ongoing. We also bring state cases that are assigned to us. We also work those all in conjunction. We all work them together. We help out each other. If I can get any information federally, the federal partners will help me and assist me in getting information. Same way with us. We assist in any if they need any kind of technology, videos, drones, helicopters. We assist them on the state side. That helps get a lot of things accomplished. Versus if you're one agency, it's kind of hard to do if you don't have those assets. So when you have a multitude of assets, it just makes the case work so much easier.
So I want to bring your attention, or before I do that, where is it you are typically housed?
Out of Laredo, Texas now.
I want to bring your attention to the weekend of February 7th through 9th, 2025. Do you recall that weekend?
Yes, ma'am.
During that weekend, did you get involved in something that led us to be here today?
Yes, ma'am. We were informed by the Marshals Task Force Supervisor that there had been possible homicide in the Galveston area, and that they possibly were traveling. 2 individuals, 2 teens, were male and female, were traveling to Laredo.
So when you get information like that, what do you do? How do you begin that assistance?
We start getting information with the locals and trying to get as much information as we can, name, date of birth, get some bio information on them, and then we start tracking them as best we can. The last information that we had received from them was that they had been traveling to Laredo. It was unknown how they were getting there. When we started our investigation, we usually start hitting the local hotel motels, and that's always usually a pretty big help.
And what day did you start looking for?
Get that number 2 off the Zach's name. Well, I don't know. I can't see it. So it's only you. It's annoying. But thank you so much for contributing to the new shirt fund.
These individuals.
I believe it was the 29th, or 28th, excuse me, the 28th.
Does February 8th sound right?
Yes, February 8th. Sorry.
All right. And so that would be a Saturday, correct?
Way better. They have evidence in this one, and they are going methodically through it. The audio is horrible today. I don't know why it sounds like they are talking in the tin can, but this case is way better. Both sides seem to be respectful of each other. The defense has nothing to work with, but hey, that happens.
Correct.
Yes, ma'am.
And so you said you start looking at the local hotels, motels. Can you tell us what you were doing on that Saturday?
So on that Saturday, that evening, we started driving around looking for hotel motels, just looking for 2 individuals. In Laredo, Texas, very hard. It's not very hard to spot folks that are not from there. And we're looking for 2 Caucasian individuals, male, female, that would be walking around possibly on San Bernardo, which is a main strip where they have hotel motels.
And so from what you knew about the 2 individuals you were looking for, did you believe that they were going to blend in easily or maybe stand out?
They would very stand out. They would stand out quite a bit. It wouldn't have been very hard to spot 2 Caucasian individuals in that area.
And is that because
That's racist.
Laredo is predominantly Hispanic?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, that Saturday night while you're looking around, do you locate those individuals Saturday night?
No, ma'am. We did not. We followed up the following morning with a hotel at the Motel 6, I believe. And we had spoken to the clerks to see if they had seen these 2 individuals. By this time, I think we had received a picture. And they had informed us that, yes, these 2 individuals had been here at this hotel, but had already left.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Special Agent Miller, I'm approaching you with what's been marked as 6477. Without telling us what it is, do you recognize this?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
How is it you recognize it?
That was the photo that was presented to us by the clerk at that time.
From that motel?
Yes, ma'am, from the Motel 6.
Your Honor, they wish to admit 6477, how can you tender to opposing counsel?
No objection.
6477 will be admitted.
And may I apologize, Your Honor?
Yes, please.
All right, Special Agent Miller, what are we looking at here?
These are the 2 individuals that we were looking for at the time. And that was I can't see the time and date that's on there. Yes, that's on the 9th, approximately 11:20 a.m.
And what information did you have about these individuals at this point?
At this time, we were still just under that there was a homicide committed. We didn't know they were working on warrants, I believe, at the time, and or no, there was a warrant issued. I can't remember what it was for, and that's what we're using for probable cause to detain and arrest.
So you knew there was involvement in a homicide, but you were stopping them for a different warrant than they had, correct?
Correct.
And did you know their names?
At the time, it was I can't remember their full names. It was Uriah Urick and the young lady. I can't remember at this time now. Sorry.
Does Tara King sound familiar?
Miss King, yes. Miss King, yes.
And are you able to tell from this photo which individual is Uriah and which individual is Tara?
The gentleman on the right facing us is Uriah, and Miss King is the young lady on the left.
So once you obtain this image from Motel 6, what do you do next?
We continued the search. We had multiple units that were out assisting since we're a task force. There's plenty of us. We also had a group. We're working Operation Lone Star as well. So we had multiple DPS criminal investigation units that were out as well. I put out the information that these individuals are going to be out here in this area that they have been seen. On the 9th, we ended up one of the lieutenants ended up IDing 2 individuals.
Yes, you missed this. They were in the bedroom texting all night long, and he She writes him, "I love you," and he replies, "I need a big shirt, a big shirt." And I died laughing because I am that immature. And Marissa then went on to talk about she has a weird poo fixation. Just saying.
Individuals, I believe, that were Ms. King and Mr. Urick. Urick. So we ended up setting up. It was by the Dollar General in the open area that they were sitting outside. So we all showed up as a team, and we positively identified the two individuals. At that time, we approached them, and we took them into custody at that time.
Now, when you took them into custody, were there also photos that were documented?
I believe yes.
And you observed the two individuals that day?
Yes, I was there. Yes, ma'am, I was there, and I observed them. We took them into custody, and there was multiple weapons that we had picked up, and a couple of items that were on their persons.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Special Agent, I'm approaching you with both been marked as states 438 to 449. If you could take a look through these documents, just let me know if you recognize them.
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Okay. And do they appear to have been altered in any way other than the state sticker?
No, ma'am.
Your Honor, I think was to admit states 438 through 449,
The state
having tendered
sticker.
opposing counsel.
No objection.
Those will be admitted?
And may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Special Agent Miller, who is this that we're looking at here?
That's Miss King. These are the photos that I took. Yes, that's Miss King.
And who is this?
That is Mr. Urick.
And so you said state 439 is Mr. Urick. Do you see the same Mr. Urick in the courtroom?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Can you please identify him by where he's seated and the item of clothing?
There's a gentleman here to the left of me, in front of me, wearing a green collared shirt.
Your Honor, may the record reflect this witness has identified the defendant.
The record will so reflect.
What are we looking at here in stage 440, sir?
So these were two weapons that were taken off these two individuals. The top one, they're both 22 caliber weapons that were found in a backpack. The pistol, I believe we took it off of him. I can't remember exactly, but I know I grabbed the backpack and the 22 pistol, just like a rifle, was in the backpack, and the knives were in the backpack.
Is this a better photo of those knives?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And in stage 443, what are we looking at?
Those are multiple magazines. There was the two magazines on the bottom. We didn't know what those belonged to, but I know the ones at the top belonged to the Victory pistol, the silver pistol.
And when you say you don't know what they belong to, what's the difference between these two bottom ones and the three top ones?
So, if my memory is correct, I believe they belonged to a 9mm, which these two weapons were 22 caliber. So those rounds were not fit in that weapon.
So they're fair to say that they had ammunition but not a gun to match on.
Correct.
And in stage 444, what are we looking at here?
So those are rounds that were picked up that were located in the backpack. So these rounds here would have fit the two weapons that were located on them.
And in stage 445, what is this that we're observing?
We found that in the backpack as well. It looked like a crack pipe, but they would smoke crack cocaine or any other substance, criminal substance.
And is that something you know from your experience with the narcotics division?
Yes, ma'am.
Similar question, what are we looking at stage 446?
So what that is it's called a grinder. What they would put marijuana in, and they twist it and they grind it up. So when they want to smoke it, they can roll it up. It makes it easier for them to smoke.
And what do we have in 449?
Those are cell phones that were also located on their persons.
And then lastly, in stage 448, what are we looking at?
When we stopped them, this was all the currency that they had on them.
And was it a few dollars or many dollars, or do you recall?
I didn't take account. It was just I want to say maybe $100. I didn't count it all. The way it was collected, the way I took the pictures, the way I turned it over to the detectives.
Okay. It was admitted through Galveston County Sheriff's Office. Are those the same bags in which you pulled that stack of money from?
Yes, ma'am.
And so from glancing at that, I'll kind of pose that question again since it's unrolled now. Is this a few dollars? Kind of what are we looking at?
That's a couple $100. I can give you an exact amount now.
And all of these bills are 100s?
Yes, ma'am.
apprehended Miss King and the defendant?
No. In Denmark, if you unalive someone, you will most likely get 8 to 10 years. And if you have anything under 5 grams, you will have a monetary fine for your first offense. And maybe you need a lot to get prison time.
And what was the next step that you did?
Once we apprehended him, we brought him into the DPS office just to fill out paperwork that we needed to submit to the jail. At that time, the paperwork was filled out and immediately transported to Webb County Jail.
When you fill out the paperwork, is that just you documenting everything that you located and who they were and things about them?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, 8 to 10 years, that'll be the low end. 10 years is probably the norm. And then depending on how severely you do stuff and how you do it, you'll go up. But 8 years for... you even have down to 6 years if it's a spur of the moment. But you probably get 10 to 12 years would be the average and that you get in prison.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Especially Judge Kennedy, what's been marked as States 430?
No, because Sweden is a country that's so dumb that they have legalized prostitution, but they have made it illegal to buy a prostitute. So women can sell themselves, but men are not allowed to buy them. Or vice versa. We don't discriminate.
7 and 436, you let me know if you recognize these documents.
Yes, ma'am.
How do you recognize them?
So these are documents that whenever we as law enforcement officers, if we seize any weapon systems, narcotics or anything, we have to present the owners a copy of the seized property. And this other one is myself releasing the seized property to the other law enforcement agency.
And that was Galveston County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, statement, or have they been changed or altered in any way?
No, ma'am.
Your Honor, statements to admit States 436 and 437.
No objection.
436 and 437 will be admitted.
And may I acknowledge, Your Honor?
Yes, please.
Alright, sir, will you please just kind of go through items 1 through 8 and let me know what property you documented and turned over to Galveston?
Yes, ma'am. So the information, I printed everything was the Kel-Tec, the submachine pistol, the Victory 22 caliber pistol. There was a clear plastic baggie believed to be methamphetamine. There was a container of green leafy substance, which was the marijuana. 1 black, 1 gray, and 1 red cell phone. Bolt currency, because we didn't take account. We had the pocket knives and the box of medicine bottle full of 22 caliber ammunition.
And in States 46, is this you releasing it to Galveston County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, ma'am. That's what it is. She signed at the bottom.
And that was Detective Hudson, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
After you released all the information to Detective Hudson, did you have anything further to do with this case until we got to trial?
No, ma'am. I didn't do anything else. We tried to get a copy of the video from the Motel 6, but by the time we got there, it had already been deleted.
Is that why we just have the screenshot?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll pass this witness, Your Honor.
No questions.
Thank you, sir. You may sit down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, sir. Can you please state your name and spell it for the record?
Gerardo Madrazo,
And can you spell it, please?
Gerardo. My last name is Madrazo, Madrazo.
And where are you currently employed?
Webb County Sheriff's Office,
And where exactly is Webb County?
Laredo, Texas.
And what position do you hold in the Webb County Sheriff's Office?
I'm a sergeant at the jail and the custodian of records.
So let's start with your role as sergeant in the jail. What are your duties as sergeant?
I'm in charge of the intel department, the recordings of the phone calls, and I'm also in charge of the whole jail. I'm next to the captain.
Okay. And as part of your duties as custodian of record, are they different in any way as sergeant, or are they kind of combined into one role?
They combine.
Okay. So how long have you been a deputy at Webb County Sheriff's Office?
I've been working for 14 years.
And did you start in Webb County?
Yes.
What training and education did you get in order to get a job at Webb County Sheriff's Office?
I went to the academy and I have been going to the trainings. I have 8,000 hours of training.
Okay. So are you a licensed peace officer?
No, sir. I'm a correction officer.
Okay. Can you explain to the jury the difference between those two in regards to their duties in the sheriff's office?
The deputies are working outside on the highways. The corrections officers works at the jail.
Okay. So it'd be fair to say that the licensed peace officers in the sheriff's office are they bring people to the jail while the corrections officers are monitoring them in the jail.
That's correct.
Okay. Does the Webb County Jail have the ability to make phone calls from the inmates to make
Oh,
calls?
we're going to inmates calls.
Do you screen calls made by the inmates in the Webb County Jail?
Yes, we do.
Are those phone calls recorded by the Webb County Sheriff's Office?
They're recorded by an outside company. It's Smart Communications. We hired them.
Okay. Can you say the company's name one more time?
Smart Communications.
Okay. What, if you know, how does the Smart Communication system work?
They work. Basically, they record the whole calls from the inmates at the jail, and they keep them in their system, and we also have access to them.
Are the inmates provided any kind of notification that their phone calls are recorded?
Yes, they do.
And what kind of notification do they get?
Before they make the phone call, they get a recording saying that every call that they made is being recorded.
Now, is there any system that either SMART or the Webb County Sheriff's Office uses to identify the inmate making those calls at any given time?
Yes.
What is that system?
Whenever they're both at the jail, they provide their voice, and they provide a special pin for each individual.
And is there a record created when an inmate makes a phone call?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Sergeant, I'm going to show you what has been marked as states 451. Without getting the details, just do you recognize it?
Yes.
And what is it generally?
There are two phone calls that the inmate made.
And which, well, before I go into that, let me ask you this. Does it appear to be tampered or altered with in any way?
No.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction of the events that are recorded?
Yes.
And is this record made in the regular course of business of the Webb County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
Around this time, the state would move to admit states 451 and President Counsel. Move to
States 450 and 451 will be admitted.
and that motion.
Yes.
No. We have Carl's Jr., we have Burger King, we have McDonald's. And I think we have like 2 or 4 Dunkin' Donut stores. That's all we have. Mexican food is something you make at home. We don't have that many Mexican restaurants either. You can get it somewhere, but that will mostly be in connection with if there's some street food fairs or something like that. There will be like a taco truck there. But Mexican isn't that big. We'll have Spanish food instead of Mexican food.
So just to quickly show the jury, which inmate or detainee is this record reflecting?
Oh,
It's
very
a
USA.
Uriah.
Uriah Urick, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And how long were each of these phone calls?
They were 5 minutes long.
And were they made to the same number or different numbers? Two. Okay.
Yeah, they're made to the same number.
And they appear to have been made in rather rapid succession, one beginning about 2 minutes after the first one ended.
That's correct.
Are we going to listen to it?
So were you able to locate those recordings that we just saw in that document?
Yes, sir.
Have you listened to that recording?
Yes.
I should say, have you listened to both recordings?
Yes, I have.
Your Honor, may I approach once more?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as states exhibit 450. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
They're both phone calls that were made at the Webb County Sheriff's Office.
And having listened to them, do they appear to have been tampered or altered with in any way?
No, sir.
Are they the true and accurate recordings of the phone calls that took place on those days?
Yes.
All of those times. Your Honor, this time the state would move to admit states.
Monica, you should be lucky that there's no Taco Bell. Taco Bell is not good food. We went to a Mexican restaurant down in Tennessee. That was really, really good. But Taco Bell is just greasy, fat food. It's not good.
450 entitled to opposing counsel.
States 450 will be admitted.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Let's get them talking on the phone.
pausing the recording at 18 seconds, just very briefly before we listen to the whole thing, Sergeant, are you familiar with Uriah Urick's voice?
Yes.
And is that voice, the male voice you heard on the recording, Uriah Urick's voice?
Yes, sir.
Resuming the recording at 18 seconds.
Wait, hold on. Wait, sorry. No, wait. Yes, I don't know. Okay. What can I do for Texas? Marie, are you okay?
Yeah, I was arrested for a warrant for credit and drug misuse, and my choice to tackle her,
I can't hear anything.
Karen was his dad.
Wait, you did it?
Yes, Karen was not his dad.
By her grandma?
Yes. There's no way that it looks like self-defense.
Can any of you hear what he's saying? I can hear the lady, but I can't hear him. I tried Taco Bell in Mallorca. Extremely expensive and not even that good. Yeah, it's absolutely not worth it. I tried it when we left Washington and drove back to Delaware, and it was. I would say it's some of the worst fast food. Our Taco Bell around here in my little town is wonderful. We usually are on any of those types of places. I think it's kind of like Burger King. I've never been to a Burger King that's not dirty, so maybe it's yeah. I'm trying to go back, and then I'm trying to enhance the sound to just try and see if it becomes more clear what he's talking about. Angel of music here.
Wait, sorry. No, wait. Yes, I don't know. Okay.
What can I do for Texas?
Marie, are you okay?
Yeah, I was arrested for a warrant for credit and drug misuse, and my choice to tackle her, Karen was his dad.
Wait, you did it?
Yes, Karen was not his dad.
By her grandma?
Yes. There's no way that it looks like self-defense.
How did it not? I mean, you weren't able to tell him.
It doesn't look like self-defense at all. It's something for her. And I made a choice. She cannot get her. I didn't even to her. Someone else she get off.
No, we got one through Dad's mom.
Yeah, but that was Sam. You know Sam, right? Yes, Sam. Sam, why though? Hey,
Why are you asking for this person?
because look at her ass. Look at this. Look at this. Look.
Jay, what?
J-O-N, J-A-Y-O-N-A.
Oh, hold on.
Remember that?
That's it.
Yeah, there's
Game over.
yeah.
Game. What was it?
They're looking at her.
What?
They're really good there.
Oh,
Hitler.
don't worry about you. Like,
I'm fine. I was looking up federal. Carrying weapons. Pretty sure they might.
yeah.
Don't worry, Mom.
You were in a, I mean, if someone's happy, I mean, we could help you out with a rainy crappy hotel down the street. Y'all could leave her good waitress. But this call will be terminated in 2 minutes.
Mom, there's a minute on the call.
Okay, I'll leave you to the okay?
There's a lot of other options. There was. And the moment comes time. It was rushed. Everything was very rushed up.
What about Kara?
She's in too. She gets charged for credit and drug misuse. I don't know if she's going to get charged for carrying one like that. But if she does, she goes in with federal. I'm going to get transferred to Galveston County. I was like, alright, Mr. Search. I'm working on it.
They're not going to keep you there. They're going to bring you home.
There's no.
They're bringing you here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, I told them I officer before his call will be terminated in 1 minute. Because I'll come to you, I will be here. Do you understand that?
I know. Here's what I'm going to say.
Look, I love you.
You need to get down here in 5 hours to get
I love you.
how much do you want?
They're ready to go pretty quick. Actually, once they get done with their paper.
There already are.
Yeah, okay. I love you. Just call me whenever you can, okay? Okay.
Come back to you through the day. Stay up those time.
Okay.
And if you keep that contact with me, we're going to keep involved. That's why. If I can help. Good luck.
I love you. Don't say goodbye.
I'll see you again.
You better. No, you take care of all of the time because I know what to do.
Okay, so Sergeant Madrazo, before we play that second recording on this flash drive, I want to ask you a couple questions about the first one. How would you describe the defendant's, Uriah Urick's emotional state on the phone call? Was he calm, or was he emotional or remorseful, or how would you describe it?
He was calm.
Did he express any remorse for anything that he had done?
No.
What would you say was his primary concern on the phone call?
Getting an attorney.
Did it appear that his mother had more concern for his personal safety than he did?
Yes, apparently it is.
Then we'll play the second recording on State's Exhibit 450.
The problem is they can crime really well, but they can't get away with crime at all.
Hey.
Mr. Ray from Dallas, how are you doing this fine day, sir? And a great question you asked yesterday on your show. Nonchalant? Yes, it's not nonchalant, as Sue would say it. It's nonchalant. It's French.
I just want you to take care of yourself, because no matter what's going on or where you're going to go or how long you're going to be there, I still want to be able to talk to you, to come see you. You understand?
Yes, I asked about irritability and the being just on that. It's very, very not likely.
Good. You let me know anything you need to let me, and I will talk to anybody. You know how
I got you. My commissary here when I go. I cash on me. Make sure that the $5,000 in evidence gets put into Tara's commissary. Split it 2,500, 2,500.
if it was something that you was taken, they won't give
No, I know the $5,000 was taken for the evidence, but it was. I mean, the cash out of my pocket was in my pocket. That one was just in my handbag. It doesn't really make sense to take that, but it was on the fifth spot. So I don't know. But that would be $220. And ramen here is $2. So that's expensive. But I'll be good. My food.
Ray from Dallas is the only funny Texan male I know. There's a lot of funny Texan women, but other than Ray from Dallas, I don't know any men from Texas that is that funny. Most of them have a lot of dad humor. One is in chat, if you're cool with the black man, stop making this racial. And of course we're cool with the black man, because we don't do the black and white over on this channel, Zach. In our eyes, everyone is gray. But thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm fed. Just keep in contact with this jail, Webb County Jail, in Laredo.
Webb County Jail, in Laredo.
Yeah. Make sure you contact Jam, please. That's my best chance. It's gonna be a lot of money. It's gonna be like $10,000. But Jam, that lawyer, please remember that.
I know. And I'm just, sometimes you have tourists coming in, watching your show for the first time, and they're thinking, what the hell? Am I at a rally? And we just have to make sure they know that Zach knows you, you know Zach, but some people don't know that Zach has a weird form of humor. So just to make sure no one is going on Twitter. Hey, did you know Baker is hating on Ray from Dallas? Him and Zach hate him. You know how the big world of the YouTubes is. I know Zach is a funny fella.
Stay over.
Yeah, Jay. Capital murders.
Well, tourists, they come in and they taste the flavor of your sangria, and then they say, oh, I like this place, and then they're going to hang out, and then you come in, and then they say, well, that was a mistake, but I kind of like the kids, and I'm staying.
First, second, third.
I know.
Federal.
I know.
I don't know how they put me on that, but they did. Never had any other charges before, not strong ones.
I'm not really sure. They said the captain of these, but they still had evidence to go through, and that usually takes a couple of months.
There was meth that I had to smell in order to stay the first night, and the Mexican mafia got me to take it. I had to hit the bowl. Spurbo wasn't undercover. So,
What?
I had to hit a meth pipe. Spurbo wasn't undercover my first night, so they found
Your first night of what?
staying here. Been here for 3-4 days. And
Undercover in prison after taking a hit of a meth pipe. What? What's what? I don't understand.
yeah, so they had that. It's like under a gram, but that's state, not federal. And then there was a Caltech 2000, which is a semi-automatic carbine rifle, 9mm. That was federal.
This call will be terminated in 2 minutes.
And S&W 22 Victory pistol competition, which was
Uriah,
that's
do not get into trouble in there anywhere. You understand? Do not get in with people.
Look, Dad wanted me to do this. I know. Yeah, I know. I've done everything in the community so far.
No selling commissary, no nothing. Nothing like that. No deal. Like you won't fight over that shit.
I know. I'll stick to myself. Don't pick any bugs. I'll be fine, Mom. You know I'm crafty.
I know, but that can also get you in trouble.
I'm gonna be in
You can think.
federal, Mom. I'm gonna be in protective custody. Okay? I'm gonna be in peace. Okay?
Until they put you in prison with a bunch of murderers.
No, Mom. Federal prison.
He is a murderer. Oh, and good morning, Miss Jessica. I hope you got a little sleep because you were up late and were working long hours. So I hope everything will be fine today. It's Friday. It's almost a weekend. So go out and do your thing. I follow the rules usually, so I don't talk much in Melanie's chat. Lol, I like Melanie, but I know which rooms I can be myself in. Again, different chats, different vibes, and we love everyone over here except Zach and Sue. That's because they're mean. But we don't judge other creators. They run their show the way they do, and we run it the way we do. And sometimes it gets a little hectic, and sometimes it's fine. And that's how it is on every channel.
Is where I'm going. Period.
This call will be terminated in 1 minute.
Hey, Miss Wrestler.
That's the charges.
You're gonna be alone.
No, I'm not gonna be alone. I'm gonna be in protective custody and then eventually Gen Pop. I'm gonna be in Gen Pop eventually, but I'm going protective custody first. See if at least I'm safe.
So you've been in Laredo jail for 4 days?
No, I've been in Laredo 4 days. Just got the job.
Oh.
Yeah, I was smart about it. Most of it. I didn't recognize me because I extended the warrant of U.S. law and I knew so much statewide.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then somebody recognized me and 4 people with pistols right up on me. So that call's gonna be terminated soon. So I love you, and
I love you.
I will see you again.
Okay, calm.
Yeah, I can call the jail. I can't call you. It's not free.
Okay.
Make sure to check on Tara King. Okay.
This call will be terminated because it exceeded the
So, Sergeant, in that second phone call, what appeared to be to you the defendant's primary concern?
Basically, like the first one, he was concerned about the attorney, that she better contact the attorney and get him to help him.
And we also be concerned about his commissary account.
Yes.
Can you, oh, sorry.
He would have to divide that money into him and the girlfriend.
Now, can you explain to the jury what a commissary account is?
The commissary is it's money that it's deposited to your account, and you can buy products from that we sell inside the jail.
And like, what kind of products? Just
Hygiene and like candies or cereals.
Now, he also made the comment on that call about how he had to smoke meth to prove he wasn't undercover. Do you allow people to smoke meth at the West County Jail?
No.
Are there procedures in place to make sure narcotics do not enter into the jail?
Yes.
And being started over the jail, are you aware if they were followed in this case?
Yes.
The last thing I want to address, it might seem like
I feel
a question,
sorry
but
for you.
is
But good thing when you get out of get home from work, I'll be on my way up to my grandson. So, well, I don't know why that's good. I'm just happy. I'm looking forward to seeing him.
the court we're in here today. Is this a federal court or a state court?
State court.
Pass it, Mr. Judge.
Mr. Agnew?
No question.
Thank you, sir. You may sit down. Let's see where there's a subpoena.
Okay, Deputy Tyler, could you please state and spell your name for the record?
Raymond Tyler, RAYMOND,
And how are you currently employed?
I work at the Galveston County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you worked at the Galveston County Sheriff's Office?
9 years.
Have you kind of give us an idea of what your career history looks like? So when you first got your job, how old were you and what did you do up into becoming a jailer?
I was 25 when I started working there. Before I worked there, I worked at Texas City Police Department briefly. Before that, I worked at a grocery store. That's about it.
Okay. So how long have you been involved in law enforcement, beginning at that Texas City time?
There, I worked there for 3 years.
And 12 total?
12, yeah.
Okay. When you first started at the Galveston County Sheriff's Office, what did you do? What was your position?
I was corrections, so I worked in pods. Just dealt with inmates in the pods.
And what do you currently do?
I work in the front lobby, doing visitation.
Thank you so much, Celestial Force, for gifting $5 and saying, "Happy Friday, everyone. Don't forget clapping cheeks. If you need your cheek, if you need your cheeks clapped, get a Baker's Batty, the new paddle that will warm your butt before Christmas. Sold in all the good Smexy stores across the great world of Americas." Thank you, Celestial. And clap them cheeks.
Help them with that, assist them with the mail. That's pretty much it.
And how do the various shifts at the SO work? How many?
No, his mom has said that she's going to bake his cake, but I'm bringing some blueberry muffins.
Shifts are there?
There's 4. A, B, C, and D shift.
And what are the time frames for A through D?
A through D, so you got 6A, 6P, and 6P, 6A, 4-hour shifts.
Okay. So can you just kind of clarify, because you said there were 4 different shifts, but there's only 2 time frames. How does that?
We have separate shifts. We have like 2 night shifts and 2 day shifts.
Okay. And do you work day shift or night shift?
I'm currently on night shift.
Okay. Well, thank you for coming in during your time off.
Yes, sir.
As far as this case goes, you said you worked at the front desk. What are some of the duties you have working the front desk in the law?
You answer the phone, helping coordinate with that. You have visitation. You have to sort inmate mail. Sometimes you come across letters, like what I found today or that day. That's pretty much what it consists of for the most part.
And that's sort of what I want to get into. Can you kind of just describe the process of sorting through inmate mail?
So you have different things that inmates request. They might need shoes or something medically related. They might be trying to go to law library or send something off to the court. For the most part, you have outgoing mail as well. You sort that, go through it, see if there's anything in it that seems important that might need to be addressed. Sometimes you have people that are in fear of their life, and they might put that on there. They might say they're suicidal. Kind of a way for them to say it without bringing it out in the pod because they're scared or whatever it may be.
Okay. So taking a half step back here, the inmate mail that you sort through, do you sort through mail that's coming from inmates going out into the free world? Do you sort free world mail coming into the jail, or do you sort mail between inmates, or all 3?
I sort the mail that's going out from inmates.
Okay. So if, in this case, did you receive a letter, or did you observe a letter while sorting through mail that was pertinent to this case?
Yes, sir.
And how was that addressed?
So when I found it, it was addressed anonymous. It was addressed to a supervisor. I read it, and it was mentioning that there was a possible drawing of a crime scene underneath an inmate's bunk. So I let my supervisor.
Let me pause you there for a second.
Yep.
So I want to start with how it was addressed to anonymous or supervisor. Is that a standard way for inmates to sort of get your attention so that you know to read this letter that they're trying to tell you something?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as states 481. Without getting into the contents of it, do you recognize it?
Yes, sir.
And just generally, what is it?
It was an inmate request. Well, inmate request you a form. Basically, was just trying to inform us of.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Today has been recorded through a tin can. So sadly, that's what we are stuck with.
Something was going on.
And is this inmate request from that anonymous letter you were referring to earlier?
Yes, sir.
Now, does this appear to have been tampered or altered with in any way?
No, sir.
Is it a true and accurate copy of the inmate request form that you observed the night you first reviewed it?
Yes, sir.
Now, this time, state would move to admit states 481. Never to opposing counsel. No objection.
States 41 will be admitted.
And may I approach?
Yes.
Oh my. Oh my.
Okay, so, Deputy, I'm going to ask you some kind of just basic questions here. What date was this written on?
April 18th, 2025.
And how was it addressed to and from?
Sergeant from Anonymous. Or Anonymous.
There's a prison snitch. There's an anonymous prison snitch. Come on now.
And can you read the letter here?
Yes. Just want to inform you that Tammy King, parentheses bunk 4, has a layout of the crime scene drawn out, and it even explains the naked body covered with towels on the floor. It is folded in a clear baggie. Also, she has a letter to her boyfriend where she wrote that she stands behind what he did and was checked in a tortilla bag. Both will be used as evidence.
Now, in response to this anonymous claim, did you take any steps to investigate it?
Yes, sir.
What steps did you take?
I informed my supervisor of my finding of the letter, and he had me relieved. I actually went down to the pod to investigate myself, and I recovered some evidence that I felt would be important for the case, and I submitted that document.
Okay. Now, you said you searched it. I just want to make sure we go step by step and cover everything here. Okay.
Yeah.
Were you relieved where? The front desk?
The front desk, yes, sir.
And you have previous experience working in the bonds.
Yes, sir.
Right. So did you go to search this bunk by yourself, or did you go with others?
I was by myself.
And whose bunk did you search?
Tammy King.
And what generally did you find in that bunk?
During the search, anything that I felt, I would say it was important, but for sure that crime scene, and it looked like it was a layout of a house. And then there was, on the layout of the map, it looked like there were certain places where it was described. She wrote like where certain things were at. And then there was also, I believe, a journal that I discovered, and it was talking about, her talking to the other guy involved in the case.
Okay, let me go ahead and pause you there.
Yes, sir.
Once you found all this evidence, what did you do with it?
From there, I went ahead and sealed it up, made sure that, first I put it in a bag, then I took it to booking and had it scanned to the detective that was over the case. It was Detective Hudson. After that, I sealed it back up and put it in evidence bags and made sure to drop it off in ID.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Deputy, I'm going to show you what has been marked as states 482 that you recognize.
Yes, sir.
What is it?
That's the crime scene map that I found in her bunk.
And does it appear to have been tampered or altered with in any way?
No, sir.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction of the map that you discovered when you searched it out?
Yes, sir.
Around this time, the state would move to admit states 482. No objection.
States 482 will be admitted.
May I approach?
Yes.
So, Deputy, I'm going to start sort of broad to show the whole layout here, and then we'll zoom into various parts and see if we can read some of the writing that's on it. Does that sound fair to you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So,
Why? Why are we wasting time having that trial, spending taxpayer money in Texas? Because these people are really dumb, and they're not helping themselves because they're really dumb and do dumb shit after they have been apprehended. Oh, exactly. Let me just document my crime and keep it in my bed in a Doritos bag. No chance they would ever use it.
So we see, what does this say here at upper top?
Carport.
And are you able to tell what kind of room this would be here?
Looks like a living room.
Now, over here at the carport, that appears, how do you read that right there?
We were here. Something said something before that.
Maybe where we were waiting?
Where we were, yes, sir.
And what room does this appear to be kind of on the other side of this living room?
Front room, kind of bedroom.
And what rooms, since it says stove and things like that, what room would this appear to be?
Kitchen.
And now here where it says my bed, whose room does this appear to be?
I believe that would Terry King.
And then next door we see, looks like the layout of another bed and a closet. What room does that appear to be?
Some of it.
Does it appear to be another bedroom?
It does, yes, sir.
And then we see a back porch here.
Yes, sir.
Now, going to zoom in now, sort of on top of this utility room, going to the back porch. What does this read up here, if you can tell?
Between barricade before we left.
So, maybe back door barricade?
Yeah, back door barricade, I'm sorry.
Back door barricaded before we left.
Yes, sir.
Now zooming down to what appears to be Miss King's bedroom. What does it say here?
Percy.
Maybe slept? S-L-E-P-T?
Yes, I see it now. Slept. Yes, sir.
Now I'm going to reorientate this for a second to try to get this writing legible. What does this say right here?
Where it happened.
And what is this pointing to?
Looks like it appears to a head.
Wasn't it Brandon and AJ's last night? They all run together for me at this point. I hope so. I haven't seen him. He came in late 2 days ago, but I haven't seen him since then. So I hope his trip to the ER went as well as it could be. Rumor has it Zach had been sending him some supplements that he called Fent. I don't know what it is, but apparently Iris gives that to Zach from her cousins.
In a circle?
Yes, sir.
And now does this read, Percy covers her with towels, so I didn't see her?
Yes, sir.
And if fell off bed, the towels would be messed up.
Yes, sir.
That is alternate juror, the lady who was on my stream Saturday, where we raised money for her daughter, Carmen, who is in Texas as a sheriff deputy at a prison. And thank you all for helping get her the equipment she needs to be safe in prison.
Okay, so Deputy, after this search that you performed in the jail, did you have any other interaction in this case?
No, sir.
Excellent.
Jackie?
No questions.
Thank you, sir. You may step down. Call your next witness.
Will you please state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Larry Williamson. Larry, Larry Williamson, William.
He looks kind of like MC Cossie G. If MC Cossie G and Kurt Angle had a baby. What?
S-O-N.
And how are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed by the Galveston County
No, I believe that was that was him drawing that in prison.
Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been with the Galveston County Sheriff's Office?
I've been with the Galveston County Sheriff's Office approximately 8 months.
Now, is 8 months the entirety of your law enforcement career?
No, ma'am.
How long has your law enforcement career been?
Just over 22 years.
In order to become a peace officer, what sort of training and experience did you have to have?
To be a basic peace officer, you have to go to a basic police officer academy, which is normally around 6 months or so, and get certified there. Take a state exam to get TCOR certified, and then find a job. Find an employer so they can hold your certification.
And you said it was 22 years ago that you began your law enforcement career?
Yes, ma'am. Approximately.
Was there anything you were doing prior to becoming in law enforcement?
Yes, ma'am. From 1998 to 2002, I served in the United States Marine Corps. I did some tours overseas. I was on 31st Marine Expeditionary Unit and did some things with that company.
I'm going to ask you to pull your microphone just a little bit closer to you to make sure our recorder can grab it, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
So once you went through academy and that state exam, what was the first position you held as a law enforcement officer?
I was employed by the Kemo Police Department starting in 2003.
What role did you have at the Kemo Police Department?
Initially, they hired me on as a telecommunications operator. Pending October 1st, having an officer position open. So my first position was a telecommunications operator, and then October 1 that year, they swung me in as a peace officer.
And were you on patrol or something else?
While at Kemo Police Department, I was on patrol, and I was on patrol from 2003 until 2008.
After leaving the Kemo Police Department, where did you go next?
I went to the Texas City Police Department.
Was that also in 2008?
Yes, ma'am.
At the Texas City Police Department, what role did you go into?
I started Texas Police Department on patrol, but thereafter, from 2009 to 2010, I enlisted into the United States Army and I went to Iraq from 2009 to 2010, or 2010.
In 2010, when you returned, where did you go from there?
From there, I returned back to patrol. I don't remember how long exactly I was there. I guess approximately 2 years. I was there for about 2 more years. And then from 2013 to 2014, I deployed to Afghanistan.
Now, in 2014, when you returned from Afghanistan, what role did you go to?
When I returned from Afghanistan, I went into the crime scene unit, where I spent the next 4 years or so.
What is different from the crime scene unit versus state patrol?
As a patrolman, we show up, we're the first responders, we'll assess the angle, start calling for ambulances or calling for help, getting crime scene tape and stuff set up, conducting interviews with people, or at least getting names. And depending on the crime, like we're speaking of today, it would be set up perimeter up and get a log started for people coming into it. The crime scene is quite a bit different. We come in after something bad has happened, and in that I could be doing photos, collecting DNA, doing shooting reconstruction, or all of the above.
You said you were in crime scene for approximately 4 years?
Yes, ma'am.
So where did you go after crime scene?
After the crime scene, I was a detective for the Texas Police Department.
And just briefly, what's a detective?
A detective that ends up being the coordinator over major crime scenes. So as a detective, you're in charge of everything. You get there, the patrol's already going to be.
See, if MC Cosy G and Kurt Angle had a love child, this would be the love child.
There, you'll either request crime scene or they'll show up. But you are the manager of the crime scene. You're in charge of everything, what people do and don't do, or anything above. That's your responsibility. You may be conducting interviews or watching interviews with other people, or just in general controlling that crime scene.
How long was it that you were in CID or detective at Texas City?
I was a detective at Texas City for 2 years.
And did you go anywhere, or obviously where did you go after Texas City?
Well, the Texas City Police Department, I had an opportunity to apply to the Galveston County Sheriff's Office as a detective and lateral over into major crimes. So I left the Texas City Police Department in March of this year. I had a whole day off of retirement, and then I returned to after active duty with the Galveston County Sheriff's Office.
And what was your first role at the Galveston County Sheriff's Office?
I was a major crimes detective, and as a major crimes detective, we could be working anything, but mainly some homicide, sexual assaults, violent crimes, shootings, or anything in between.
And are you still in the major crimes detective role at the Galveston County Sheriff's Office?
No, ma'am. Approximately 2 weeks ago, they moved me into the training coordinator's position. So currently, I'm the sergeant over training.
What sort of, if I asked you to give me kind of the highlight reel of some of your extra training or experience that was pertinent to this case, what would you tell me?
For this one specifically, I am a certified Celebrate operator and a Celebrate physical ambulance operator.
What is Celebrate?
Celebrate is a digital extraction program that we use to obtain digital extraction from cellular phones and other devices.
When you say digital extraction, in the most kind of basic terms you can give us, what is a digital extraction?
The digital extraction is that we will extract the data off of the phone. So all the data which is coming off is in the letters and numbers, something that's not readable, and we'll put it inside the physical analyzer, which is on the same machine. Put it through the physical analyzer, and it will give us a readable output that we can look at with our human eye, as we do with the cell phone that we pick up and use our hands right now.
And what times or what occurrences are you able to utilize Celebrite to do a digital download of a phone?
To do a digital download of a phone, you have to have consent or a search warrant at least.
And just in general terms, before we start talking about the case we have here, you said you plug it in and then it gets into a readable format in the analyzer, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
What does that readable format look like? What would you see like with your naked eye?
Oh, it would be just as we do normally. We see our text messages, our pictures, or any phone calls, receive calls, applications, and things that occur with those applications.
Now, when you do a digital download of a cellular device, does every single thing on the phone show up in the analyzer, or sometimes it's something different?
The analyzer will pull the data that it picks up and parses it out into specific fields, being videos, pictures, text messages, phone calls, things like that. Sometimes the rest of that data just gets stored as bulk data inside the phone.
Now, if somebody has, say, deleted something on a phone, is that able to be picked up by Celebrite, or sometimes or never?
Sometimes we can't pick up those files. It depends on how long it's been deleted for, and if that space has been allocated for something else and has been removed in order to make a room for a new photo or something like that.
You also talked about the Celebrite download will show you applications on the phone, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, does it also give you all of the data within those applications, or are there some applications that withhold that information from things like digital download?
We can see some of the data from some of the applications, some of the more sophisticated applications or the encrypted ones. A great example would be a WhatsApp application is encrypted and protects a lot of that data, so we do not get that from the phones.
So if there was messages on something encrypted, you said like WhatsApp, those messages wouldn't necessarily appear in the cell phone download, correct?
No, ma'am. Yes, correct.
And do you have any knowledge as to whether or not you can get those messages from WhatsApp directly?
You can attempt to get those messages from WhatsApp, but normally they will tell you no, they do not possess them, and or they've already been deleted.
So once you have a digital download of a phone, how do you...
Hey, Jamester, how are you doing?
Hi.
What's crap?
Oh, did you hear that?
Yeah,
Oh,
because
sorry.
you said it.
I was muted and I couldn't get unmuted, so I said, oh crap.
Says I love you. He says
I love you. I need a big shit. And they say romance is dead. I missed you, Jamie. Why are you never here when funny stuff happens?
Because it's Friday and it's always so crazy here. Anyways, what did I miss other than that?
Well, he confessed on a phone call with his mom. He claimed he smoked meth in prison, and they drew a picture of the crime scene, describing how the blankets would fall off the dead body when she covered them up.
Why are we here then?
I don't know, Jimmy. It seems weird.
This is going to be the quickest verdict of all time.
Yeah, that it should be. But now you're here, I can take a tinkle break. I think I have time for it.
Okay,
Do you go through it, or does somebody else go through the phone?
It depends on who's the investigator is normally the one that goes through the phone. Sometimes I'll be requested to go through a phone because they can't find something. Maybe we need to dig a little deeper, put a little more time in it. Or the physical analyzer that I was speaking of that parses out the data allows me to do different things inside of it than whenever I produce a new report.
Now, I want to bring your attention to the early parts of 2025. I believe you stated you moved over to Galveston County in March of 2025. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, do you have any knowledge as to whether this case happened before or after your employment with the Galveston County Sheriff's Office?
This case happened before my employment with the Galveston County Sheriff's Office.
But did a time come that you were asked to become involved with this case?
Yes, there was.
When was that?
That was my second day at work. On two events, I was asked to apply the case. When I arrived at the Galveston County Sheriff's Office, during that time, I was the only office that was certified to do Celebrite extractions. So on day 2, my lieutenant walked me in and showed me computers in the room and said, "Hey, here's."
So tell me what anyone else said.
A second? Oh yes, I was directed towards the forensic room. As I go in there, there's several phones inside there that need to be extracted, and they are from this specific case.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness? Yes. Sergeant Williamson, handing you what's been admitted as case 100 and 101, do you recognize these documents?
Yes, ma'am.
And what are these documents? What's 100 and 101?
These are search warrants for terrorist phone and burglarized phone.
Earlier, you stated that in order to do a phone dump or digital download, you either need consent or a search warrant, correct?
That's correct.
Is there a time when you don't need either of those?
Yes, there is.
When is that?
When someone is deceased and no one else has any kind of priority over that phone.
And is that because a living individual has their rights to privacy, and once somebody is deceased, that has changed.
That's correct.
Overall, how many phone extractions did you complete involving this case?
4 phone extractions.
And do you recall what those were?
I did Tammy King cellular phone, did Uriah cellular phone, Tara's cellular phone, one being an Android, and a second phone that was an iPhone.
Now,
Sorry, didn't catch that last part. The second phone and what?
Tara's phone was Tara had 2 phones. One was a Motorola Edge, and she had a second phone that was an iPhone.
Okay, thank you.
when you do a forensic download on a phone, is that a small amount of data or a large amount of data, or does it depend?
It depends on the size of the phone and how much data someone has stored inside of it.
And is the process the same whether or not it is, since you mentioned Tara had an iPhone and an Android, is the process the same when you're approaching those 2 different types of devices?
Yes and no.
Will you explain that?
Because of the setup of iPhones and Androids, just setting the phone up to do the digital extractions is a little bit different. If you have a warrant and you're actually inside of the phone, you have to get there and set the settings and allow it to bridge to the ADB or to debug so you can bridge to it and draw that data with the Motorola type phones or Android phones. With the iPhones, they're a little more secure, and often that you have to go in there, and it's a little bit less to do, but you also have to open up accessories and give permission to the phone for the program to start extracting things. However, sometimes you can do a before first unlock on the phone, and we will plug the phone in, and it will start drawing a small amount of data, which is normally would be a logical extraction of data, getting a very small amount of data.
Now, you said that you're a certified analyzer, correct? As well, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, for a layperson, if they plugged in Cellebrite, is it pretty self-explanatory, or is it a little bit complicated to sort through?
Once we're inside the analyzer, ma'am, could you be more specific?
Of course. If you handed me a Cellebrite phone dump and I plugged it in, how easy would it be for me to find specific data? Or is it easier if it's pulled out in certain ways?
It is easier if it's pulled out in certain ways.
Now, when you are analyzing a phone and pulling things out, how is it that you pull that data out in a more readable way?
There's several different ways on the Cellebrite app specifically. You can extract that information as a HTML file, as a Word document, as a PDF, and a CSV, and through Excel. Normally, I will do it as a Word document and or in HTML. That being said, it's also easier to read. I normally break it up into sections and put it inside a PowerPoint when I'm getting ready to present said evidence.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
I'm sorry.
Sergeant, I'm handing you what's marked as leads 478 and 480. Please look at these and let me know if you recognize these items.
Yes, ma'am.
How do you recognize them?
These are going to be my extractions and the data inside each data that I put inside these USBs.
Right. And they appear to have been altered with or changed in.
No, ma'am.
Your Honor, statements to admit page 478 and 480.
Okay.
Okay, 478 and 480 will be admitted.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
All right, Sergeant, when we're looking at this USB, when I first open it, can you explain in general what it is that we're looking at? What part is the phone dump versus what part are things that you've pulled out for readability?
Yes. At the top of the list where it says, the T King cell is going to be the cellular extraction of her phone.
I'm going to click on that so we can kind of walk through that as well.
Inside there, we're going to have 2 different extractions, one being a before first unlock, and the other one being a full file system, which is the largest one we can get and the one that we want to pull the most data.
So I open up that, you said was the full file system?
Full file system, yes, ma'am.
What is within this full file system?
Inside the full file system will be all the data that the cellular program, or that the extraction program pulled from the phone. In addition to that, it's also going to contain everything that was also in the before first unlock. The before first unlock being a smaller amount. And then when I do a full file system, I get all the before first unlock data and everything else with it.
Is it fair to say that all of the data you were able to pull off of Tammy King's phone is inside this folder?
Yes.
But is this the easiest way to view it?
It is not.
We're back on this page. What are we looking at?
On this here, specifically, I was requested by the primary detective and Angie to go through these cell phones.
Just for the record, it's Angie, Detective Hudson?
Detective Hudson, yes, ma'am. Okay. Detective Hudson to go through the cell phones in her behalf and find the data inside the phones. What I was specifically looking for is everything that occurred after we believe that Tammy King was deceased.
And which folder of this is kind of the first thing of note to you?
Are we talking about in this order? Is there now or?
What was the first thing that you pulled from Miss King's phone?
The first thing I pulled from my phone were financial records. I pulled things from Cash App and to see what money was moved after.
Thank you, Kelly, so much for the 3 corner kisses. And Halloween is over. I don't know what that means.
It's never over.
Well, Christmas has started, Jamie. You have put up your Christmas decorations, right?
I haven't taken down my Halloween decorations yet, surprisingly.
Hmm.
But I did change the dogs' collars to their Christmas collars, so I'm getting started.
Well, that's good.
For a certain time of that morning, I'm good with it.
And do we have any of those in your pullouts?
They'll be on the PowerPoints.
All right. We let the jury know what we are looking at.
Yes. This first page here, if we were to give you the program that you look into it, which is going to be on these files here, be the cell reader, then I take a picture of the face page so we can verify all the data on the phone. It is her phone and it's real.
Yeah.
I want to zoom in really quick on the type of phone that Ms. King had.
Miss King's phone was a Moto G Stylus 5G, so Android iPhone.
Your Honor, may I proceed to it?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been admitted to State 476. We let you know what State 476 is depicted.
This is Tammy King's cellular device.
And does this cellular device that we see in State 476 match the device that is up on the screen in State 478?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
So it's fair to say this is the cell phone that you dumped belonging to Ms. Tammy King?
That's correct.
Shoes are the worst.
On this screen, before we get into more of the information, what all is depicted on this kind of page of Celebrate?
On this page specifically, as I previously stated, we're looking at the data details of the phone. On the left-hand side gives us the information of the dashboard, a timeline, analyze data, and you can do it as a file system and do files independently and not as a graphical interface.
Please tell me we're not going to go through every data point in this extraction. If I hear artifact one more time, and it's related to phone data, I will cry. No, it's going to be over kind of soon, but we will get into more data later in the day because I think they're probably going to end the prosecutions today.
This should have been a slam dunk.
It is a slam dunk, but we have to go through the motions.
Locations turned on, and then the insights is anything that maybe attached to the phone or something like that.
And moving to the next slide, we see there's some difference on the left. Can you explain what that is for us?
Yes. So normally when I go through a phone, I will go to the analyze data button on the left-hand side, and I'll expand it, and it starts to give me, as you can see there, applications, calendar, calls, contact, device, financial purchases, the media, which will be your photos and videos, network connections, search and web, social media, and down through there's the user account details. And if you just scroll up, ma'am.
Scroll up?
Yes, I want to see the very bottom.
Oh, I apologize.
And just to point out, we're talking about how much data we have on the phone. This all the files are 318,000 files.
So would this be considered a larger phone dump or smaller or somewhere in the middle?
Somewhere in the middle.
All right, we tell Jerry what we're looking at here.
What I did here was after I went to analyze data, I went down to finance and purchases and to transfers, and I was specifically looking for cash out transfers.
And what, if anything, were you observing or documenting here?
I was documenting that these purchases or these transfers were made after the death of Tammy King.
And what time were these transfers occurring?
Can we go up one page now so that there's a page before this one?
The page before this one?
Yes, ma'am. Yes. And can you make it smaller so I can see the values of so I can see the prices before you're taking another? Is there one more page before this one? Okay, we've got that. Thank you. What I was observing on here is that it's February 5th, 2025. There's incoming transfers coming in as late as 2:49 p.m. and I can't see that amount now. $200. The transfer is from Tammy King to Tammy King's Cash App account.
And what do you mean by from Tammy King to Tammy King's Cash App account?
They're internal transfers where she's moving money from her either Wells Fargo or Chase account and into her Cash App account. And there becomes a point here at 8 p.m. that this money starts moving from Tammy King's phone to Tara's phone.
And at 8 p.m. on Wednesday, February 5th, is Miss King already deceased?
Yes.
And are Tara and Uriah still at the home in Bay Cliff, or have they moved?
I don't know.
No.
Yeah, it's
Moving to
really
the next slide,
annoying.
what are they looking at?
Again, we're looking at more transfers of money from from Tammy King, internal transfers from Tammy King to her Cash App account. And these here, these are going to be where they logged on to the Chase account, and they're doing logins, and it shows the activity of every login was made to Chase. And above that, also a Zelle application was installed on phone.
And now, when was the Zelle application installed on the phone?
On February 5th, 2025, February 5th, 2025, at 11:08 p.m. Very soon after Ms. King had been deceased.
And at the bottom, where are those Chase Bank web searches?
You're saying
what time? I apologize.
They are starting at 12 a.m. on the 6th and going through scroll up a little bit, scroll down, and then stopping also on the 6th.
Now,
pretty consecutively together.
Now it says UTC plus 0. What are we talking about?
UTC plus 0 is going to be universal time, and we have to minus 6 hours on that.
Okay, so knowing that we need to convert into Central Standard Time, let's use this bottom highlighted one, for example. What date and time would this have been?
This would have been 6:11 a.m.
Would it be AM or PM?
6:11 p.m.
On the 6th or on the 5th?
On the 5th.
And the same question up here, what date and time would that top one be for Zelle?
That would have been at 5:08 p.m.
On the 5th?
On the 5th.
Okay. I apologize for making you do math. Before I zoom in so that we can see this, what are we looking at here?
This is going to be a message from Tammy King to Terry.
And just in general, why does it look like this? What type of image are we looking at?
In this case here, I went into Celebrite and I selected all the messages that were sent to her after she would have been deceased, or sent to him after he'd been deceased, or conversations, and I did it in a Word format.
So I zoom in again. Which of these numbers would be Tammy's?
Tammy's number is 281-508-4666.
And then we know this bottom number belonged to whom?
Terry Underman.
And here are my efforts. Yes. As our defendant Angie what's been marked as 64 through 72, these exhibits have already been admitted. Do you recognize what these are?
Yes, these will be from Tammy King's cell phone.
And do you know who she's having this conversation with?
Terry King.
Terry.
Oh, Terry.
Okay. And do the screenshots held within 64 through 72, do those match the screenshot or the images and data you were able to collect from Tammy's phone?
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, I was incorrect in my previous statement. This message is when Tammy's still alive.
Okay. But it is the messages contained within that same section?
Yes, ma'am.
And as we move forward, I'm not going to go through all of them, but are these more of those same messages that we have the actual screenshots from in 64 through 72?
Yes, ma'am.
And is this just documenting that these same messages, we can confirm that they are true because they are also within the data on Ms. King's phone, correct?
That's correct. The way I validate the data on the phones is I compare it to the data inside the phones in my validation process.
No, this is not a DP case.
Having tech issues today. I'm going to skip ahead a little through the messages with Mr. Utton because we do have those other screenshots. Man, having real tech savvy issues today, I apologize.
We're going to give you a chance to sort that out. And it is noon. I understand we've received a request for the jury to...
2/5/2025 at 3:40.
We're on within that same USB drive, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And explain to us what is this that we're looking at before I start scrolling?
This is a word when I spoke earlier about making little small read reports out of whether it be PDF, Word, or HTML, stuff like that. This is going to be where I pulled the conversation from Chris to his.
It could be cool if someone was dumb enough to get a sleeve and just put it up. Doing meth under the table. Texting with my girlfriend 2 feet away. I'm paranoid, so I think her grandmother is having smacks with a lady in the other room. Now I'm thinking a woman can whack off. Well, she can, but normally she would be the man position. Well, he said she was whacking off all night, and
Who was the grandma?
Yeah, I'm a virgin. I don't know how it works, Jamie, but I'm pretty sure I've seen some movies, and that's not how women work.
Oh,
And
my
then
Lord.
Tell my girlfriend I want to unalive her grandma. Girlfriend tells me no. Tell her I want to blackmail her. Then pew pew in the face. Go on the run, smoke meth, get apprehended, go to prison, and smoke meth. I think that could be a cool sleeve. Oh, and I love you. I need a a big shit.
Oh my God.
And they
Oh.
say romance is dead. Oh.
That is a very romantic thing to say to somebody.
Who hasn't? No.
Mother's phone, and put it in a word format and somewhere.
Let's start right here. So who is this conversation between?
It's going to be between Tammy King and Chris King.
Go ahead and let us know what this first message is and when it is.
That is going to be 2/5/2025 at 3:44 p.m.
Is that
Central Time.
is that
Yeah, but it's hard to have a nice Thursday night when she can take a big old dump after her husband, boyfriend tells her, I love you. Me too.
That's Baker's line to all the ladies.
Oh yeah, he should get a teardrop. Give him some street cred in prison. Because he seems like he's going to be a biatch.
because this is in UTC time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, in from the investigation, is Miss King alive or deceased at this point?
She's deceased at this point.
What is Chris asking his mom?
He's asking his mother, Tara, got a bank account.
And what does Tammy's phone send back to Chris?
No, my Cash App has been stupid, so I had Piercy reduce some money I couldn't use for some reason.
And what time was that message sent out?
That is going to be at 4 p.m. on the 5th, on February 5th.
And from the investigation, do you know who has Tammy King's phone at this point?
Tara King.
Is Tara King with anyone?
She's with Uriah.
And so we see just the messages back and forth continuing with Chris, correct?
That's correct.
And the last message sent from Tammy's phone is at what time and what does it say?
That's going to be 6:24 p.m. on February 5th. And it says it's been going good. I've been sleeping. I haven't been feeling so good.
And so that 6:24 p.m. message on Wednesday the 5th is the last message that was sent from Tammy's phone. Is that correct?
That's correct.
No, I said that women don't whack off.
Stop saying whack off.
He did say she's been whacking off all night.
I'm going to switch devices for us here. And did you approach looking at Uriah's phone similarly to when you looked through Tammy's phone?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Correct. And so here again, we see a pretty large PowerPoint, but we also see a bunch of smaller folders, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
What are the majority of these smaller folders?
These small folders are conversations between him and people that he's befriended.
So let's start with this between someone that says labeled Uriah and Cole. Is that okay?
Yes, ma'am.
And is this again that similar type of extraction report that you put into a Word document like you just explained with Chris and Tammy?
That's correct.
So tell us who the participants are in this conversation.
The participants are Uriah and Cole.
Now I don't see the word Uriah up there. Can you explain to me who Uriah is on this page?
Uriah goes by the alias of Piercy.
And does Percy sound right?
Percy.
And so is that Uriah's number above where it says Percy Frog Hog?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So this first message to Cole from Percy is on what date and time? And I'll go back.
February 2nd, 2025, 3:55 p.m. And it's UTC -6 times.
Okay, so in comparison, when we had Tammy's phone up, it was UTC 0, correct? And so does that mean that the numbers on Uriah's phone have already been converted to Central Standard Time?
That's correct.
Okay, so the numbers we see here are correct.
Yes, ma'am.
So on that February 2nd date, what does Uriah say to Cole?
Says, I just have autism and ADHD for guns. My sickness was an insult thrown at me for liking peculiar things. So man, I ain't sick, just too little to handle. Too lit to handle.
What does Cole respond?
I'm definitely sick.
What does Uriah say here?
I mean, I want to watch 556 shred someone's flesh off their body in slow-mo.
What day and time did you send that?
That is going to be February 2nd, 2025 at 3:56 p.m., just 3 days before Tammy's murder.
And do we know what Tammy was killed with?
A AR-15 rifle of 5.56 caliber.
Is that the same type of 5.56 is being referred to?
Yes,
What does he say next?
but like, it's to test its capabilities. And Cole thinks that's funny. Uriah tells Cole a few days ago she passed out in school, and the teacher just left the classroom. He was referring to Tara passed out in school.
This is still that February 2nd date?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Okay. Then what does he say about 4:05 p.m. on that February 2nd date?
Could you scroll it over something? I don't remember much, to be honest, just that I snapped with an AR in my hand under the carports. Cole replies, teachers at that school suck. I swear there would be a shooting and they'd be all. Pierce replies, it was Miss Gaines. She's probably getting fired. I killed him.
Is that the independent messages between Uriah and Cole?
That's correct.
All right. And I'm going to go to a message sent next. Which one was next in your investigation?
Uriah and Scoop. On 2/4/2025 at 11:28 a.m., he just messaged out the Scoop. Just Scoop. Uriah tells Scoop, good news, man.
And just to be clear, this is the day before Tammy King is murdered, correct?
Yes, ma'am. This is 2/4/2025 at 11:28 p.m. Piercy tells Scoop, got money, guns, and drugs to sell. The diamond's real, and my coins are too. We're making bank and living together, homie. Fuck a struggle. We're gonna have a fucking blast. That's gonna be Scoop's address.
What date is this?
That is on 2/5/2025 at 8:57 p.m.
And is this the morning that Tammy King is killed?
This is the one Tammy King's killed, isn't it?
Yo.
So what's the next message from Uriah?
It is 12:49 p.m. after the death or after the murder of Tammy King.
Okay. What does he say?
Yo. What's up?
Okay.
Scoop replied to him, I was like, man, asleep when you texted me this morning, so I was trying to get you to tell me what you were telling me again. I was completely fucking out of it. Excuse my language. And he says, I can go to yours. Got thousands of dollars. Guns. Old coins. A diamond. I got you. I'll pay whatever bills you need. Scoop tells Uriah, speaking of bills too, I need to figure out how I'm going to get $60 here soon, because in a couple days, my effing internet bill due, and I ain't got the money. So we have till Friday. Uriah replies on 2/5/2025, so the day of the murder, 2:48 p.m. This Friday is when I leave. And do you have Chase Bank? Scoop replies no. He asks for Uriah to call when he gets a chance. And he asks if he's talking about the Chase mobile app. Uriah replies, yeah. And Scoop says he downloaded it. Damn. Uriah replies that.
And does this conversation about the downloading the Chase Bank app correspond to anything else that you located?
It corresponds to them getting into the Chase Bank and logging into it. There's also a Zelle download. And as we get through this phone, he talks about having Zelle or downloading Zelle also.
Okay. What does Uriah say next?
Do think and link your bank card to it. I can send you cash. Okay, thank you. Can you link a PayPal or Cash app to it? Because that's what we have. And my cousin's trying to get things up right now with Chase, but I don't know if it's working too well. I mean, Zelle works too. It takes any bank, and I use your number to send it. And I correlate with the Zelle download we saw on Tammy's phone.
Then we have kind of a jump again. What time is it?
This is 2/5/2025 at 10:09 p.m. He says, yo, what's up? I don't know. What does it mean? Not bad, maybe. Add one real quick. Because what Uriah's telling Scoop. And so he tells Uriah, hey, so I talked to Nate. He said, if you send him money to go down there and get you, he'll come and get you. And then I was also going to see if you could figure out that car stuff. Nate is going to be Scoop's cousin for his conversation.
All right. That gets us to the end of that Uriah and Scoop file. Which one came next in your investigation?
Jaden, Uriah, and Jaden. This again is a Word document that was generated out of the Cellbrite program.
And who are the individuals conversating in this message?
Piercy and Jaden Landry.
So when do these messages begin?
2 days before the murder on February 3rd, 2025 at 11:40 a.m., Piercy tells Jaden, yo, funny thing. Mike's been having orgies with my girl's grandma, his girlfriend, and her girlfriend, and grandma's boyfriend. And they all smoke meth/crack together. Hey, yo. Piercy replies, not kidding. And he replies, that's wild. And I don't know what that means.
He calls himself Percy sometimes, and he calls himself Uriah, and he calls himself, what is it? Something owner.
I don't know what to say. He's doing him. He doesn't know I live here. He smells like drywall, and so does she.
And so where is it that Uriah is stating that he lives?
Uriah is stating that he lives at Tammy King's house, and he's staying under a table where he makes his shanty town in Taylor's room. Pierce tells Jamie they smoke so much crack. It smells bad. And he hates it here. He says, gonna kill him and go to his trailer to raid it, by the way.
And is this still 2 days prior to Tammy's death?
2 days prior to Tammy's death. And he's referring to Mike.
And what does he say next?
Piercy tells Jaden self-defense because strange man I've never seen in the house in quotations.
So how did you take this message?
In quotation, fabricating is self-defense.
What does Jaden tell Percy?
You should not do that. He asks why. I make big bucks from grandma fucks. But he says reason, he says why not, because that's not what
Wait, what did that say?
And he asks him what. He asks why. I make big bucks from grandma fucks. But he says reason, he says why not, because that's not what you should do. And he asks him what are you on. Piercy replies nothing. I want to leave and make money. I'm tired of hearing them fuck all night. It's driving me crazy, man. And he tells me he smoked weed about 13 minutes ago. Jake tells me he's insane. And he says no way. Piercy tells Jaden, dude, I saw him, his girlfriend, and my girl's grandma at once. And girlfriend, her grandma was naked. He had shorts on. Dog.
What?
She was unpleasant
Grandma
at
was
least.
naked?
Aaron caught him sneaking out this morning.
She's a freak. Super freak.
Her grandma let him out back, or was trying to. She was putting clothes in the dryer, and they just walked in towards the back door. Jaden replies, that's loud. Hey, bro.
What date and time is?
That is 2/4/2025, 11:01 p.m. the day before, just hours before the murder. The day before.
So this is the night before Miss King is killed in the morning, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. What does Percy say to Jaden?
Hey, bro. Need you down here tomorrow to drive us. Got it all. Guns, drugs, kit, and everything. Hydros. Perps. Teva 833.
Do you know what Ket, Hydros, Perps, Teva is?
Ketamine, hydros would be hydrocodone. I'm not sure what Teva is.
And Perps are Percocets?
Yes. Percy tells Jaden, got a shotty, an AR, or pistol for you. Choose one. And Jaden says, he needs a pistol. Jaden replies to him, what's up? Right.
And what time is this?
That is 2/5/2025, 11:48 a.m. Would be after the death of Tammy King.
What's first station?
I got you my old one. Or a comp pistol. Bet. Pierce tells Dave before performance. Also. And we just do. What's up with that cash app? It's Friday night. This is, yeah, work later.
I gotta work later. It's gonna work later.
It's gonna work later. Jaden tells Piercy that, yeah, I'll be here for you. Piercy tells Jaden, right now my phone is ass. And asks, are we going back? Question mark. Jaden replies, no. Piercy wants to know where we're going. And says, I got a homeboy in Wyoming. I'm not leaving the state. As Jaden's telling me, Piercy's not in the state. Piercy tells Jaden.
Thank you so very much. She's like Texas. Another 20 bomb. 20 more members to join the club of all the Baconets. Jamie, I can't spell she.
Aww. That is really sweet. She's like Texas.
So,
scribble.
Ada, Ray from Dallas, Doctor on Call, Baker's Alaskan Mudslide. That's a Brandon account. Lavelle, KT, Driscoll, Alabama Amy, Pinky Promise. Oh, did you get your names back?
No, I don't think so. Did we?
No, you didn't, but you did. Because when it's the gifted memberships, it's your old names.
Oh, that's weird.
Yeah, that's really annoying. Because I was like, oh, happy, Alabama Amy, and I don't have to figure out that she's Jason 2333341. Carolina, Pinky Promise, SR, Light It Up, Wilsrod, Lutze Mom, maybe? Not So Chatty Catty, Down by the River, Robert Gluck, Lisa, Gail, aka G Bird, Paula Fitzhenry, Henry. Thank you so much. She's like Texas, another Pinky. Thank you so much. Why didn't the name? Normally the names would have rolled over. Maybe I messed it up again.
No, he just realized it was when you get a gifted membership. Apparently, it shows up as the right name.
Yeah, the right name is over on. If you look in the YouTube chat, you can see it over there.
I see it, but I guess
all the
I just
gifted memberships are your real names, and then all the is the crappy ones.
The chat is like chatting people are just regular.
Yeah, that's annoying, dude. Just give us back the real names. And I saw something. I worked in fraud, ACA, risk, and AC. I don't know what any of this means, but Miss Jessica is a Fed. That's why she likes Valhalla, because he's a Fed as well.
Yeah, I don't know what any of that is either.
If you use Streamlabs, the right name always shows up. As always, Lefty is wrong because it's not a StreamYard related issue. It is a YouTube related issue. It's because your channel probably doesn't have as many subscribers, and they haven't implemented it because it happens to around my level of subscribers where I see it most.
Shit, where you want to go? Says I want to go somewhere. He says I want to go somewhere bad. I can give you a lot more if you drive me to Wyoming. I can give you a lot more if you drive me to Wyoming and hit back. Okay, bet. How much are we talking? Where do you want to go? Piercy tells Jaden he's going to Iowa. And to fuck other places. Iowa's far. I don't know. I didn't keyboard. Jaden tells Uriah we'll see. But I don't know if I'll do it. Uriah applies bet for some money. Jaden says he'll do it for some money. Piercy tells Jaden I have an inch of hundreds. And another diamond from the house. Still got antique coins.
After you went through everything with Uriah and Jaden, where did you go next?
Next, I went to Nate.
And earlier you said Nate was whom?
Nate is the cousin of Scoop, according to Scoop. This is again a word format from the Celebrate program.
And we see who's involved in the conversation.
Nate and Percy.
Okay, good. Well, nobody go and subscribe to me so my chat stays normal. Well, the names at least. Well, start streaming at a normal hour and people will come over. He started after me this morning, I think.
Oh boy.
Thank you, Lefty. And I am actually using StreamYard, just the browser version.
All right here, what date and time is this?
9/12/2024 at 2:15 p.m.
Okay, so is this just the start of the conversation of the whole time that Nate and Uriah have corresponded?
It is a yes, ma'am.
So if I scroll forward, will I get to a more pertinent date?
Yes, ma'am. This will be where I'm starting.
Okay. So what is our date and time here?
2/5/2024 9:40 a.m.
And this is, in fact, in the same hour that Tammy King is killed, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. What does Uriah say to Nate?
Said, it's Tony's friend. I got 10 grand or so in guns. Need to move. Now, Nate asks, he needs to go to Wyoming. And Uriah replies, wherever is safe place. Uriah tells me he cannot be in Texas. Okay, let me call Tony and see what I can do. And he says he has to move soon. Nate asks where to call me. And he'll be my advice girl's Cash App. Sierra Cisneros.
And is that a Cash App handle?
Yes, ma'am. Pierce says, gotcha, I'm gonna do it in a sec, right into a spot.
And what time is that at?
That's gonna be 2/5/2025 1:32 p.m. Nate replies, gotcha. And he wants to know what part of Texas it's from. Uriah replies, League City, Dickinson, Bakewood area. Uriah calls for Nate, calls him by name.
What date and time is this?
That is 2/7/2025 at 3:58 p.m.
So that's Friday?
Yes, ma'am.
And so there's been a pretty good gap between the last message on 2/5 to now 2/7, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So Uriah says Nate, then what?
You know how to hide someone who's wanted? And Nate replies, who is wanted? Uriah replies, me. Nate asks, why are you wanted? Nate asks him to call him. He says he can't. It'll trace. He says, what did you do? Nate says, what did you do? I'm not the FBI. Uriah replies, self-defense.
Just keep admitting that you did it.
No ID, no license, nothing. And he says, download WhatsApp and Messenger and those conversations stop. And as we previously spoke about, that what's
It doesn't help that they are high on drugs all the time as well and don't get any sleep. I think that really destroys their smartiness.
a messenger is often encrypted, and I just kind of lose the conversations from there.
Now, after you kind of went through everybody's messages, is there another person who you had messages with, or do you move on to something else?
I went through Travis Hodge's messages. They were quite lengthy, but all they really speak about is just the preparation of leaving there, of getting a ride from the home, getting a storage place to store the weapons and things, they'd taken with them, and then eventually giving them a ride to Laredo, Texas.
Okay. Now, earlier we talked about there's lots of things on a Celebrite dump that you can look at. What are we looking at here?
This here is just a snippet of the videos on Uriah's phone. We look at the media. There says there's 34,547 articles of media, and that is going to be a combination of audio, pictures, and videos.
What is it that you are showing the jury here?
This one here is on 11/9/2024 at 3:05 p.m. Well before all this starts taking place or the murder occurs. He's inside the safe in Tara's and Tammy's room, and they're inside the gun safe.
Okay, so this is a kind of screen grab of video of the gun safe. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what are we looking at here?
On 1/15/2025, I found a photo on Uriah's phone of all the safe codes.
And is this roughly 21 days before the murder?
Yes, ma'am.
And what does this appear to be to you?
This will be the combinations of the safe, the big gun safe, small gun safe, black safe, and directions how to get there, the stop at 40, left 83, right 10, and a white safe.
And what's kind of the clear plasticky stuff that we see on either side?
The tape.
And what does that appear like to you?
I'm not sure what was that. It was just on.
I mean, does it appear that password is taped somewhere?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Taped to a piece of wood.
Okay. And you mean we just don't know where that piece of wood is?
I don't know what that piece of wood is.
Okay. Now, this is some of those text messages we talked about earlier, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, what is this item?
This item here.
Does this say upskirt?
What? I cannot read that.
Let's embiggen this. I think it says upskirt. Upskirt 93%.
What does that mean?
Body cam, jewelry, money. It looks like upskirt. That's normally when Zach is.
Oh my god.
Well, again, we're not
I know
kink
where you're
shaming,
going.
Jamie, but that's when men are on the escalator and try and get a peek up under a lady's skirt.
Don't insist that being creepy is a kink. It's not a kink. That should be shamed.
I'm sorry, Zach. That's from Jamie herself. I didn't. I want to be nice to you.
Quit trying to be nice.
And
Oh,
thank
where
you
is
so
that?
much, Penilla, for the three corner kisses in honor of Yoshi, the friendly dragon. I hope that doesn't mean anything bad.
Yeah, he passed. She had to take.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, then I'm gonna make it out to Yoshi.
Yeah. Poor little Yoshi.
Yeah. Oh, I'm so sorry, Penilla.
She's having a rough time. But that was nice of her.
Very, very kind. But they dyed their hair and put a fridge against the door. Who knew law enforcement would look right through that cunning plan? Especially because they were communicating about it 24/7.
Yeah.
That's one of the big problems in this case. They are really dumb. It does, Jamie. 93% upskirt. This is like watching Michael Proctor's email folder.
It does say upskirt. Wow.
On a Friday,
If you're-
Jamie. On a
If you really
Friday.
want to click that upskirt.
Yeah, I want to see what's upskirt. I don't get any action, Jamie. You know, I'm begging and begging, nothing happens, and that's
I get it.
yeah, maybe a little granny action.
Oh God.
This on here is that Tara and Uriah go into Tammy's room, and what I consider a setup for this murder. They're going through there and talking about, oh, here's the drug she has. They talk about, oh, I've been listening to her have orgies for, I believe it's 3 days, then it's 4 days, then it's 1.
I actually think it's worse today, Crispy.
Then Uriah has to correct her on the story they fabricated, and they're just trying to paint a picture of Tammy as a bad person.
Is this that video?
This is that video, man.
Yep, exactly that guy. Okay. Yeah, you know where this was again? This was like, this was right there, right? Yeah, it was, yeah. Okay. No, just a second. Checking. Yeah, I was having to do something. No, actually, of course I'm in here. Crazy. I'm hearing it for 2 fucking days. Actually, I'm hearing it for... Yeah,
It was 1.5.
Okay,
I thought
for-
it was a little fast.
a day? Oh, yeah. Because it was... Well, I'm gonna go watch.
Can we go back to some of those messages we've already looked at on the Word documents, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
What are we looking at here?
This is a AR-15.
And who did this picture get taken by?
This was taken by Uriah's phone by Uriah.
And where did it get sent to?
Can you scroll up one there? The sent to school. There's 2 photos sent to school.
Is this that second photo?
Yes, ma'am.
This is a video they recorded at some point. We don't really know where. I don't think Grandma is in bed at this point.
Look backwards for a second, just to get to the next portion. What are we looking at? I apologize.
Earlier, I spoke about conversations between Travis Hodge and Uriah, and in those text messages going back and forth, Travis Hodge sends him the message we're fixing to look at, which is a snippets of the Galveston County post of the murder and that Uriah and Tara are wanted.
Is that what we're looking at here?
Yes, ma'am.
And who was the original Facebook post by?
Galveston County Sheriff's Office.
And then it was reshared where?
Talk of Bay Cliff and San Leon.
And you said that this screenshot was sent by Travis to Uriah, is that correct?
That is correct.
Let me get it correct.
Scrolling.
What are we looking at here?
This is a screenshot of a video, just of its the data from the screenshot, and the video is going to be of Uriah and Tara in the room. And there's a point where there's several guns shown, but one of those being the murder weapon.
And what date and time is this at?
2/5/2025, 12:16 a.m. So approximately 9 hours before Tammy King's murder.
And we have another screen grab here. What are we looking at? Is it similarly just another video taken around that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Pressing play. What is it we're looking at, Sergeant?
There's the firearm right there, a small snippet of that. The drugs in there are hydrocodone, pills of hydrocodone with acetaminophen, and then the white crystal stuff is the methamphetamines, or could be fentanyl mixed with something else.
So miscellaneous drugs are what kind of dumped in this lab, correct?
That's correct.
And you said there was multiple guns?
There's another video that's going to show all the guns there. In this one here, you could see that the murder weapon.
Is this part of that same video?
It is.
And is this another video?
This is another video, and I just have to point out that this this blue container that was used to make it look like it was Tammy's is in their possession, and it's continued to be so.
And is that why you made the determination that you believe that first video was a kind of setup video?
Well, for several reasons, because they're trying to convince each other the lie of what happened. Was it 1 day or 2 days or 4 people or 3? And even in that, she picks up this blue container and then immediately asks him, "Hey, where was this? Well, you just picked it up." So I believe they're just scared and trying to tell a lie.
Press and play on this video.
This here is another weapon. I have a screenshot there after of the serial numbers. We kind of looking at guys in the video.
Is this the screenshot you're talking about?
Yes, ma'am. It is a Ruger, and the serial number is 856-97352, and that is the murder weapon.
So we have that firearm in Uriah's hand after midnight on the day that Tammy King is murdered.
That's correct.
Now, I know we've gone through kind of some pullouts of both Tammy and Uriah's phones. And we talked about this kind of story that Tara and Uriah are telling about Tammy doing drugs or having orgies or being abusive. You also went through Tammy's phone in its entirety, correct?
That is correct.
Was it clear if Tammy was in a relationship with someone?
It was clear.
Who was she in a relationship with?
Terry.
Anywhere in the conversations between Terry and Tammy, did you find any comments about including other people in their sex lives?
I know, and I specifically looked for that type of activity to see if I'd seen text messages, videos, pictures, or any other data, and I did not find that.
And did you look in only with her messages with Terry, or did you look for that type of information in Tammy's entire phone?
I looked in the entire phone.
And then also, let's talk about some of the allegations are that Tammy engaged in drug use. Did you also look for that within Tammy's phone?
I did.
What did you locate?
She used smoked marijuana, I believe.
Anything alluding to her smoking methamphetamine or ketamine or cocaine or anything of that sort?
Not at all.
And were there any messages, say, between Tammy and Tara or talking about Tara where it seemed as if Tammy was physical or abusive to Tara?
No.
I'll pass this witness, Your Honor.
So what you're alleging is methamphetamine there. Are you saying that belonged to Uriah and Tara?
If you could be more specific, sir, because there are several videos of a white crystalline substance.
Well, I mean, like you got the one of those in the plastic container, you got the one of those in the little plastic envelope. Are you saying that those were Uriah's and Tara's?
That's what I believe, yes, sir.
And you believe that they were just trying to plant the picture to show that it was not it was Tammy's?
Yes, that's correct.
Why do you think that?
For several reasons. One, I didn't find any kind of drug usage of that nature on her cellular device. And then the medical examiner's report did not show that she had drugs in her system.
How long after you use drugs will it show up in your system? How many days?
It depends on what it is and how much you use. Marijuana can stand for 30 to 45 days, depending on how much you hydrate yourself, things like that, or what kind of test it is, a hair follicle or urinalysis. The drugs like fentanyl and methamphetamines and such stay in your system for about 3 days.
Most of the drugs that we test for, as far as that goes, don't have a long shelf life in the body, correct?
It depends on the amount you use.
Okay. So, I mean, just because she's, let's say, not necessarily a heavy user doesn't mean she's not an occasional user. Where I'm going with this.
I didn't find that she was a user at all.
Okay. But you're just basing that on stuff on the phone, right?
I'm basing that on what I did not see, yes, sir.
Okay. I mean, just because it wasn't in her blood doesn't mean she hadn't used it at other times. Where I'm going with it.
That could be correct.
Okay. I mean, and the thing is everyone who uses differently and under different schedules, different amounts and all that. Just because it wasn't in her body or on her phone doesn't necessarily mean she didn't do it at all.
Right, but that doesn't mean you get to murder her either.
I never said that.
Yes.
Never said that. Okay. But that's just what I'm getting at there. So, I mean, just because it wasn't found in your system doesn't mean it wasn't true.
That could be correct, yes.
Okay. I'll mess with this.
Very, very good, Judge.
Okay.
Out of all of the devices that you did a forensic download on, Sergeant Williamson, which ones did you locate evidence of narcotics use?
Uriah and Tara's phones.
Of the devices that you downloaded, which ones did you see evidence of firearms?
Uriah's phone and Tara's somewhat.
And on which of these devices did you see any communication about multiple partners in a sexual relationship, orgies, or anything of that sort?
I'm not sure I've seen that at all. I did see a lot of sexual activity between Uriah and Tara on their phones.
And any discussions about those sort of orgies or foursomes, was that on everybody's phone or just some people's phones?
Uriah was making those allegations outward to other people.
I pass the witness, Your Honor.
How old were they?
Who, sir?
Uriah and Tara.
They're adults.
17 and 18, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How old was Tammy?
I don't know.
She was 62.
Thank you.
Okay. I mean, the older we get, presumably the smarter we get, and don't leave as many trails as opposed to being younger, correct?
Are you trying to say that grandma hit that she was a really so
Don't put it past some grandmas.
in 24 years when I become 61? No, that doesn't add up. Well, when I become 61, I'll finally punch my V card. I will be smart enough that I can have meth-fueled orgies at my house that looks kind of like it's an add-on to like a, I don't know, trash heap. But I'm so smart I can cover that my house is a rotational platform for guys just running trains on me. Marissa, you missed that the defense attorney believed that Granny apparently ran orgies.
She might have. She might have been the queen of orgies.
She had a fused back and smoked a lot of weed, and her house looked like she hadn't been outside for a year. I don't understand women. I know that. That's why I'm desperately single and a virgin. But again, I'm pretty sure Granny wasn't running trains. She had Terry come over and knock the cobwebs off now and again. But other than that, I don't think that every night was party central at her house. I just don't believe you, Jamie.
Maybe that's why her house was in disarray. She was just too busy with her orgies.
Yeah, she was just. Yeah, I was about to vacuum today, but Paul and Bill just came by and they said, "You need some rust knocked off the plumbing." And, yeah, sure.
She doesn't have time. No time to clean.
But yeah, we have never met a dumb criminal past the age of 60, Jamie.
No.
I don't know because there's so much shit on her table. We don't know what's on it. But she had a lot of weed and a lot of weapons.
Sure. I mean, human nature, as you get older, you sort of learn what you get in trouble for, as you get older. Right?
Some people learn from mistakes.
Some people don't. I got you there. I'll pass the witness.
Okay, thank you, Sergeant. Have a good day.
Thank you for your time.
Call the next witness.
State would call Sita Patney. Good morning, ma'am. Or afternoon, rather. Can you please state your name and spell for me?
My name is
Oh, yeah. Today you missed a lot. Apparently, their love language was, I love you. And he replied, I need a big shit.
You love that, don't you? You're going to use that one.
It's just so dumb. Oh. And they left evidence everywhere, even in prison. A prison snitched on them and said, "Yeah, he's hiding evidence at his bunk." Apparently, 61-year-old grannies who has a fused back are running undercover sex rings at her house for meth, even though she has no meth in her system. And these people are probably the two dumbest people on the planet. That's that you missed that much today.
You're all caught up now.
Yeah.
Patnaik.
SIKTAPATMAIK.
And how are you currently employed?
I work as a forensic scientist at the Texas Department of Public Safety at the crime lab, which is located in Houston, Texas.
And do you have a title, or would your title be just forensic scientist?
It's forensic scientist too.
Okay. How long have you been employed with the DPS crime lab?
6 years now.
And what are your duties as part of your job in the DPS crime lab?
My duties involve visually examining items of evidence, perform chemical tests on stains that would have possible biological material, collect DNA from an item of evidence, collect those.
Mudrocker, I am 56% sure they are not criminal masterminds. I'm still not sure. Maybe the granny was a hopeback defense is going to work. Empire, get to bed. But yeah, you can come in when she begins, because we're going to speed through her I went to school part and then listen to it. It's going to be, she's the forensic scientist, and then the lead investigator will be the last one today. They can be, don't be so judgmental. Grandma could be a regular deputy in Dallas. Yes, I'm sorry, you older ladies who might be a little bit on the crank. Who am I to judge? If you're running trains, I applaud you, ladies. And I might swing by. No, clean your house if I'm sweet. No. I don't think I could have smacks in a house that was that dirty.
Oh,
I know I'm a virgin and anything will do, but still. Jamie, you got a new dog.
is it coming now? Bring it over. I'll take
Yeah,
it.
she's like Brandon. Oh, who wants a new dog? Give me attention. Oh, no, I could never.
Mm-hmm.
I see what her and Brandon is doing.
Responsible biological screen, prepare these samples for DNA analysis, perform DNA analysis, write reports in India, Texas.
And
yes, it is.
is this accrediting? What is the accrediting organization?
And the member follows
How do you better wait for it?
is the first
Have been proficiency tested in the biology
by a lab like
area, or have you taken additional specialized training? Have you
knowledge.
458 and 459? Do you recognize?
Now I'll go make myself some.
Is it okay if I reach into my?
Yes, absolutely.
Maybe.
Your Honor, is it okay if I look at my notes? Yes. Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Yes. So let me re-ask it a different way. When and where did you first see the 6 exhibits before?
I have my initials and date for 5/6/2025 for both.
And I imagine the first place up would be in the crime lab?
That is correct, yes.
Could you explain to the jury a little bit how that happens? How do you normally get items of evidence for testing?
When the agency brings in the item or evidence into the lab, it goes through our evidence department. So the evidence technician would then enter it into our computer system, which then generates a unique barcode and a unique case number, which is associated with any of the items that are included in the case. Once the case is received by the evidence technician, they then bring it up to the DNA vault, which requires a special access by 2 personnel with special codes to enter. So once this case was assigned to me, I, along with another analyst, we punched in our special code to go into the vault and to retrieve the evidence and bring it back to my bench area to perform analysis on.
Now, on those envelopes, is there a written line on states 458 and 459 sort of documenting who they were collected by?
Yes.
And who were they collected by?
For state exhibit 458, it says buckle swab from Uriah Urick.
And may I touch on?
Yes.
And does it say maybe which deputy actually collected the specific sample?
It says on here that it was collected by Shelvavius, and there are numbers associated. It's 8334.
Okay. And on 459, does it appear to be collected by that same person, Ms. Javiers?
Yes.
And would that be consistent if Ms. Javiers testified that she collected the bundle as well, sort of Uriah and Tom?
I won't be able to answer that
Okay,
question.
no
Chris.
problem. So when you, how do you recognize these items here before you today?
From the unique case number that we have here on the label, it's associated with the case number that I have on the case record here, and then also from my initials and date.
And did you conduct scientific analysis of these two items?
Yes, I did.
Did you inspect states 458 and 459 for the potential presence of biological material?
These are known samples from individuals. So for known samples, I do not perform any testing. All I do is I would just collect these and I would prepare them for DNA analysis, which means that I take a small portion of it, put it into a tube, and I would label it accordingly and put it in a place where it would go through the next steps of DNA analysis.
Okay. Could you sort of go into the process of that process that you just mentioned, the DNA collection and analysis?
So if it's a stain that I need to perform, if it's a question sample, so we have question samples and known samples. So if it's a question sample, then I would perform chemical tests on it, depending on what offense type it is. So for this case, I performed a chemical test for testing for presumptive blood, which meaning like gives me an idea that it's blood, but doesn't give me 100% confirmatory that it's blood. So in this case, I performed, in a lot of the samples, I performed the presumptive blood test. But for knowns, we do not perform any testing. We would just, a small portion of it would be cut into a tube and would be forwarded for DNA analysis.
And specifically for states 458 and 459, do those samples appear to have been tampered or altered with in any way?
I have it in my notes that they were properly sealed and not tampered with.
So is there any indication that prior to your conducting a scientific analysis on these items that they were tampered with?
No, not according to my notes.
Around this time, state would move to admit states 458 and 459. Vote, Judge.
States 458 and 459 will be admitted.
Ms. Pettig, I would like to ask you now sort of about your how you document your findings in your analysis. Do you generate any sort of reports as part of your process?
Yes, we generate at the end of my analysis. As I'm performing my testing, I'll be taking notes for my bench notes, and at the same time, at the end of my analysis, I would generate a report.
And what are you documenting in that report, generally speaking?
So the report generally would have if or any test that I performed and the results of the test that I performed, then if the item was collected or was not. And if for items of clothing, we generally collect possible trace or apparent trace, which is basically collecting if there's any loose hair or any other debris, then we collect those for our trace department. So if the agency requests for a trace analysis, then we can forward those for trace analysis. So these generally would be the things that would be included in the reporting statements or in my report.
And did you generate a report for this case?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yeah.
Ms. Pettig, I'm going to show you what's been marked as states 495. Do you recognize it?
Appears to be a redacted copy of the report that I have here.
So let me ask you about that. What has been redacted from this specific exhibit?
The DNA portion of the reporting.
And is the DNA portion something that someone else can testify to?
That is correct.
So just to make sure I'm clear, this individual report has your report findings and someone else's report findings.
That is correct.
And in this exhibit, the only thing that's been redacted is that other person's report findings.
Yes.
Other than those redactions made for evidentiary purposes, does it appear to have been tampered or altered with in any way?
No.
Does the unredacted portions truly and accurately reflect your report as originally submitted?
That's correct.
Your Honor, this time say would move to admit states 495 and tentative questions. No objection.
495 will be admitted.
My vote, Your Honor.
Yes.
So just to begin, let's start with the top. Is this that individual lab number that you were referencing earlier?
That's correct.
And what is that number?
It's HOU 2502-02194.
And as we kind of move down the top of page 1 here, we can see that it came from the Galveston County Sheriff's Office. Is that correct?
Yes.
And who are the suspects listed here?
King Tara Lynn and Uriah Uriah.
And who's listed as the victims?
King Tammy Sue.
And we have 2 eliminations. Who are those? What does it say?
Hodge Travis Wayne and Tom Terry.
Moving on down, we start seeing evidence, description, results, and analysis, interpretation. What are we looking at here? Can you explain this part of the report to the jury?
These are the items of evidence that I performed testing on, and my reports or my results.
Miss Jessica, have a wonderful day at work, and don't get too tired. Remember, it's Friday. The Christmas beer is released in Denmark today, and it's a day of celebration. So I don't know why I said that, because you can't drink because you're working. But have a great day at work, and see you in the morning. Well,
Hi, Jess.
whenever we are seeing it in. I'm the conductor. What's going on? Were these kids imagining prawn sounds? Yes, they believed that she was whacking off in the other room.
Oh my God.
Jamie. Marissa has been fighting her dog, so she doesn't know that they believe that women whack off. I don't know.
I mean, some do, but that term just makes me laugh every time.
Oh, there is a liquor portion at my job. Oh my. Well, And Marissa is also getting drunk because it's midday. So of course she is. Well, Miss Jessica, enjoy your liquor portion. Marissa. Let's get back to this. What are we looking at? Sorry, DNA.
For that individual item.
Liquor in the front, yes. I have heard that's where you store your liquor. Always liquor in the front.
And for this individual item, what item was being tested?
It was the purse from the victim's living room.
And as part of your role in the biology testing, what were your results?
My results were that presumptive testing for the presence of lead was positive. And swabs were collected from this item and retained, and trace evidence was collected.
I'm moving on to page 2 of States 495. The top here is a sort of blacked out section. Is that the redacted section that someone else will come in and testify to later?
It is correct.
And so as part of your role, starting with 01-02, what is that? What item is it?
I did not open that item, so I did not examine that item.
Why is that? Why would you not test that?
When an agency submits a lot of items for a homicide, our policy is to perform analysis on 10 items initially, But if the agency requests for more, then we can perform testing on rest of the items, but it has to be first 10, then the next 10, and then the next 10, till the agency says no more testing is needed. But for this case, I did perform testing on more than 10 items, but I forwarded for DNA analysis, but there were just certain items that I did not perform testing on, and the agency never requested for further testing.
So if you send more than 10 items, who makes that call about what gets tested first? And what would you need to resend later?
I reached out to the agency asking them what their priorities were in terms of what items need to be tested first. So they gave me a list of items that they wanted testing on first, and I went off on their recommendation.
So if an item wasn't tested, as we see here in 01-02, 01-03, 01-04, and 01-05, that would be the investigating agency telling you to have priority for other items first. Is that fair?
That is correct.
Okay. So moving on to 1-06-AA, what item is that? Let me ask this first. Was this item tested?
That is correct. Yes, it was tested.
And what were the results?
Results were that the presumptive testing for the presence of blood was positive, and this item was collected and retained.
And then going down the bottom of page 2 here, to 01-07-AA, was that item tested?
It was tested.
What were those results?
The presumptive testing for the presence of blood was positive. The item was collected and retained.
Moving on to page 3 of SACE 495, at the top of that page, we see an item 01-08-AA. Was that item tested?
Yes, it was tested.
And what were the results of that test?
Presumptive testing for the presence of blood was positive. The item was collected and retained.
Actually, I might have omitted this part here. Going back to 106AA, what is the item that was tested?
The item was swabs from stain on blue sheet from victim.
And on 1-07-AA, which item was that?
Swabs from stain on tan sheet from victim.
And this most recent one I asked you about, 1-08-AA, what item?
That's a lie. She laughed at you when you used holy water. Not to whack off, but in the right way, in church.
Stop it.
You
I was
did.
just being polite. I was being polite.
You were laughing and said, she did the thing.
She did. Well, I've never seen it in real life.
So you thought there was just something they made up for movies that people did the sign of the cross in front of them.
Well, I've never been in a place where they're just doing the things that you do.
Iris, you need to go back to Wisconsin and teach her about the Catholic Church.
What was that?
The swabs from stain on white blanket from victim.
So moving on to 1- ask you about 1-08-AA, what item was that?
The swabs from stain on white blanket from victim.
So moving on to...
Did she say cum stain?
The swabs from stain on white blanket from victim.
Oh, I think
So
she
moving
said
on to
a swab stain.
1-09-AA, what item was that?
Swabs from stain on light blue sheet from victim.
And was that item tested?
The item was tested.
What are the results?
The results were presumptive testing for the presence of blood was positive. This item was collected and retained.
And moving down the page, we see 1-10-AA. What item is that?
It was the item 0110AA.
Yes.
Swabs from stain on Yogi Bo from victim.
Do you know what a Yogi Bo is?
I do not.
Okay. Fair. I didn't. But was it tested?
It was tested.
And what were the results?
The results were presumptive testing for the presence of blood was positive. This item was collected and retained.
Moving on to 01-11-AA. What is that item?
This is the blood card from Tammy King.
And was it tested?
This item was tested.
What were the results?
This item or portion of this item was collected to be used as a known reference sample.
Do you know how blood cards are collected and sent to the lab?
Usually get them from the MA's office, but I do not know anything other than that.
You don't know for sure in this case?
Yes.
On item 0-09-AA, 12-AA, what item is that?
The buckle swabs from Tara Lynn King.
And what did you do with that item?
This item or portion of this item was collected to be used as a known reference sample.
Then moving on to page 4 of the state's exhibit, at the top here, we're looking at item 01-13-AA. What is that item?
The buckle swabs from Uriah Urick.
And what did you do with that item?
This item or portion of this item was collected to be used as a reference, known reference sample.
We're kind of backtracking a little bit here. It looks, correct me if I'm wrong, but the 3 known reference samples come from the blood card of Tammy King, the buckle swab of Tara King, and the buckle swab of Uriah Urick.
Yes, and there's one other known sample as well.
Okay, is that later on in the report?
Yes.
We'll get to it.
All right, we take the captain break.
All that's adjourned.
We'll start back up at 3.
Swabs.
Found a different number here with 02-01. What item is this?
There's a pillow from Tara Lynn King's bedroom.
And what were the results of your testing on this item?
Presumptive testing for the presence of blood was positive. Samples were collected from the item and retained. Trace evidence was collected.
And moving down, we see another item, 03-01. What item is that?
Pillow from Tara Lynn King's bedroom.
And what were the results of your analysis?
Presumptive testing for the presence of blood was positive. Samples were collected from this item and retained. Trace evidence was collected.
Moving on to page 5 here, we have item 04-01. What item is that?
Pillow from Tara Lynn King's bedroom.
And what were the results of your testing?
Presumptive testing for the presence of blood was positive. Samples were collected from this item and retained. Trace evidence was collected.
Moving a little bit further down that list, or this page rather, we see 2 items here that haven't been impacted, 0601 and 0801. Starting with 0601, what is the item that was tested?
22 magazine with ammo, 8 cartridges from outside Tara Lynn King's bedroom.
And what did you do with that item?
Swabs were collected from this item and retained.
And now towards the bottom of the screen here, what item is that?
The 0801?
Yes, ma'am.
1.22 long rifle caliber Smith & Wesson model SW22 Victory semi-automatic pistol, serial number UED0345 from Uriah Urick.
And what were the results of your analysis on that?
Presumptive testing for the presence of blood was negative. Swabs were collected from this item and retained.
We're moving on to page 6 of your report here. We see a large section on top of page 6 that's been redacted.
Enjoy your pop and your pork pie. Never had a pork pie.
Yes.
And then moving up, we see item 14-01. What is that?
Buckle swab from Travis Hodge.
And what was done with that item?
This item or portion of this item was collected to be used as a known reference sample.
And that would have been the 4th known sample that we discussed earlier.
Yes.
Were there any other items that were tested in your report?
These were all the items that were tested and are in my report.
And so is the rest of the report kind of just documenting who was involved in the analysis and other shopkeeping measures by DPS?
That is correct.
That's the way to switch.
Okay.
No questions.
Thank you, ma'am. You may sit down.
I like that he doesn't have all these stupid questions. Other cases, we will always see them. How was it done? And did you hold the bugle swab the right way? He's just, nope, let's get to it.
Let's get to it.
Cornish pasties was a favorite. Never had a Cornish pasty.
Isn't pasties like a Midwest thing?
Isn't that the ones you put on the nip naps?
No.
Oh.
It's a pasty.
Oh. Sounds the same.
Pasty. It's like a meat pie.
It's a pretty good pause game. It looks like she's fighting to get away from the bailiff.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell it for the record?
My name is Madison Launch, Lantzsch.
And what is your occupation?
I'm a forensic scientist.
As a forensic scientist, what are your duties?
I analyze and interpret genetic data from evidence submitted to the lab. This includes...
You were leaving for work. See, they can't. Jamie, it's now your backs. People can't leave us alone. I want to be here.
I'm gonna leave soon too. Bye.
Stop. Grandma wasn't getting cream pies in the bedroom.
Conclusions on DNA profiles, reviewing data, having up case reports, and reviewing them. I also testify in court when needed.
And what educational background do you have that qualifies you for your duties?
I have a bachelor's of science, and my role in this case was the biologist, which means that she kind of prepared the evidence for DNA analysis, and I'm the one who actually did the DNA interpretation on the evidence that was submitted that she prepared. So it's kind of like the...
That's the only reason I have a channel is because people come for Jamie.
Just step after hers.
And in regard to the discipline of DNA testing, have you been proficiency tested?
Yes, I have.
What was the last time you were? Are you aware of the
Program?
you testified in court before as an expert? Have you tested that?
It is the DNA and certain locations on the DNA
and compare it with DNA.
We can tell if an individual is included or excluded. So they're in the cells.
An individual's DNA differ from everyone else.
Laboratory profiles. Yes, I will type up a case report.
Been previously admitted in states 495. My question is states 483, is this an unredacted version of the same report in states 495?
Yes, it is.
And does this report here in 483?
Yeah, she has crazy eyes. If you wake up next to this one, go to the doctor and get a shot and check your tires before you start driving. Maybe your brakes as well. So I'm just saying. Yeah, my 15% male audience are only here because Jamie is so wonderful, and the 85% of female are here because Jamie is so wonderful.
Three appear to have been tampered or altered with an image.
You are too much.
Is it a true and accurate depiction of the entirety of the report?
Yes.
At this time, state would move to admit states 483. No objection. Command motion.
Yes.
Biology section that Ms. Patnick has already testified to.
Oh, he said Patnick. I thought he said something very inappropriate. I was, whoopsie. Do I need to go and get that one out?
Page 2 of this report, here. I'm going to zoom in to make it a little bit more easier for everyone to see. You see a section called the heading DNA. Is that a section that you prepared?
Yes, it is.
And what was tested on this item here?
These were the swabs from the stains of the outside of the front of the purse.
And what were your results after having analyzed the DNA data?
The DNA profile from this item is interpreted as a mixture of two individuals for Tammy King as an assumed contributor. Based on likelihood ratio results, Tara Lynn King, Uriah Urick, and Travis Hodge are each excluded as a contributor to this profile.
That chair, goodness gracious.
So let me ask a question about
that chair and the prosecutor's shoes. They
Yes.
They are creaky.
I hate those shoes.
Oh, hey, Fed. Fed has been out filming at a lighthouse, Jamie. It's like being in Maine
lighthouse?
or at Delaware.
Oh, I love a good lighthouse. We have a lot of them up north.
I love a good
Model.
lighthouse.
I love a good lighthouse. They're so pretty.
Well, then you can look forward to Fedorowski getting done with editing his video, because it's going to be an amazing video about lighthouses in Norway. So you will learn
Good.
2 things: that light is light no matter where you are, and Norway also have lighthouses.
Good. Can't wait to see it.
How you word your results. Because would you be surprised to know that a lot of people want you to just say, her DNA was in fact on this item? That's a question.
No, we're not.
Are you able to say that?
No, we're not.
So as far as what you can say as a forensic scientist, what are the various results that you would get from your position?
Do you mean the comparison results, or?
Yes, as in like the likelihood ratios.
You don't have a lot of
So
them.
one way that we do comparisons is using a software tool called StarMix. And StarMix is just a tool that's used to help the forensic analyst perform statistical calculations and deconvolute profiles. And so the StarMix tool will generate something called a likelihood ratio, which is just a mathematical way to give weight to one scenario when compared to an alternate scenario to see how much more likely it is. That number that's given from the likelihood ratio is reflective of the strength of the comparison. So the higher the number, or the higher the LR, the more strength there is for the initial scenario. So in terms of what I'd be saying with my report, I would be saying that the probability that the evidence I have is best explained if it came from the person of interest over the probability that the evidence I have came from an unknown unrelated individual.
Can you run my approach? Ms. Launch, I'm going to show you what's the mark that states 496. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
It is a graph of our likelihood ratio reporting results. Whatever the numerical value we get from that StarMix, you can have like a line graph, and it would determine which reporting statement we'll be using.
And did you prepare this graph yourself?
I did not make this graph myself, but it is something that was given to me by our laboratory.
Is it something that you utilize as part of your duties?
Yes.
Does it appear to be tampered or altered with in any way?
No.
Your Honor, this time state would move to admit states 496 technical plus counsel. No objection. And may I publish it as the comparison with the...
Yes.
So Ms. Launch, to show the jury this graph, could you sort of explain each step along the way?
So the first one on the left is exclusionary, or this would be like exclusion. So that this would be meaning that an individual is excluded as contributor to the evidence profile. To the right of that would be limited support for exclusion. That means that there is some but not definitive support for excluding an individual. The next one would be uninformative. That means that both scenarios are equally likely to one another. So both they could be you can't really draw too much weight to that result. The limited support for inclusion means that there is just a limited support towards including an individual. The next would be moderate support, so there's some more support towards including an individual. Then there's strong support, which means that there's more weight or more strength towards that, the scenario of including an individual in that profile. And then you have very strong support.
No, we hate the Swedish, so does the Norwegian. Norway is kind of like the slow cousin, because either we owned them or Sweden owned them, and now they're rich. So we don't really, we most of us see the Norwegians as a little bit the funny cousin that might be a little loopy in El Hedo. So we don't have any dislike for the Norwegian. We hate the Swedish, but the Norwegians are absolutely fine, because they're just mountain monkeys who come to Denmark and drink beer. We don't hate you just because we call you mountain apes. It's just because you're a little slow.
Which means that it just means that there's greater support towards that initial scenario.
And as part of your report, I'm looking on page... I believe it's page 11 here. You see a chart. Is that just a different way to express that graph that we've admitted evidence here?
Yes.
So the minimum section for very strong support is 1 million in the likelihood ratio?
Yes.
I don't know why anyone would own anything Swedish, but whatever floats the boats. Where do the Finns and the Icelandics feature? The Finns are not really that. It's part of Scandinavia, and they're not part of Scandinavia. I think it's in Denmark. We don't really know about them. I think Sweden and Norway probably talk more about them. Icelanders, well, they're lucky they got away in 1943 because they used to be Danish. So they're cool people because they used to be Danish, but they also got away just like the rest of them. So we don't hate them, and we go up there, and stuff is way too expensive, and they eat weird meat. Danish.
So to move on to some of these other items, Ms. Hatnick has previously testified that some of these items were not tested. So I'm going to skip over those and go down to item 01-06AA. And what is the DNA analysis? What results do you have for that?
The DNA profile from this item is interpreted as originating from a single individual and is consistent with the DNA profile from Tammy Sue King. Tara Lynn King, Uriah Urick, and Travis Hodge are each excluded as contributor of this profile.
Now on item 0107AA, what are the DNA results here?
The DNA profile from this item is interpreted as originating from a single individual and consistent with the DNA profile from Tammy Sue King. Tara Lynn King, Uriah Urick, and Travis Hodge are each excluded as contributors of this profile.
Going on to page 3 of your report, at the top of the page, start with 0108AA. What are the results of the DNA on this item?
The partial DNA profile from this item is interpreted as a mixture of two individuals with Tammy Sue King as an assumed contributor. Based on the likelihood ratio results, Tara Lynn King, Uriah Urick, and Travis Hodge are each excluded as contributor to this profile.
Now moving on to item 0109-AA, what are the DNA results here?
The DNA profile from this item is interpreted as originating from a single individual and is consistent with the DNA profile from Tammy Sue King. Tara Lynn King, Uriah Urick, and Travis Hodge are each excluded as contributors of this profile.
Now I kind of skipped over it, but going back out here, the items that we've covered, are they all swabs from a purse and various sheets? Is that what those items are?
Yes.
And beginning here at item number 01-11-AA and 01-12-AA. What?
We're not going to fight the Norwegians because the Norwegians used to be Danish as well. When we had our first queen, well, she technically wasn't a queen. She was a queen regent for her son. She had the Nordic Union, and she ruled over Norway, Denmark, and Sweden. And Iceland was part of it. And Greenland was ours. And the Faroe Islands. But that's back when everything was good and beautiful, when Denmark ruled all of Scandinavia. Then we kept ruling Norway for the next 500 years or so, 400 years maybe. And we treated it kind of like you treated your Native Americans. Just give them poor, spoiled food and make sure that they fight your wars. And then the stupid Swedes attacked us, took Norway from us, and Norway, of course, had to liberate themselves. And when Norway got free of the Swedish dictatorship, they said, we wish we were more Danish. So they imported our second, not our king, but his brother. So because it's the Danish royal house who sits on the throne in Norway, it's a Dane who owns Norway, and Norway is, by technicality, Danish. You can't argue facts.
What did you do, or what was done for DNA analysis for these samples?
These are known samples from the individuals involved in this case, and so we developed unknown DNA profile, and we used different comparisons to the evidence profiles developed in this case.
And was a similar thing done for item 01-13-AA?
Yes.
And then later on in the reports, item 14-01. It's a similar thing done there.
Yes.
So beginning on page 4 of States 483, what are the DNA results for item 02? Well, before I get to that, what is the item in item 02-01-AB?
This is cutting from a stain on the pillow from Tara Lynn King's bedroom.
And what are the DNA results there?
The DNA profile from this item is interpreted as originating from a single individual. The probability of obtaining this profile, if the DNA came from Uriah Urick, is 146 septillion times greater than the probability of obtaining the profile if the DNA came from an unrelated unknown individual. This likelihood ratio indicates very strong support for the proposition that Uriah Urick is a contributor of the profile. Tara Lynn King, Tammy King, and Travis Hodge are each excluded as contributor of this profile.
Now,
that's fighting words. Fighting words.
Going over briefly to States 496.
Hey, Queen.
Is 146 septillion larger than 1 million?
146 septillion is the number 146 followed by 24 zeros.
And for reference, a million has 6 zeros?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, are you able to answer questions as to why DNA may or may not be on an individual item?
That is correct. I'm not able to say how the DNA got there, only that DNA is present and that an individual is included or excluded as a contributor to the profile.
So there's no explanation that you'd be able to give on why a pillow from Tara King's bedroom doesn't have her DNA on.
Again, I'm not allowed to say how DNA got there, just that DNA is present.
Understood, thank you. Now, moving on to item 03-01, what item was tested here?
This was another cutting from a stain from the pillow from Tara Lynn King's bedroom.
And what are the DNA results on this item?
The DNA profile from this item is interpreted as a mixture of two individuals with Tara Lynn King as an assumed contributor. The probability of obtaining this mixture profile, if the DNA came from Tara Lynn King and Uriah Urick, is 258 septillion times greater than the probability of obtaining this profile if the DNA came from Tara Lynn King and one related individual. This likelihood
It's 2 o'clock in Australia.
ratio indicates very strong support for the proposition that Uriah Urick is a contributor to the profile. Based on likelihood ratio results, Tammy King and Travis Hodge are each excluded as a contributor to this profile.
How come the Danish kings alternate between Frederick and Christian? How come no new names for kings? That's the same as asking you Brits, why are they going between William and Edward and Charles or whatever they go through? It's tradition. We have had many a king. Harald Bluetooth, if you know that name. Yes, it's named after a Dane. Of course it is. Everything great in the world is named after a Dane. But it just became tradition to switch between Christian or Frederik. Why, I don't know. But it's always been that the Frederick would be one behind, but now they have equaled it with the Frederick X, who is now on the throne. Who's married to an Aussie?
And kind of a similar question, is 258 septillion more?
This case started Monday, I believe.
Larger than the 1 million threshold for very strong support that we see in states 496.
Yes.
Moving on to page 5 of your report here, we'll be talking about item 04-01. What item was being tested?
This was a cutting from the stains of a pillow from Tara Lynn King's bedroom.
And what were the DNA results of that item?
The DNA profile from this item is interpreted as a mixture of two individuals or Tara Lynn King as an assumed contributor. The probability of obtaining this mixture profile if the DNA came from Tara Lynn King, Uriah Urick, is 341 septillion times greater than the probability of obtaining this profile if the DNA came from Tara Lynn King and one unrelated unknown individual. This likelihood ratio indicates very strong support for the proposition that Uriah Urick is a contributor to the profile. Based on likelihood ratio results, Tammy King and Travis Hodge are each excluded as a contributor to this profile.
Now moving on to item 0601. What is the item that was being tested and what were the results of those tests?
This was a swab from the bottom of a magazine from the outside of Tara Lynn King's bedroom. And my results were, due to insufficient data, no interpretable DNA profile was obtained. No associations or exclusions will be made.
Now moving on to item 08-01. Just what is that item? And then you got your DNA results on the next page. Just what is this item?
This was a long rifle caliber Smith & Wesson model SW22 Victory semi-automatic pistol from Uriah Urick.
Moving on to page 6, we see the DNA results for 08-01. What are your results?
The DNA profile from this item is interpreted as a mixture of two individuals. The probability of obtaining this mixture profile if the DNA came from Tara Lynn King and one unknown individual is 378 quadrillion times greater than the probability of obtaining this profile if DNA came from two unrelated unknown individuals. This likelihood ratio indicates very strong support for the proposition that Tara Lynn King is a contributor to the profile. The probability of obtaining this mixture profile if the DNA came from Uriah Urick and one unrelated unknown individual is 188 septillion times greater than the probability of obtaining this profile if the DNA came from two unrelated unknown individuals. This likelihood ratio indicates very strong support for the proposition that Uriah Urick is a contributor to the profile. The probability of obtaining this mixture profile if the DNA came from Tara Lynn King and Uriah Urick is 6.98 quadrillion times greater than the probability of obtaining this profile if the DNA came from two unrelated unknown individuals. This likelihood ratio indicates very strong support for the proposition that Tara Lynn King and Uriah Urick are both contributors to the profile. Based on likelihood ratio results, Tammy King and Travis Hodge are each excluded as a contributor to this profile.
Now, we've seen the number septillion a handful of times. Let's start with quadrillion. Is quadrillion around the same? How much is quadrillion?
A quadrillion is 15 zeros, so it is 378 followed by 15 zeros.
And how many zeros goes after septillion?
24.
Now, how many zeros is behind quadrillion?
43 zeros. Or it is 6.98 followed by 43 zeros.
And lastly, we have item 14001. That's just a known reference. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
I'll pass the witness, Judge. Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes.
Ma'am, my name is Bill Avenue, and I represent Uriah Urick. You're sitting here to my right. I wanted to question you about one thing. There was a blanket that indicated that there were two DNA profiles. One matched Tammy King, and then one matched an unrelated individual. Do you know which one that is?
You mean 0108A?
I'm not looking at my report right now, but that's what I'm talking about.
The swab from the stain of the white blanket from the victim?
Yes. So what that means is that her DNA was on it, but you don't know who the other person was, correct?
Yes, that is correct. The other three individuals that I did comparisons with to the profile, they were excluded.
So, I mean, I'm not trying, but I mean, one of the elimination.
I actually think we went more to Norway.
One of the people that listened to the elimination was Terry Hutton. Did y'all not test his DNA?
I did not.
Okay, so that was not used for comparison then?
I only did comparison with the knowns that were submitted to our laboratory.
Okay, and so maybe it wasn't submitted then, but it just lists there on the eliminations that Terry Hutton was one of the people, and I was wondering if his DNA was tested as well, but it doesn't sound like it was.
We never received a known, to my recollection, from Terry Hutton.
Okay, that's what it is. Thank you, Judge.
She couldn't wait to get out and get some more Columbia. So
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Windsor. Will you please state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Shane, Shane, Windsor, W.
I believe it wasn't proven. I was actually surprised that it took them less than 2 hours.
INDSOR.
Mr. Windsor, how are you currently employed?
I'm a forensic scientist with the
What
yes in our
is there any sort of licensure or certification in tool mark section, correct?
yes ma'am.
What is that? Individuals are
Submitted to the laboratory with usually when I get it, there will and then the agency submitted.
what sort of processes do you do first?
After I've opened the evidence and made sure everything scope we use it has.
Now, earlier
This is the tool mark fraud of this case.
you were talking about all the different things that you may be examining or
Looking at it to see the
case title or with the case number HOU 2502-02194.
yes ma'am.
And what was it that you were asked to analyze in that case?
I believe so, yes.
In that particular case, there were several firearms that were submitted. There were several unfired cartridges that were submitted, and there was a fired cartridge case and a fired bullet.
Now, may I approach exhibits?
Yes.
States 116, 117, 118, and 400. These all items in which you performed an analysis in that same HOU case number I just read.
Yes, ma'am.
And are you able to, and I can leave these with you, are you able to tell me what those items are?
These specific items or the contents?
Yeah, the contents of each of the 4 items.
Can I go inside? Or?
Absolutely, they've already been admitted.
A fired bullet. Unfired .22 caliber cartridge. The 117 was a fired .223 Remington caliber cartridge case. And 16 was an unfired .22 caliber cartridge.
Thank you, sir. So just to be clear, we had 1, you said fired bullet, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
2 unfired .22 rounds. And then one shell casing of a different type of caliber. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, may I approach some information? Without telling me what it is, will you let me know if you recognize this item or the contents within it?
No, they were in the room texting each other, and apparently he claimed that he could hear Granny getting freaky in the other room. I don't know if he knows much about female anatomy because he said that Granny was whacking off all night, and I'm not 100. I don't have any experience with the female gender, but I'm pretty sure that's not how female does it. I'll have to call Flux and see if she can help me out. Hey, Moni.
Yes, ma'am, I do.
How do you recognize it?
On the box, there is the laboratory sticker with the unique laboratory case number, but there's also, in my own handwriting, that unique laboratory case number, the item number that our computer system assigned to, in this case, the box, my initials and the date, and then inside, I also saw that unique laboratory case number, item number, initial, and date on the contents inside.
Has the contents in the box been changed or altered in any way?
Aside from the box being opened, it does not appear to be so.
Your Honor, statements to omit states 491 have been tendered to opposing counsel.
Okay.
There is a holster made of leather. There is the test material that I made during my testing, and there is a properly sealed brown paper bag.
And now, is that firearm connected to this box?
Yes, ma'am. It's zipped tied to the box.
Okay. Your Honor, may I publish the contents of the box as written? Yes. 492. Without telling me what it is, will you let me know if you recognize this item?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you recognize it?
Once again, on the box, there is, in my handwriting, the unique laboratory case number, the item number, my initials, and the date.
And does it appear to have been changed or altered in any way other than it being opened?
No, ma'am.
Your Honor, statements to admit states 492.
Any objection?
No objection.
492 will be admitted.
And may I publish to the jury, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, in my opinion, that's just not enough to remove circumstantial or that you get beyond a reasonable doubt, because there's no indication that he even was near her when she died. Not propping a door up. If you want to send a man to prison for life, on that alone, I just don't see it. That's enough.
Analysis on.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, when you have firearms, I know previously we talked about how you did comparisons on different types of ammunition. How do you perform analysis on firearms?
The first thing we do is document its general characteristics, its make, its model, the serial number, its general rifling characteristics, which is the number of lands and grooves in the barrel and the direction of the twist. And then we'll examine the safeties to make sure everything is functioning as it should. Once that's done, we'll then take some ammunition provided by the laboratory into our range, and we'll test fire it to generate samples that we can use for comparisons.
And once you make those comparisons, how do you document it?
We have a standardized worksheet that we use to document the steps of our analysis for both firearms, projectiles, and cartridge cases.
And what do you do with that information?
Once we've completed our analysis, we'll use our notes to help create the report that gets released and sent to the agency.
And so ultimately, at the end of your analysis, you have a report, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Mr. Windsor, I'm approaching you with what's been marked as States 485. Can you let me know if you recognize this document? Recognize it?
At the top of the report is that unique laboratory case number, and on page 2 is my electronic signature.
And is this a report that you created?
Yes, ma'am.
Has it been changed or altered in any way?
Aside from the state's exhibit sticker, no, ma'am.
Thank you. Your Honor, statements to admit States 485.
No objection.
States 485. And may I publish? Mr. Windsor, I want to kind of go through this lab report in sections, if that's all right. Where do you get this information here at the top?
The laboratory case number, the section designation, and the issue date are all generated by our laboratory information management system.
And we move down here where it starts, says Rachel Martin, all the way down to eliminations. What are we looking at here, and where do you get that information?
That's information provided to the laboratory by the submitting agency on our submission form. It generally contains the agency's information, as well as the names and dates of birth of victims, suspects, and any additional samples that they would like to provide to the laboratory.
Then we have this section where there is requested analysis. What does that mean?
Did someone just fart?
Then we have this section where there is requested analysis. What does that mean?
Marissa, was that you?
That section is just what service the agency would like conducted by the laboratory.
And then our next section which says evidence description. What are we looking at here?
That is the itemization of the items that were submitted to the laboratory. The whole number, for example, the 05 at the top, is the outer packaging of the item that was submitted. And then underneath it, the 5-01, 502, and 5-03 are the actual items themselves.
Gotcha, just normally is a little more squeaky.
Alright. And is states 116, 117, and 118
those three items you just described, 0501, 0502, and 0503.
State's Exhibit 116 is item 5-01 on my report. State's 117 is 5-02. And
Who have you been harassing now? What did I miss? Oh, Elise. Oh, you've been twisted? Yeah, that's she's always complaining Aiden is against free speech, and then she blocks everyone. It's kind of like being on Doink's channel. One opinion only, please.
State's 118 is 5-03.
And then it's right at the bottom of your report. I'm going to move it up in a second. I'm going to have you look at States 431. And will you let me know what item number on your report that corresponds to?
State 431 is item 11-01 on my report.
Is that we see here the one fire bullet?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to move to the next page of your report. What are these items we're looking at here?
Item 12-01 was the rifle that was previously shown to the jury. And item 13 is the brown box that contained the Smith & Wesson pistol, which is item 13-01.
And are these extra items, I know you mentioned when we saw 13-01, there was some holster and other items inside that box.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now I'm going to go through your actual analysis and findings. So can you tell me what this very first section is?
The first paragraph of results is my results of the individual firearms as they were submitted to the laboratory.
And we see 4 listed here, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you able to tell us, just to be clear for everybody, which 2 were the ones that have been submitted into evidence?
The Smith & Wesson pistol, which on my laboratory report is item 8-01, which was the first item there, and the Ruger rifle, which on my report was item 12-01, which would be the third firearm listed.
So the Smith & Wesson is the one in the brown box, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And the Ruger rifle 12-01 is that long white rifle box, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now go ahead and let's move to this second, or I guess first, what can you tell us about the Smith & Wesson pistol?
Have you ever experienced a person dying from natural causes and someone else get blamed? I have a different opinion. You don't have to try and convince me. You can't convince me. I watched the trial. I didn't believe they went beyond a reasonable doubt. I don't buy this whole, she was so controlled by him. She went home to her mom whenever she wanted to. A lot of people just wants to forget that little part of it. So, but I'm not here to convince you, and you are not here to convince me. New trial, new beginning.
At the time of submission, the Smith & Wesson pistol was not functional because the pistol has a...
I'm actually not even sure that there had been one single incident of domestic violence in the last year because she hadn't put it in her journal. And we don't actually know if any of the ones she already put in her journal was facts because she never went to a doctor. But we did know she was good at going to the pill mill.
A magazine disconnect safety, which means the firearm will not operate if a magazine is not inserted into the firearm. A magazine was not submitted to the laboratory, so I had to manually make it functional in order to generate test material.
So ultimately, it wasn't that the firearm was not working, it was because of a safety mechanism that required a magazine. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then the third rifle, the third firearm noted as Ruger rifle, what can you tell us about that firearm?
The Ruger rifle was functional as submitted.
Now, as far as we talked earlier, that there are different types of caliber ammunition, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Would the Smith & Wesson pistol, I apologize, and the Ruger rifle fire the same type of ammunition or different?
They are different calibers.
Are you able to tell the jury what calibers each of those firearms are?
The Smith & Wesson is a 22 long rifle caliber, which is a rather small round. The Ruger rifle is 5.56 by 45 millimeter, which is also known as a 223 Remington caliber, which is a rather small, long rifle cartridge.
I want to kind of skip this middle paragraph for a minute and come down to this third one first. Can you let us know what your analysis is in that third paragraph?
In the third paragraph, I was asked to compare the two unfired cartridges that were submitted to the both the Smith & Wesson and the, I believe, Ruger pistol. In my analysis, I ended up not having to compare it to the Ruger pistol, but the analysis to the Smith & Wesson pistol was that it was inconclusive, meaning I could not identify or eliminate it as having been cycled in that Smith & Wesson pistol.
So 5-01 and 5-03 we previously discussed were states 116 and 118, correct?
Oh, actually, I'm sorry. I did compare it to the Ruger pistol. That's my mistake. That comparison was also inconclusive.
And I apologize. So the lab number 5-01 and 5-03, those are states 116 and 118, correct? We spoke of earlier.
Yes, ma'am.
And so you say that your analysis was inconclusive due to the lack of agreement or disagreement in class characteristics of individual marks. However, is that caliber what would be fired through either the Smith & Wesson pistol or the Ruger pistol? Is that correct?
The cartridges were of the same caliber as those two pistols. Yes, ma'am.
So those live rounds could functionally be fired through either of those guns. We just can't say if they ever cycled through them. Is that a fair way to put it?
Both of those cartridges could be inserted into the chamber and discharged. However, I cannot determine if that happened in this case.
Now I want to circle back up to this middle section. What is it that you are comparing in the middle paragraph?
In the middle paragraph, I was asked to compare the fired cartridge case and the fired bullet to the Ruger rifle.
What was your analysis of both of these comparisons?
Both the fired cartridge case and the fired bullet were identified as having been fired by the Ruger rifle.
All right, and so this Ruger rifle, just to be very clear, that's us talking about this long white box we previously showed the jury, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And the fired cartridge case, 5-02, is states 117, correct? Oh, I can zoom it out.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, I notice on here it says live round, but you examined this item, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that item a live round?
I would not call it a live round. I would call it a fired cartridge case.
And is that what we see up at the top where there it says spent cartridge case?
Yes, ma'am.
And so states 117, you can say was fired out of the large white rifle box, the gun within it.
Yes, ma'am.
And are you able to say the location that this was located?
You want me to read it now?
If you would.
I believe it's 4723 15th Street. I'm not sure what the last word is.
Does Faithless look about right?
Could be.
Okay. And then in state 431, is that item 11-01 that you examined?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you tell me the location from where this projectile was recovered?
On the envelope, it's written as the ME's office.
And is what your lab report telling us is that this projectile, or I believe your phrase for it, I don't use the right terminology, is the fired bullet. Those were both, that was fired from the long rifle that's inside the white box.
Yes, ma'am.
And at risk of being redundant, just to be very clear, this spent shell casing found at 4723 15th Street and the fired bullet located in the ME's office in Mrs. King both came from that rifle, correct?
I don't know the person from the bullet, but I identified both the bullet and the cartridge case to the Ruger rifle.
I'll pass this to Ms. Shermer.
No questions.
Thank you, sir.
I just took a check around. They are already on verdict watch on this trial. So maybe if we speed through it, we can catch up with them.
NGELICA.
with the Galveston County 13 or do you need to have any sort of continuing education?
There's a continuation with
Which of the
master's.
once you
Supervisor wasn't there. I assume that
after that 3 years?
We follow up on those officers' report with the minus hours.
And are those all extra trainings within the county? Calls coming in from these areas, correct? And why was it that you were called?
He requested. He said it was a possible homicide and needed detective and crime scene to respond.
They are
And I know
uncritic-
Deputy Couch says it's a possible homicide. If there is any decedent on scene, does the sheriff's office typically send a detective out?
Yes.
Why is that?
Because we respond to suicides, we respond to homicides, because we follow up on those, and we have more training than the patrol officer that responds to it. We've been trained to look for certain things.
When you answered that call from Deputy Couch, was there a location in which you responded to?
Yes.
What was that?
4723 15th Street, Galveston County, Texas.
Thank you. And what type of location was this?
It was a residential.
And what did that location look like?
It was a single-story home. It was a typical household.
Once you arrived, what was the first thing that you did?
I spoke to Deputy Couch. I also made contact with the crime scene investigators that were already on scene.
And who were those?
It was Patrick Ryan, Angela Schaefers, and Rachel Martin.
Once you made contact with those individuals, what was the purpose of those contacts?
To get the details of the call, to see what else transpired since they last called me.
After you got that information from the crime scene investigators and Deputy Couch, what was the next thing that you either observed or did?
I contacted my supervisor. They're responsible for sending more additional units if I need assistance.
And at that point, did you determine if it was better to have more detectives come on in?
Yes, it was.
Why?
Because there was several things that must be done to follow up on a homicide.
And is it fair to say that certain types of cases may need more hands helping than other types?
Yes.
And so is a homicide one of those bigger cases?
Correct.
Once you contacted your supervisor, what was the next step that you did?
I saw that Detective Bernard arrived on scene. There was also a witness on scene who was in the driveway.
What was that witness's name?
Terry Utton.
Now, without telling me anything Mr. Utton said, what was his demeanor? How did he seem?
He seemed distraught. He seemed sad. At times he was crying. And then he told me she's in there.
After you spoke to Mr. Utton, what is the next thing that you did?
I did an initial walkthrough of the residence. I checked the interior, the exterior, just to assess what occurred.
And generally, what was your observations upon doing a walkthrough of that home?
As I entered the living room, I saw that there was a purse on the floor, had some red stains on it. There was cards laying around it. I got a driver's license. I looked over. There was a Christmas tree in the living room, and there was guns leaning against the wall. I noticed that there was a bag of dog food, some containers of water, and I continued further into the house.
What did you observe further into the house?
I went into the dining room. There was a dining room table, a large freezer, and then I went into the kitchen. There were some dirty dishes in the sink, some trash in the trash can, just normal stuff in the kitchen.
Did you move to another room after that?
Yes, I turned around and there was a hallway leading off the dining room area that contained 2 bedrooms and a restroom or a bathroom.
Did you go into either of those bedrooms?
Yes, I went to all the rooms in the house.
What was the first room in which you went to?
There was a bedroom that had a bed in it with, it looked like a girl's room because I saw a Hello Kitty mirror on top of a desk. There's posters on the wall. It was dirty. There was items just all over the place, clothes. There was a pillow on top of the bed. I recall there being some blood on it. There was also another pillow underneath the desk, and I noticed some blood on that. There were water bottles full of urine, just Dr. Pepper cans everywhere.
And that area under the desk with the pillow and the bottles of urine, what did that area appear to be to you?
It appeared like someone was laying there, just staying underneath there for comfort. There was water. There was a bag that was pushed against the wall, and it had empty bottles of water. It appeared like someone was staying under there, and they were urinating in these water bottles and then putting them to the side. Also, I found some underneath the bed.
After you observed that room, where was the next place that you went?
There was a like a plastic bucket or a container. I noticed that there was in the hallway, there was right by the door frame, there was a magazine, and it had the initials JK written in black marker.
Did you learn through your investigation what that JK meant?
Yes,
JK stand for JC King, or he also went as Butch.
And who was that?
He was deceased. He was Tara's grandpa and Tammy's husband.
And you stated there was a magazine lying there?
Yes, with those initials.
After observing that magazine, where did you go next?
I went right, which was the bathroom. It was the typical bathroom. There was I did observe some pajama bottoms on the floor, but there was nothing that stood out in that room.
And where'd you next?
I went down the hallway, the opposite end of the hallway, and in the bathroom. And there was another bedroom, but it looked like it was used for storage.
Was there a bed or anything that appeared like someone slept in there?
No.
After going through that storage room, where was the next location that you went?
I was informed that there was an additional room leading off the kitchen, and I didn't see it at first because it was covered with a sheet. And so I pulled back the sheet, and it was an entryway to the back of the house. There was a door back there.
And did you observe anything out of place or of note in that back room?
Yes, you couldn't get through it. It was blocked by a washer, and there was also like some containers that were pulled forward. It appeared like someone was trying to block that door.
And do you know if that door in fact was blocked? Could you open that door?
No.
After going through that room with the laundry appliances, where did you go next?
I went back to the dining room area, and there was a master bedroom in the back.
Now let's talk about the master bedroom. What did you observe within that bedroom?
So as you walk in, you see a body laying on the bed. She's faced up and she's unresponsive. She has a smell of decomposition. And I noticed there's several sheets on her face and kind of on her chest area.
Did that strike you as abnormal?
Yes.
Why?
Because she wasn't moving. She wasn't speaking. It was just, we knew that there was a death, but we didn't know at that time what occurred to her.
And the way the sheets and linens were positioned, did that seem like something natural or that was normally on the bed, or how did that appear to you?
No, it appeared like someone put these sheets on her face.
Did you identify who that woman was?
Yes.
Who was it?
Tammy King.
And other than what you observed about Miss King and her positioning on the bed, what else did you notice about that bedroom?
It looked like it was ransacked. There was items like pills on the floor. As you go around the bed, there was a safe that was like a small portable safe that was by her foot. There were some papers on the floor that belonged to, it was a deed paperwork over by the safes that were open. And right near the safes, there was a big blue container that had guns in it. There was just items just thrown on the floor around the safes.
And did the contents of the safe appear like they'd been gone through? Was it empty, full? What did you observe
It was empty, right? They moved those guns into that container that was right by it.
And just to be clear, we don't have any way of knowing what was in the safe, or you didn't at that time have any way of knowing what was in that safe previously, correct?
No, correct.
But you could tell that it seemed like things had been removed. Is that fair?
Right. It was more ransacked in that area specifically.
What else did you see besides that ransacking of the safe area?
There were clothes there were some that were folded, there were some that were on the floor. I noticed that it was just, there was a restroom and there was like a mattress, like a foam mattress pushed against the door. You couldn't go into the restroom.
Was there anything else within that bedroom that you observed, or did you start moving to another step in your investigation?
No. So after I saw that, I exited the house.
And what did you do after exiting the home?
I went around the corner. I was told that entry was made in a window on the side of the house. So I went to look at that, and the window was broken.
And was that the only entry point that you saw in the house, or is that how you knew that someone had gone in?
Someone had gone in, but there was another entry.
Where was that?
On the back of the door. On the back of the house, there was a door, and the window was broken on that, but there was no way to open that door.
And did you learn who had broken both the back door and that side window?
Yes.
Who was that?
Terry.
After observing those windows kind of around the house, what was the next?
Because they looked through the window and saw it was barred with, I think, washing machine or dryer or something.
Thing that you did?
I went, there was like a carport shed, and I glanced in there, and it was just typical, just hardware, lawn care, and things that you would find in a garage.
After observing that, how was that carport covered or closed?
It was just a tarp. It wasn't, there was no door on it.
After observing that carport with the tarp, what did you do next?
I went to speak to Detective Bernard, and at that time, we spoke to Terry.
Without telling me what anything said, after speaking to Terry, did you know if there was anybody else that was supposed to be in that home?
Yes.
Who else was supposed to be in that home?
Terry King.
And do you recall how old Terry King was at the time?
17, I believe.
Once you knew there was supposed to be somebody else in that home, what was the next thing that y'all did?
So after the interview with Terry, it was decided that Detective Bernard would draft a search warrant.
Why is it that you draft a search warrant to go into a home?
There was no one there to give us consent, and Tara also had an expectation of privacy, so a search warrant was drafted.
And once that search warrant was drafted, what did you do next?
Once it was signed, crime scene investigators went in to process the scene.
And did you go in at the same time with them, or what were you doing?
No, so when they process the scene, they have to take pictures, and no one is allowed in the house until they're finished with the pictures.
After, back up a little bit, about what time was it that you got sent out to the scene?
So it was the morning of the 7th. They contacted me. Can I look at my notes real quick?
Absolutely. If you want to refresh your memory and then look up at me once you feel refreshed.
I don't have the accurate or the.
So when you responded, it had crossed over that midnight hour.
Correct.
So at this point, when crime scene is taking all of their photos, are we still moving into the early morning hours of February 7th, Friday?
Yes.
After they take all of their initial photos, what happens next?
Then we, additional detectives arrived on scene, and then we started searching the house for anything that would lead us to where Tara was at.
And what sort of things, if any, did you observe within the house that to you were pertinent or that made you take note?
Just that she wasn't there. I returned back to that white freezer because since we found Tammy in the house deceased, I was just checking to make sure she wasn't anywhere in the house.
And was there any sign of Tara still being inside the home?
No.
While y'all were searching the house, what else did you observe?
Just that it just didn't seem right. She was missing. The dog or animal that she had was missing. And at that time, the medical examiner arrived after the house was, the crime scene investigator processed the scene.
And when the medical examiner investigator arrives, what do they do? What is their purpose?
So they go and they look at the body to determine what occurred.
And at that point, did you observe?
She arrived later, after the police had entered the building. I think that's why she said it appeared blocked, because it couldn't open all the way. I think that's why the vagueness kind of comes in.
Mrs. King.
Yes.
Previously, when you spoke about Mrs. King, she had some sheets and linens and things on top of her, correct?
Yes.
Did you observe Mrs. King as those items were removed?
Yeah, so they took a video recording of the items, the sheets taken off her face, like one by one.
And what did you observe?
I saw she had an injury to the left side of her head.
And from your training experience, did you have an opinion as to what that injury was from?
Yes, it was a gunshot wound.
After observing the medical examiner investigator and the blankets coming off of Mrs. King, what was the next thing that you did?
So at that point, we determined it was a homicide. CID began working as a team.
And is that something y'all typically do?
Yes, on big scenes like that, yes.
And when you say you start working as a team, what does that mean?
We began looking for people to interview, witnesses. We also canvassed the area for video.
And do you know if video was located?
Yes.
What was that?
There was cameras on a house across the street from Tammy's house.
And who collected those videos?
Detective Espinosa.
Now, while you were doing these interviews and canvasses, did you learn of any other individual who you may be looking for?
Yes.
Who was that?
At first we knew him as Percy, and then we later found out it was Uriah Urick.
And what relationship did Percy or Uriah Urick have to Tammy and Tara King?
It was Tara's boyfriend and just an acquaintance or a friend of Tammy's.
Okay. And once you knew you were now looking for Tara and Uriah, did you know how old Uriah was at this time?
Yes.
How old was he?
18.
Now, what did you do? What were you able to do with the information that you were looking for a Tara and a Uriah? Is there anything that can be done when a 17 or 18-year-old cannot be found?
Yes.
What is that?
So Tara was entered into NCIC as a missing person.
Why just Tara?
Because she was missing from the house.
And is that because we didn't know whether or not Uriah had even been there?
Right.
So once you enter Tara in as a missing person, what else do you do?
So as you enter her into as a missing person,
alluded to in one of the text messages, there apparently was some problems because Tara didn't go to school, and I think the school had threatened they were going to send the police to come pick her up. So that's about the extent we have heard proven. The other is just that, I'm so mad I want to stab her.
An agency will know, and in case they come in contact with them or her. And then there was a press release on the Galveston County Sheriff's Office Facebook posted.
And is that something that is typical for the Sheriff's Office to do?
Yes.
And why is that? What is the hope when y'all enter a press release out on social media?
If anybody has come in contact with that person, they'll call us. We'll provide a phone number. My number was on there as well as dispatch.
So is it fair to say it's kind of a hope for community support?
Correct.
Now, when you posted that press release on Facebook, was there anything else that you were working on, or that you also did? I apologize.
Yes. We began looking for Tammy's phone in League City.
And why were you looking in League City?
Because we received information that they might be in League City.
They being Tara and Uriah? And you said you were looking for Tammy's phone, correct?
Correct.
And is it because you're getting information that Tammy's phone might be sending information from League City?
Yeah.
Where or who went and looked in League City?
Sergeant Mitchell Stevenson and Detective Brian Bernard.
Were they able to locate Tara or Uriah in League City on Friday?
No.
Due to that press release, did you start getting any information?
Yeah, several people called. Over 20 people called, and we began interviewing people.
Did you begin interviewing people on that Friday?
Yes.
Who all did y'all interview on Friday?
So we interviewed Shauna Bridgen, Nathaniel Anderson, Christian Atkins, and Rigoberto Ferrestieva.
And just generally, I'm going to ask kind of the relationship of each of these people. Who was Shauna Pridgen, and how was she related to anyone involved in this case?
She is Uriah's mother.
Okay. And Nathan Anderson is whom?
Nathan Anderson is a friend of Tara's.
And then Christian Atkins?
That's the same.
And Rigoberto Ferrestieva?
And the same.
So you made contact with all of these individuals. And what was the next thing that you did, or next step in your investigation?
Can I look at my notes?
Absolutely.
So then from those interviews, we were able to come up with a timeline of events of Tara and Uriah.
And what timeline roughly what was the first thing that you were able to determine as part of the timeline?
That Tammy died the morning of February 5th.
And what sort of things led you to that determination?
Because of information we received from Instagram.
And how do you receive information from Instagram?
Search warrants. You obtain a search warrant, you send it to the law enforcement portal, and Meta will respond back if they have any information on that account.
Now, you determined from the Instagrams that Tammy King died the morning of, you said the 5th, correct?
Okay.
And that is February 5th?
Correct.
And that is a Wednesday, correct?
Yes.
Now, what was the next step in the timeline that you were able to determine?
From the video we obtained from across the street, we knew that a black Nissan belonging to Rigoberto arrived at Tammy's house.
Do you know about what time that was?
I don't recall now.
If the surveillance video said 12:48, would that sound about right to your memory?
Yes. Yes, it was correct.
All right, so Rigoberto picks them up a little after lunch time. What is the next part of the timeline that you're able to determine?
So Rigoberto drives them to a location in Pearland where Christian Atkins works.
And then where do they go from there?
So they wait for Christian Atkins to get off work, and at that time, he drives them to his house in League City.
Now, we heard League City a little bit earlier in this story talking about Tammy's phone. Is the area you were looking for Tammy's phone roughly where Christian Atkins' home was? After learning that they went to stay at Christian Atkins' house in League City, what was the next part of the timeline you were able to determine?
So they stay at Christian Atkins' house till that Friday, which was the 7th.
And are you able to determine where they went to after Friday?
Yeah, so Travis Hodges picks them up from Christian's house and transports them to Laredo.
And how do you know that Travis transports them to Laredo?
Because Travis's lien holder is Lone Star Motors, and his car is equipped with a GPS.
Your Honor, may I first witness?
Yes.
You are moved to against dates 489 and 490, which is the Lone Star Records GPS data and the accompanying ERA.
Okay.
489 and 490. And may I publish?
Yes.
So you stated the lien holder had GPS on the vehicle, correct?
Yes.
And what company was the lien holder?
Lone Star Motors.
Now, when you reached out to Lone Star Motors, how did they deliver that GPS data to you?
Through email on an Excel spreadsheet.
I would start pretty zoomed out, but it just takes 490, that large Excel spreadsheet that Lone Star Motors sent you.
Yes.
What date was it that you said Travis picked them up?
On the 7th, February 7th, which is a Friday.
Okay. No. I'll try that secondary way. Are you able to tell me this first date and time, what that location is?
February 3rd, 2025.
Zoom in a little bit more. A little bit more. Right.
February 7th, 2025.
At what time?
1:14 p.m.
And where is Travis Hodge that time?
Galveston.
Now let's move forward. What is our next timestamp?
February 7th, 2025, 7:44 p.m.
What location is Travis at?
League City.
And are you familiar with this area?
That's the main, it was the main road in League City.
And is that close or far from where Christian Athens was living?
I don't know exactly where, I know that Christian Athens lives at 310 Waco.
And we know that's in Lake City?
Correct.
Okay. So we see Travis is in the same city that Uriah and Tara live, correct? Okay. Where's the next location that Travis goes to?
The location in Alvin, Texas. Yes, in Alvin, Texas.
And then about 2.5 hours later at 10:44, where are they?
Lewis, Texas.
Are you familiar with where Louise is?
And at 59, I'm assuming south. I don't know exactly.
No problem. And 59 generally, where does 59 run through?
Through Houston.
And does it also go south towards Mexico? Like
Yes. Yes.
Okay. After Louise at 10:44, where do you see them next?
Fullerton, still on 59.
Okay. And then about an hour after that at 2:59 a.m., what location are they in?
Laredo, Texas.
What is significant about Laredo in this case?
Because that's where we located Tara and Uriah.
So what did this GPS data help tell you as part of your timeline?
When they were in Laredo.
And is it also y'all's belief, y'all being the sheriff's office and you being the detective, that this is their trip to Laredo?
Yes.
And that Travis is driving them, right?
Yes.
And then we see at 3:44, where are they?
3:44, they're in Del Mar, in Laredo.
And then about 2 hours later at 5:57, where is Travis's vehicle?
Freer, Texas.
And we see it come back to that same Louise we saw earlier.
Yes.
And by what time, and this is all on the morning of the 8th, correct?
Yes.
So by the morning of the 8th, is Travis back for the most part in town?
Yes.
And from your investigation, did Tara and Uriah return with Travis from Laredo?
No.
Once you determined that Travis had taken them to Laredo, what were you able to determine about Tara and Uriah's timeline from there?
If they were they had left with Travis and they were in Laredo at the time.
And what sort of
about them.
Thank you. And what sort of steps were y'all able to take, or were you able to take once you knew that they were in Laredo?
We contacted the agency. We contacted the U.S. Marshals and DPS Task Force.
And what sort of things were those agencies able to do?
They located them on the 9th.
And the 9th would have been what day, I believe?
I believe it was a Sunday.
Do you know where it was that they located them?
They located them in front of a store. But prior to that, they had found them at the Motel 6 on video surveillance.
Once they were located, what was your next step?
So once they were arrested and transported to Webb County Sheriff's Office, I went to Laredo with 3 other detectives.
And what was the purpose of going to Laredo?
I needed to retrieve their property, and also I wanted to speak to them.
Now, when you arrived to Laredo, did you have the opportunity to speak to either Tara or Uriah?
Yes.
Which one?
Both.
And without telling me what anybody said, how did both of them seem? What was their demeanor?
They were, Tara, she wanted to talk to me. She seemed, she really didn't have an expression, honestly. She wasn't happy, she wasn't sad. She wanted to know where Uriah was. And that's the only question she really asked me, is where is Uriah?
And what was Uriah's demeanor?
He was quiet. He didn't want to talk to me.
Did he have any sort of emotions, or was he similar to Tara and just kind of straight-faced?
Straight-faced, just very quiet.
After you arrived at Laredo, did you also collect their property?
Yes, I was told that there was a phone call made, and when I asked for the property, they asked me to come back the following day.
And did you do that?
Yes.
After collecting the property and the phone calls, what did you do next?
So I collected their property, then I went to DPS, and I met with John Miller to collect their additional property.
And what kind of property was it that you collected from Special Agent Miller?
It was the property they were found with. There were guns, clothing, things like that.
Once you had collected all of those items, what was the next thing that occurred in your investigation?
Can I refer to my house?
Absolutely.
So I returned to the Galveston County Sheriff's Office to submit all those evidence, all those items that I just mentioned.
And were there any other types of warrants that you drafted or helped draft regarding Tara and Uriah?
Yes, on that Saturday prior to leaving to Laredo, I did.
What did you draft?
Credit card and debit card abuse on both Uriah and Tara, and capital murder by way of robbery.
And were there any search warrants that you also helped draft or produce?
Yes, the original search warrant at the house, and also I assisted with the Instagram search warrants and subpoenas.
And did you also assist with DNA search warrants?
I did, yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes. You vote them.
And do they appear to have been altered in any way other than
For a sample of Uriah and Tara's DNA.
Now, do you see the individual that you know as Uriah in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you please identify him by where he's seated in an item of clothing?
To the left of me with the
Yeah, they were caught in Laredo walking around in an area where allegedly two Caucasians would stick out like a sore thumb.
gray shirt. Greenish.
A greenish shirt?
Yeah. Gray.
Your Honor, may the record reflect this witness identify the defendant.
Record so reflect.
Once you returned back from Laredo, what further steps, or I guess I'll put it this way, once they've been apprehended, does that mean your investigation ends?
No.
Why not?
We continue looking for leads and evidence, gathering evidence.
What other sort of leads or evidence gathering did you do after they were apprehended in Laredo?
I was contacted by Sergeant Fowler.
And what was Sergeant Fowler, without telling you what he said, what was it you did in response to Sergeant Fowler calling you?
I responded to a traffic stop that he was on.
And who was that traffic stop of?
Travis Hodge.
And did you meet with Travis Hodge?
Yes.
Did Travis Hodge agree to speak to you?
Yes.
And after meeting with Travis Hodge, again without telling me anything that he stated, what did you do?
There were some keys found in his vehicle that were given to Detective Bernard. He signed a consent to search form and allowed us to search his storage facility, Unit 191.
And upon searching that facility, do you know what was located?
Yes.
What was located?
2 guns and some ammunition, some magazines.
And when you receive, or once you receive those guns, what do you do, or what does your agency do with all of the
Their first plan was to go to Canada, and then their drug dealer said, go to Mexico.
property that is obtained and evidence that you collect throughout a case?
Depending on what it is, it's sent to DPS lab to be tested.
How do you determine what gets sent to the DPS lab?
So we had a meeting to discuss that. DPS limits the amount of items that are sent to the labs. So we decided to send the guns, the projectile found in Tammy's body, the shell casing found in the bedroom, and items that appear to be blood.
Now, as the lead detective, do you receive all of the lab reports that come from DPS?
Yes.
And do you use those in making a determination as far as your case investigation?
Yes.
What information, if any, were you able to determine from the lab reports regarding the firearms and the ballistics?
So the projectile found in Tammy's body was consistent with the shell casing found in her bedroom, and both items were consistent to belong to the firearm found in the storage unit, the AR-556.
And with the safe that we spoke about earlier,
I'm going to stop you right there. It is 5, and I try to be consistent and let you all leave the regular.
Boom, boom, boom. So that was day 4, and let's see if we can find day 5. If it's not already done, it's probably already done. But we should be able to find it. No. That's surprising. They have been on verdict watch for over 90 minutes. That's quite surprising to me that it had taken them that long. But let's catch the rest of it before I go to bed and go to Baby Baker. Tomorrow, Baby Baker, tomorrow.
Thank you, Your Honor.
It's only
Good morning,
a
Detective.
day away.
Where we left off, we just finished talking through the timeline, is that correct?
Correct.
I want to talk a little bit about some of the items that you located throughout your investigation and where they came from. Throughout your investigation, were you able to make a determination where any of the pieces of evidence located with Tara and Uriah had come from?
Yes.
Can you tell me a little bit about that?
The items in Laredo that were recovered, there was a box with ammunition, and it had the same initials, the JK written in black Sharpie on one of the boxes. That was the same as the magazine found by Tara's room in the house.
And what about the firearms that were located with them in Laredo?
The firearms, we knew that J.C. King was a gun dealer. He owned a store, and upon his death, he left all those items to Tammy.
And so the firearms that were located with Tara and Uriah, who did those belong to?
Tammy.
Besides the firearms and ammunition located with them in Laredo, what else, if anything, was located with them in Laredo?
There was also some money. There was items like a watch, a gold watch, but things belonging to Tammy, as well as some expensive guns, ammunition, magazines, money, and there was so much that we recovered.
I want to break it down a little bit. So with the money, how much money ultimately was recovered in Laredo?
$5,400.
And do you recall what denominations that money was in?
Yes, there were hundreds.
And do you know from your investigation, was that the entirety of the money that was taken from Tammy?
That was not.
So how do we know what that money came from or what it was?
They left, Butch left, or J.C. King left an inheritance to Tara in the amount of $10,000.
And where was that located?
In the gun safe.
And so you stated there was only $5,400 with them in Laredo. Through your investigation, did you determine where the rest of that money had gone?
Yeah, yes.
Where was that?
Along the way, they paid people to transport them or take them to the store, or and they paid with that money. They would give them $100 here and there just to get them things and get them to places.
And is that including people like Christian Atkins and Travis Hodge?
Yes, and Nathaniel Anderson.
So, besides what you located in Laredo, was there anywhere else that you located evidence that belonged to Tammy?
Yes.
Where?
In Travis Hodge's unit, storage unit, unit 191.
And what did you locate?
We located 2 guns and some ammunition, a bag of ammunition with some magazines in it.
And were these more of those same guns that used to belong to J.C. King that then belonged to Tammy?
Yes.
Other than now in Laredo and Travis's storage unit, did you pull any evidence from anywhere else that also belonged to Tammy?
I don't recall.
Did you locate any firearms or ammunition at Christian Atkins' house?
Yes, we did. We recovered some guns there.
And did that ammunition still have that same JK initials on it?
Yes.
I don't know if he had to get back the money, but he used it to buy crack and meth, and he was apprehended with 12 grams and is now a guest of the state for 10 years.
Yes, that's where we found the box that had the JK on it.
Now, were you able to determine where all of that was usually kept?
Yes.
Where?
In the safes in the Tammy's room.
And were you able to make a determination or find any evidence that told you whether or not Tara and Uriah had permission to get into those safes?
Yes.
How was that?
The passwords were written down on a piece of paper that were taped to the inside of her dresser drawer.
And so, was there anything else that told you that they weren't allowed to, that they didn't have permission to have those items?
Yes.
What was that?
We located a photo in the phone that had the same. It was the same piece of paper that was still at the scene.
So they had taken a photo of those safe codes.
Yes.
We've also seen a lot about some communications via Instagram and text message. Did any of that give you more information as to whether or not Tara or Uriah had permission to have the guns or the money or the coins or anything of that nature?
Yes.
Can you tell us a little bit about that?
There was a message recovered that they stated they were going to rob Tammy.
And did in fact they talk about that multiple times?
Several times to rob and kill her.
Now let's talk about, you stated to kill her. How many messages did you locate discussing Tara and Uriah's desire to kill Tammy King?
So that was one of the keywords we used in the Instagrams. We used kill, and there were several messages where they used the word kill.
Several.
And then did any of the evidence that we collected or that was tested by the lab, did that corroborate what you were seeing in the text messages?
Yes.
Can you tell us a little bit about that? What was it?
So the projectile located in Tammy's body that was removed by the medical examiner was consistent with the casing, the shell casing found in Tammy's room, which was located by her bed.
And we were able to match that to this firearm, correct?
Yes.
And where was that firearm ultimately located by Galveston County Sheriff's Office?
It was an AR 5.56 and it was located in Travis Hodge's storage unit.
And who gave it to Travis Hodge?
Tara and Uriah.
At the end of your investigation, did you make a determination whether or not a crime had occurred?
Yes.
What crime was that?
Capital murder by the way of robbery.
I'll pass this witness, Your Honor.
No questions.
I think you may sit down.
This is really bad. You know how bad your defense is when you don't ask any questions of the lead investigator. Then we go into jury instructions. And closing arguments.
Here, there's only So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to be very brief with you guys here. There's only three things I really want to address with you before I'll turn it over to Mr. Agnew and Ms. Willis. The first thing I want to address is the on or about the 6th day of February 2025. I zoomed in there to make it a little bit easier. This is just the first page of the jury charge. The reason I want to address this is because in the indictment it's been alleged that the offense took place on the 6th of February, as it says. But there's been a lot of testimony that states the 5th of February, or perhaps even the 7th. It's a little bit unknown. The reason that we can't really have a precise date is because Miss King's body was discovered long after she was actually murdered. However, the law does not require us to prove specifically an individual date. That's why it has the language on or about. Now here, it's about a 1 day difference between what's been alleged in the indictment and what the testimony has been. But in capital murder, because there's no statute of limitations, as long as we proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the murder happened before the case was indicted, it's still legally sufficient. So just because there's a 1 day difference, there is no reason to render a not guilty verdict. That's the first thing I wanted to address. The second thing I want to address is robbery, which is what makes this case a capital murder. And specifically, this is on page 8 of the jury charge, by the way. Robbery is a theft that takes place or is attempted, and in the course of committing it, they either cause bodily injury or threaten bodily injury. Now, in this case, a bullet wound to the head is certainly bodily injury. It would probably be more accurately described as serious bodily injury, but bodily injury is kind of like a lesser included offense of serious bodily injury. So we have that one down pat. One of the issues that might arise, it might be confusing, is whether or not there's a specific order between the robbery and the murder that needs to take place in order to find a capital murder. For instance, whether or not she had to be aware that she was being robbed before murdered in order to get to capital. She doesn't. As we see here, in the course of committing or attempting to commit theft, there's a definition that has 3 separate time frames for the committing or attempting to commit theft. The first is in an attempt to commit theft, which means before the theft occurs, bodily injury takes place. So if she's unaware that the theft is being attempted and she is shot in the head, it's still robbery. If she is actively being robbed and during the commission of the theft is shot in the head, it's still robbery. And if after she had been she had her things stolen from her, in the immediate flight afterwards, it's still robbery. So whether the murder took place before the robbery, during the robbery, or after, it's still a capital murder offense because it happened in the course of committing or attempting to commit theft. Now, lastly, what I want to address is going to be on page 9 of the jury charge. Before you may find the defendant guilty of murder, however, you must first find him not guilty of capital murder. So this is just a note on how your deliberations should proceed. You have to start on the issue of capital murder first. And until you have a unanimous decision on whether or not he's guilty or not guilty of capital murder, only in the event of a not guilty on that charge do you even begin your deliberations to the lesser included offense. So you have to start with capital. With that, that's all I really wanted to tell you. Make sure you guys understood. I will now turn it over to Mr. Agnew for him to make his arguments.
You have half an hour, Mr. Agnew.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court, Ms. Willis, Mr. Reinhardt. On February 4th of this year, we had a 17-year-old girl and we had an 18-year-old boy. And what they wanted was to be an adult. They wanted to be grown up. What they found out very quick after that is sometimes it's best not to get what you want, because they realized that they weren't prepared to be adults at that point. One of the things I want y'all to do when you go back there and you go over all the text messages and Instagram messages and all those messages is look, I'm not saying that it was right, but they hated her. They absolutely hated her. And they hated living with her. I mean, and again, I'm not trying to say that she was a bad person. I don't mean that at all. She's obviously a good person. She took in her 17-year-old, much younger than that, daughter. But Tara obviously had to have some problems in her family to end up having to live with Grandma. And Grandma was gracious enough to take her in. And she ends up being repaid in a horrible fashion. But the thing is they thought that they were ready to be adults. And if you read the messages, they had a lot of hatred towards her. And they sort of fed each other. They fed the monster, and they went after her. But if you also look at their messages, and you look at the videos, they had access to all that stuff before this ever happened. And they did. They had access to the guns. Why else would there be a gun behind the couch? It wasn't in the safe. It was out. They had access to the codes. And they could say, well, it was on a piece of paper, you know, in a dresser or whatever, but they had access to that. They did from the word go. There's a text, if y'all remember, or an Instagram message where they refer to, you know, about basically the fact that, you know, Grandma hasn't tried to tighten up the money thing yet. That she was still being very free with them with the money. I'm not asking y'all to find my client not guilty. I mean, I'm not asking you to do that at all. What I'm asking you to do is look at the facts. And I understand where they're coming from with the robbery and all that other stuff, but they actually did have access to all that stuff. They did all along. And they didn't kill her to take her stuff. And they didn't. The reason they killed her is because they were, in all honesty, they were incredibly naive. And they were also, so if you remember, they were also using meth. And that has a tendency of doing very bad things to your brain. It's not an excuse, but it does bad things.
You just used it as an excuse. That's... You can't say it's not an excuse and use it as an excuse.
Things to your brain. But they weren't killing her to rob her. They were killing her because they wanted to be adults. And think in terms of what Tara said when they were talking about.
You saw the text messages. They clearly talked about taking money out of her account. So they did want to beat her up and blackmail her. Then they escalated into killing her. That is absolutely the opposite of what you... That means they had intent to rob her, and then they just accidentally, because they're idiots, killed her. They had the intent to rob before they had the intent to kill.
Because they were talking about killing her. There's messages all over the place. You know, y'all saw them, I saw them. They were all there. But what did Tara say was one of the things that she wanted to take with her? Her stuffed animals.
She didn't even want to take a dog.
She wanted to take her stuffed animals.
Sorry, I'll be right back.
What did she not take with her? Her stuffed animals. She realized very quickly, as they both did, they were not prepared for this life. They couldn't drive. They didn't have jobs. They had nowhere to live. They had to depend on other people to come get them. They depend on other people to get rid of stuff. They made a decision that not only ended one life, but effectively ended 3. Because they were not prepared for the situation that they put themselves into. And no matter what y'all do, their lives are over. And it's by their own hands. I'm not going to try and excuse that. Their lives are over. It's just going to be a matter of how. How over are their lives? And that's the decision that y'all have to make when you get back there. Like I said, you're talking about an 18-year-old kid. He was less than a month being 18 years old. And he made the absolute worst decision he could possibly make. And I'm not trying to excuse him. And I'm telling you that right now. I'm not asking y'all to find him not guilty at all. What I'm asking you to do is to go back there and find him guilty of murder. Because like I said, from the word go, they had access to all this stuff. I mean, Grandma's 62 years old. I'm sure she ran a pretty loose ship as a parent because that's not a grandma's job. Grandma's there to be fun. They're supposed to be fun. That's why most everybody loves their grandmothers. And moms are supposed to be a little bit more stern. And she had to go from being grandma to mom at an older age than I think most people want to do that. And Tara didn't like it, and Uriah didn't like it. Not saying that what they did was right. It's not right at all. What they did was horrible. But I think at this point, when you look at it, to say that they killed her to take her stuff is wrong. They killed her because they wanted to be adults. They wanted to be on their own. And immediately learned they weren't prepared for it. And they weren't. They learned real fast. Sometimes it's best not to get what you wish for. And the thing is they're going to have to live with that for the rest of their lives. I know this has been a really, really long week. And I apologize to y'all for that. This has been a long week for all of us. I appreciate every single bit of attention that y'all have given to all of us during this process. And I mean that in all sincerity. But when you go back there, I'm asking you to please find him guilty of murder and not the capital murder. Thank you very much for your attention, and I look forward to your verdict.
Ms. Willis, you have 26 minutes remaining.
Yes, Your Honor, may I utilize the override?
Yes.
That was fast. 10 minutes. I like this case.
They killed her because they wanted to be adults. If she comes in, I'll kill her. Can I kill her at 4? I have an inch of hundreds. I'm going to kill her. On and on and on and on and on. Mr. Agnew just said that they killed her because they.
I think that's they want to take the robbery away so it doesn't become a capital case.
wanted to be adults, that he didn't kill her to rob her. Don't take my word for it. Take Uriah's. I go in, threaten to get any and every phone. He did that. Tell her to move, grab the key ring out of her room, tell her to open everything I haven't. We know those safes are open. He's admitting he'd already opened some. Kill her when done, get someone to drive the Ford. They killed her, and they got a ride. To say that Tammy King is dead because she had to be a mom and they wanted to be adults is so disrespectful to Tammy King's life. This woman took in her granddaughter, raised her since she was young. It does not matter what happened to make Tara King be living with Tammy King. Families have different situations all the time. That does not give anybody the excuse to shoot Tammy King. Tara lived with her grandmother for her entire life, and things were fine. Where it went south, where I told you that that young love turned into something dark, was when that man came into her life. He is young. He is 18 years old. But in this country, that makes you a man. He is an adult. That thing that his defense says he wants to be, he is. And he has to face the repercussions of his decisions that he made as an adult. This was a thought-out plan. This was a fantasy that turned into a need, that turned into action. We see, as early as November, when Tammy's out of the room, they're seeing what's in those safes. They're taking pictures of the safe codes. They're setting up their ability to execute their plan. You see them moving into 11 days prior to the murder, the 26th of January. They start talking. This is what we need to do. We need to kill her. We need to rob her. We're going to take these antique coins. We're going to take this money. The other things that Ivy talked about was that they had access because there was guns behind the couch. There were guns behind the couch that were still there. Any of you who have lived in a home, just because you have access to something does not mean you have permission to take it forever. Does not mean you have permission to murder someone to take their items. Access, we can give to Tara King because she lived in that home. Still doesn't give her permission to take things. Still does not give her permission to go into safes. You know who didn't have permission to live in that home? The man squatting under a desk in a teenage girl's bedroom, peeing in urine bottles to hide from the owner of the home. That's not access. That's squatting and robbery. You saw as it got further in time that yes, Tara and Uriah started utilizing drugs. They hated Tammy King. Hated her. That is not an excuse for murder. That is not an excuse for robbery. You saw through the cash app returns that Detective Scott testified to that Tammy actually gave any money that Tara needed to her. If she requested something, she got it. Taco Bell, a phone case. That didn't mean she got the $10,000 that her late grandfather had left her. It was an inheritance. She had to wait. This was impatience and greed. You saw the firearms. These are not run-of-the-mill cheap firearms. These were nice firearms. You heard Detective Hudson testify to they were expensive firearms. They were valuable. They knew they were valuable, and you can see that from their messages offering to sell them to people. That was a cash value for them. We'll give you $1,000 or guns for a ride. We'll give you guns or $300 to stay the night. And as those 11 days leading up to February 5th came, you see their plan get more and more substance. You see Tara say, we need a few days and a stable plan. I want to pack. And yes, she wanted to pack her stuffed animals. But they also wanted to pack the guns, and the cash, and the antique coins, and their methamphetamine. They wanted to pack all kinds of stuff. Her wanting to pack stuffed animals does not absolve them. As those days moved closer, you see Uriah begin begging to commit this plan. It stopped being a fantasy. It stopped being a desire. 3 days before, I went to watch a 5.56 shred through someone's skin in slow-mo. He only had to wait 2 days to watch that come to reality. When he picked up the 5.56, and he pointed it at Tammy King's head, and he pulled the trigger. He made his fantasies reality. We get closer. I'm going to kill her. I hope I get an excuse to kill her today. Can I kill her at 4? Let's do it at 5. We're going at 7. We ride at dawn. This was planned. This was intentional. As Mr. Reinhardt told you, the order in which these things happened doesn't change that they happened. That safe was emptied. You hear testimony from Mr. Utton that they did not have access to that safe. Those guns, that money, it all belonged to Tammy King. That safe was empty. You heard that from Investigator Martin. You heard that from Detective Hudson. You heard that from Detective Espinoza. You heard that from Detective Bernard. It was emptied. It was gone. The initials on the items that were in there, the ammunition boxes, said JK. It was JC King. It was Tammy's husband. More than just seeing this, you saw Uriah already trying to formulate what excuse he would give. When he's talking to his friend Jaden Landry a few days prior, he's talking about if he kills someone else, he'll just say it's self-defense.
We haven't heard anything about her habits in that regard. It's not important.
Someone came into the house. It's convenient. Because what's the first thing that he said to his mother when he called her from Laredo? It was self-defense. She was going to stab Tara. You have heard absolutely zero evidence that Tammy ever laid her hands on Tara, that Tammy ever attempted to stab Tara. Tammy is laying naked in her bed. And his words to his mom are, it was self-defense. But he already had told Travis, it doesn't look like self-defense though. Because it's not. A lesser of murder would be an injustice in this case. Because so much more than just Tammy's life was taken. Yes, 3 lives are permanently affected by this. But so are many, many others. All of the items that got systematically taken from Tammy King, the antique coins that were in their backpack in Laredo, the $5,400 still in crisp $100 bills that came from those inches of hundreds that he talks about, that stack of money Rigoberto saw him pull out, start calling friends over as soon as the murder was done, that is robbery. The robbery, the theft that occurred while causing bodily injury. As Mr. Reinhardt told you, bodily injury absolutely counts when you have a gunshot wound to the head that is fatal. Uriah Urick launched a plan. He had his dark fantasies, he had his dark desires, and he moved forward. He begged and begged until he had his opportunity, until he had his excuse. He had his ride set up, he had where they were going, he had all the people he could reach out to. And on February 5th, 2025, he went into Tammy King's room and he shot her in the head. He covered her with linens so that Tara didn't have to see the face of her dead grandmother while they robbed her blind. And then they sat there for hours in the home with Tammy King's body while they waited for a ride. Then they ran away to Laredo, where you see them still calling and texting people. You see messages like, this is the start of the rest of our lives. We're making bank and live happily ever after. There is no other verdict appropriate in this case than guilty on capital murder. Thank you.
So at this point, you have heard all of the evidence. You've received a charge of the court, and you have heard closing argument. I'm going to hand the verdict sheet to Deputy Flynn, and once you are all assembled, except...
Oh my God. Oh my God. Finally a case where they could get done. Amazing, amazing, amazing. They are still on verdict watch. There was a question about 10 minutes ago where they apparently was asking for some evidence. But this has been a really good case, I think. Well presented, pretty open and short. I like it. I hope you like that we are doing it on replay so we can fast forward through it, so I don't have to spend every night here till 11 o'clock. But I'm going to send you all over to Recovery Addict. He is having he's doing the verdict votes because I need to get some sleep because I have to be up and driving tomorrow and going to Baby Baker's 1-year birthday. So I'm going to chuck you all over there and be sure to say hola from me. Thank you all so much. Have a great weekend. And Sunday, 9 Eastern, I will be having Chicago Chic on to talk about the Twin Flames. It'll be 9 Eastern Sunday.
I'm Jimmy. How y'all doing?
I know English is your second language, but you don't.
It's my third, but I'm still better at it than you.